I would imagine. Can we test it?
Hey, can you talk to Brian?
Okay, more. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Nothing. I'm not. It's not. It's not. That's not the button. Which one is it? I'm not hearing music. No. Okay. All right. No problem. Okay. Well, a pleasant good morning, everybody. Welcome to Woodley Field in Van Nuys, California. This is the USA Cricket Men's National Championship 2024. With essentially, this is a selection tournament. So the primary objective of the players on the field is to win, of course, but then the secondary objective is to catch the eyes of the watchful selectors that are walking around. This is a matchup in Group B, Red versus Midwest. Both teams would have wanted to have done better than they've done so far in this tournament. Neither team with a win yet, so no points on the board for either one. But Captain Rishi Ramesh of the red team, having won the toss, deciding to have a bat under really just brilliant conditions. California, the air temperature is probably, I would estimate, 65 degrees Fahrenheit. And under those conditions, your two opening batters are going to be taking guard. Nikit Kumar is the non-striker. He's standing at the northern end of the ground. And the opening batter, who is going to be on strike to start, is Raymond Dar. By the way, this is Brian Walters. I'm happy to be with you for the next 2 days covering this match. And then the final tomorrow, we'll talk about what the final might look like a little bit later on. I think it will be very interesting to see the permutations that might dictate what happens there. Raymond Dar, left-handed batter, will be facing up to Farhan Ali. Farhan Ali, the opening bowler for the Midwest, bowling again from the northern end of the ground. He'll be bowling to Raymond Dar. Your opening batters again, Raymond Dar and Nikit Kumar. Go through, we'll have some time to talk about what each of these teams has done, and then specifically what each of these batters and the players who are in the hot seat, if you will, what they've done so far this week. It's been a productive week, and these teams will want to be going out on a high. So umpire standing at the northern end of the ground has just signaled to his partner that umpire is Avik Gangopadhyay. He has now yelled as loudly as you can possibly hear, play, and we're off and running for the first delivery here in this match. Ooh, in swinger, clipped away into the leg side, nobody out there, a long run for the fielder coming around from backward square leg. He will not get there in time, and the very first ball is a full toss on the pads that Raymond Dar is only too happy to put away for 4. So the very first delivery gets it a little bit wrong, gets into the pads of the left-hander. Raymond Dar only too happy to work that off his hips for the first 4 of the day, the first scoring shot. And of course, you're going to be looking to make sure that you find that off-stump line. To the extent that you want to keep these players quiet, the way that you do that is building pressure on that off-stump line, especially for the left-hander. The right-handed the right-handed Farhan Ali bowling to the lefty Raymond Dar. He'll want to slant that ball across him. So I like the angle going over the wickets, slanting it across the left armor or the left-hander. But of course, you lose that advantage if you bowl it at his pads. A little bit of a delay while we adjust the side screen. The side screen, thankfully, is mobile, and so it's just a matter of wheeling it over to the liking of the batter. These are brilliant fields here at Woodley Park here in Southern California. Just outfield is very much like a carpet, and the pitch is hard and true. I get the sense, this is clipped into the leg side, no single there. You get the sense that they'll be looking to sort of put together the type of an innings that would allow for you to accelerate tremendously. What I mean by that is the conditions are such that the ball, if you play proper cricket shots, it'll race across the ground. The ball, at least from my initial look at the pitch, should be coming on very nicely. Good delivery. He's found the line the last couple of balls, so this is much more along the lines of what you'd want from Farhan Ali. Couple of good deliveries after that initial boundary, and it goes away. Halfway through the first over here, we're playing 45 over matches. So these initially were supposed to be 50 over matches, but apparently there is some concern about the fact that this time of the year, in mid-November, it gets dark much more quickly than you'd like. And so the idea there is to hopefully get the matches over with in time so you're not having to deal with fading light conditions as you get deeper into the game. This delivery is worked into the leg side, going down leg just a little bit too straight that time again from Farhan Ali. And Remandar up to 5 now. He's the only one with runs against his name, because that does mean that this is the first time that Niket Kumar, who's going to be facing up, will be taking strike in this match. So 5 runs on the board, 2 deliveries here remaining in over number 1. And again, this matchup is between the Red and Midwest. Red winning the toss, and Red deciding to have a bat. And that gives you a sense of how confident they are. Oh, what a great delivery. That's exactly what you want. Slanting, well, maybe not slanting. Starting on an off-stump line, but swinging away and full enough to induce the forward push by Niket Kumar, and not able to get any bat on it. But as I was saying, the conditions are such that the red team's captain, Rishi Ramesh, thinking enough about the capabilities of his squad that he wants to be the one to put runs on the board first. Last ball coming up now. This one is left alone, going through to wicketkeeper Parth Patel. And in fact, wicketkeeper Bhavya Mehta, my apologies. So, good delivery to end over number 1. Started out with a loose one, but came back relatively well, Farhan Ali. So that is the end of over number 1. The score is 5 without loss. So 5 runs on the board. This again is the USA Cricket 2024 Men's National Championship. Talked a little bit about what tomorrow might look like. And in fact, before we do that, we'll talk about who this new bowler is. It's Ryan Ahmed. Ryan Ahmed bowling from the southern end of the ground. And he'll be bowling his first ball here to Remandar. So the format is such that there's 2 groups. There is Group A and Group B. Group A consists of the blue team, the East team, the Mid-Atlantic team, and the West team. Group B, and this is a Group B matchup here, is Midwest, Red, South, and Southwest. So there's 6 of the 8 teams that are regionally constituted, and then 2 that just have random color names slapped onto them, blue and red, respectfully. And then we'll talk about what tomorrow's game would look like after this first delivery by Ryan Ahmed. It's a right-handed bowler bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Remandar. Oh, that came in beautifully. Short of length, but jagged in tremendously off the seam. So, good start here with the ball for Ryan Ahmed. So, in terms of tomorrow, the final will be the top 2 teams, meaning the number 1 team in each division. And so the number 1 team in Group A plays the number 1 team in Group B, and that will be effectively the final. All teams will be playing tomorrow, and there's enough fields here, of course, for all teams to be playing, and I'll talk about that after this delivery. Play to mid-wicket, no run. So number 1 versus number 1, and that's for your national championship tomorrow. Then number 2 plays number 2. Let's call that the 3rd place match. And then number 3 against number 3, and number 4 against number 4. As of the current standings, These two teams that are playing here, the Midwest and Red, are both winless, so they will not feature in the championship game tomorrow. Oh, what a great ball. Inducing a tentative poke there by Remandar, not able to get to it. So good 3 deliveries to start his spell here by Ryan Ahmed. So in terms of Group B, Southwest and South are both 2 wins and no losses. In Group A, West and Mid-Atlantic are both 2 wins and no losses. In both Group A and Group B, the top 2 teams play each other today, which means that essentially those 2 games, and we'll follow them along as we go through the day, those 2 games are effectively semifinal matches, because the winner of each of those matches, the match between West and Mid-Atlantic in Group A and between Southwest and South in Group B, the winner of each of those matches essentially plays for the championship tomorrow. So that's something to pay attention to. So not only will we be watching this match, obviously you're watching that on your screen right now, but we'll also be paying attention to the extent to which we can follow along to see what those scores are. In the meantime, 5 dot balls on the trot here. This is really good going here from Ryan Ahmed. Just 1 ball remaining here in over number 2. So the very first delivery of this match was a full ball on the pads of the batter, Remandar, and he took advantage of that to get a boundary down to square leg. But since then, you've had 10 really good deliveries. 1 run scored from those 10, with the last ball of over number 2 coming up here. They'll sneak a single, played into the leg side. So that spoils the maiden, but another brilliant over. Just 1 run coming from it. End of 2, the score is 6 without loss. So 2 overs in the books, 6 without loss is your score. And it will be Farhan Ali coming back to bowl his 2nd over, the 3rd of the innings. Bowling to the man who's faced the majority of the strikes so far, Remandar, 6 from 10. He has faced all but 2 of the deliveries to be bowled in this match so far. These are 45 over matches. So let's talk a little bit about what that looks like in terms of the playing conditions. Wrapped on the pad, this is worked away down the leg side. They'll get a single. I believe this is going to be a leg bye. And there you see the signal there from umpire Vic Gangopadhyay. So playing conditions. Sometimes we get so pigeonholed into watching T20 that we forget that there are longer versions of the game. But there are a few more moving parts in a 45 over match. So we're talking about the fielding conditions, the field restrictions, if you will. Field restrictions meaning the power play overs. In a T20 match, the power play overs are 1 through 6. Within the first 6 overs, you can only have 2 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle. Well, in a 45 over match, there are 3 distinct power play periods. The first 3, or the first of the 3, are overs 1 through 9. Wrapped on the pad a little bit high, I would think, not out. So overs 1 through 9 are the first power play overs. Within those first power play overs, you can only have 2 fielders outside the circle. From overs 10 through overs 36, or I should say from over 10 to over 36, that's the second power play period. You can have as many as 4 fielders allowed outside of the circle. And then from overs 37 to 45, edge, and it's going to run away down to deep final or deep third for 4. Nothing convincing about that shot from Nikit Kumar, but it evades a diving first slip, and it goes away for the second boundary of the day, the first one struck by Nikit Kumar. So as I was saying, to finish the thought on field restrictions, overs 1 through 9, 2 fielders allowed outside the circle. Overs 10 through 36, 4 fielders allowed outside. And then overs 37 through 45, you can have as many as 5 outside. But there are those 3 distinct power play overs, or sets of power play overs, and that gives you a little bit of a sense of the difference between the T20 matches that we're all accustomed to watching and the 45 over format, which is just a little bit longer. It requires a little bit more application from the batters. Played down to deep third by Nikit Kumar, a little bit more assured in that shot. So now going into the end of over number 3, we're 1 delivery away from it being the end of over number 3. Few runs on the board, not necessarily looking very assured yet, but the point I just started making is that at this stage of the innings, and particularly since you're playing the longer format, the batters have to show a little bit more application. It's a little bit of a different game as compared to T20. T20, you have a maximum of 20 overs. Essentially, you can swing your bat as much as you want to, but in the slightly longer form of the game, you have to show a little bit more application. And that's why the typical scoring rates in a match of this magnitude is less than what you'd expect in a T20. So that is the end of over number 3 as a single is scored off that last ball. And Remandar will keep the strike, score after 13, make that after 3. It's 13 without loss. Ryan Ahmed to continue. Played off the back foot to backward point, no run. Ryan Ahmed is actually the top bowler for the Midwest side. 2 matches, of course, played so far. The tournament started on Tuesday of this week, so he played Tuesday and Wednesday. In 2 matches, bowled 10 overs, conceded 58 runs, but has taken 4 wickets, and in particular, his best bowling is 3 for 31. So certainly has led the team in bowling. This is onto the pads, not quite struck away cleanly by Remandar. Helped into the square leg area, so they'll get a single. But in fact, there you see the signal from umpire Piyush Agram that that was actually a leg by. So nothing off the bat yet in this over. And so the second extra for the day. You've seen a couple of extras. Both extras are leg bys. But to the point I was making about Ryan Ahmed, he is the #1 bowler in terms of the results in this tournament so far. Economy rate of just under 6, so you'll probably want to bring that down a little bit. A 6 economy rate is acceptable in a T20, but it's a little high for a 45 over tournament. So has been able to take wickets, but he'll want to bring that economy rate down just a little bit. Nikit Kumar now 5 from 6. He'll be facing up to Ryan Ahmed. A little bit of movement away. There you see that there's 2 slips in position to the top left of your screen. So that gives you a sense of how this ball is moving. It is moving away from the right-hander and into the left-hander. So not surprising that you see 2 slip fielders in position here. And again, said earlier that there's 2 allowed outside the circle. The 2 outside are down at deep third and deep fine leg. So that length is going to have to be short of length. Struck him on the pad. To me, this is going to be high. And I think a good decision there made by Piyush Agram. fact, just looking at that, that may have struck him on the thigh pad, so comfortably bouncing over the top for me. But good miserly bowling here. I mentioned that he might want to bring his economy rate down. Well, he's doing well so far. First over only went for 1 run, Ryan Ahmed, and then this over so far, nothing yet off the bat, and 4 deliveries in, just the leg by. So definitely doing a lot better than the economy rate that he came in with at 5.8 would suggest. Oh, fishing at this one, Nikit Kumar. You get the sense that there's just a little bit of pressure building. And the point I made earlier about the dedication that you need to show as a batter in a longer format, the 45 over format, you have all of 247 balls remaining. So you sort of sometimes can get into the mindset from having played as much T20 cricket that you have to score off of every ball, have to score off of every over. That's not necessarily the case. And it will essentially provide you with the opportunity to show that you can bat long, which is what I think the selectors are looking for. Just 1 run coming from that over, and it was a leg by. So great start here for Ryan Ahmed with the ball. End of over number 4. The score is 14 without loss. So 14 without loss after 4. 14 runs on the board, 4 overs up, and this is again a 45 over match. 45 overs, much longer than the typical matches that you see on the T20 circuit. But this is where you get to test the mettle of the players. The longer the format, the more your mental capabilities are tested. Slanted into the pads this time. This is the 3rd over underway for Firhan Ali. When I say the 3rd over, I mean his 3rd. He's bowled overs 1 and 3. And looking here to make sure that they keep building pressure to the extent that you want to limit the scoring opportunities. It's an even matchup, I would think, between bat and ball so far. 14 runs on the board, so the economy rate is 3.36. They'll want to bring that up just a little bit because you get the sense that an economy rate of somewhere around 5 is what you'd be looking for eventually. Oh, good delivery there, slanting in, and you might have just seen some in swing and then moving off of the pitch. So that is what you want to see from your right-handed fast bowler bowling to the left-hander, slanting in. Take a look at this delivery from over the wicket. So that angle is created and then it curls in nicely. And a bit of a gap between bat and pad that time for Rehman Dar. So he'll want to not have that gap there because a skillful bowler like Firhan Ali can exploit that gap. Short, looks for the pull, doesn't quite get it anywhere near off the bat. In fact, that might have come off the glove. Good work by wicketkeeper Bhavya Mehta to make sure it doesn't trickle by. So 3 dot balls in a row here. So again, the very first ball of this match went for 4, but since then, really good bowling by the Midwest side. And you're really doing well here, keeping things quiet. Opening partnership now 14, but struggling just a little bit to get the ball off the square due to some really good bowling by this opening pair. In swinger, and that's clipped away. And as soon as I say that, it's clipped away, just wanting to make sure that he finds the consistency with his line, Firhan Ali. Because every time he's gone straight, he's been worked away for runs, and the consistency would include him needing to keep that ball on the line of off stump to the left-hander. Nikit Kumar now on strike. Nikit Kumar 5 from 10 with a boundary, not the most convincing of boundaries. It was off an outside edge, and that's why you see 2 slip fielders in position now. And you'll see whether or not they can continue to test the outside edge of Nikit Kumar's bat. Little straight and defended in front of the fielder in the covers, no run. And by the way, one other thing that we have not highlighted, but it is a major difference between T20 and 45 or 50 over cricket. Bearing in mind, these are supposed to be 50 over matches. We already talked about the reason why they're reduced to 45, and I'll maybe get into that after this delivery. Very full, wrapped on the pad. Umpire Avik Gangopadhyay thinks this one is drifting down the leg side. Shakes the head, no. That is the end of over number 5. Yet another good one. 1 run coming from that over. At the end of 5, the score is 15 without loss. So 5 overs in the books. We are 1/9 of the way through this innings. And it will be Ryan Ahmed to come back to bowl his 3rd over. 6th of the innings. Bowling now to the left-handed Remandar. Gets this one too straight, going down the leg side. And that is the first wide of the day. Been a couple of other extras. You've had 2 leg byes, but that is the first wide of the day. So I started talking about one of the major differences that we've not yet discussed between a T20 and a 45 or 50 over match. In these longer limited over matches, you actually use 2 balls. Let me explain what I mean by that after this ball. Great ball going across the left-hander. That is his line. And there you might have just seen where Remandar rehearsed leaving that one alone. And he'd probably be very well served in doing that, because those are the deliveries that threaten the outside edge. Keeper is there, of course, and there's also first slip. So you don't want to be fending at those. But as I was saying, the fielding side gets to use 2 balls, 1 from each end. And the way that that works, I'll continue that explanation after this ball. Shortish, played into the square leg area for a single. So with the 2 balls in play, each umpire has a ball. And let's say the over is being bowled right now by Ryan Ahmed, bowling it from the southern end of the ground. After he finishes his over, he gives the ball to the umpire, and then the umpire, who is at the other end of the ground, the northern end, produces his ball and gives it to the bowler who is about to bowl from that end. So the idea there is to make sure that one ball doesn't get too old. So essentially each ball is bowled for, let's call it one gets bowled for 23 overs, the other gets bowled for 22 overs. And the reason why you started that several years ago is because you're playing with a white ball with a green outfield. So over time, as the ball became older, it became miscolored. Essentially, it became, instead of white, it became more and more green. And the regulation took place probably about 10 or 15 years ago now, that you use in these longer form of the limited over matches, you use 2 balls. So each ball only gets bowled for 1/2 the number of the deliveries to be bowled in the innings, and that solves the problem of one ball getting too old and essentially being difficult for the batters to pick it up, because it's gotten to the point where you've found it difficult to pick the ball up because it's the same color as the grass. But that is that regulation, so we can pay attention to that at the end of the over. So hopefully you'll see what I'm referring to. This is played into the leg side. Ooh, quick shot at the stumps, and they give away a run there. That was unnecessary. And releasing just a little bit of a pressure. That will irritate the bowler because that goes against his numbers. And that will not make him any, that will probably irritate him more than anything else. But 18 runs on the board. This is the last ball coming up here in over number 6. current run rate is 3.09, so you'll be looking to accelerate from there if you are the red. Not lost any wickets yet, so they'll be happy with that. Last ball down the leg side, and it is yet again another wide. So I think you've seen that there has been some movement, but if the bowlers don't quite get it in the right areas to start with, the right line, then going down the leg side happens every once in a while, or getting too straight happens every once in a while. And of course that is also further exacerbated when you have a lefty and a righty batting at the same time, because the bowlers constantly have to switch their lines. This is an overcorrection, goes too far outside the line of off stump. So consecutive wides here, trying to close out over number 6, Ryan Ahmed, but just a little bit of indiscipline. One going down the leg side, and then this next one too far outside the line of off stump. Remandar 9 from 20 with 1-4. That 1-4 was the very first ball bowled in this match. Switching the line of attack now, going around the wickets, and it's played into that backward point area, no run. So eventually it becomes a good over. 5 runs coming from it. 3 extras, 2 wides and a leg by. Actually, no, it was 3 wides. So that is the end of over number 6. The umpire secures the ball, puts it in his pocket, as you probably just saw right there. And that is the end of over 6. 20 without loss is your score. So quick look at the batting card. Remandar and Nikit Kumar, your openers, both still there. 20 runs on the board. Run rate is 3.33. And looking to see who's coming next. Unmuk Chand, we'll want to see how well he does. Superstar, we'll talk about him when he comes to the wicket. Farhan Ali and Ryan Ahmed have been the only 2 bowlers so far. And they've both bowled well. Just a little bit of ragged stuff in terms of the line at the last over. Starting here over number 7, and this is going to be again Farhan Ali. First ball is played into the leg side. Not the most assured of shots by Nikit Kumar, but he'll get a single nonetheless. So, Unmuk Chand, as I mentioned, will be coming in next. He's the vice captain of the side. Very experienced cricketer, for those of you, probably the 1 or 2 of you who don't know his name. Former U19 World Cup winning India captain. These days makes his living right here in the United States, and a superior talent, always somebody who we love watching. Farhan Ali now into over number 7, 2 straight, going down the leg side, and once again with the lefty and the righty batting at the same time, you certainly have put yourself in the position as a bowler where you're having to be much more stringent with regard to the lines that you're bowling. And what is a good delivery on the right line to a left-hander is a bad delivery to the right-hander, and vice versa. So it requires that much more discipline from you as a bowler. And I think you'll see that that's going to be one of the skills to take to watch and be mindful of. Now, when he gets it right, Farhan Ali, those deliveries are swinging in beautifully to the left-handed batter. So I don't know if we could see that last ball again, but good in-swinging delivery. Well played in the end by Remandar, kept it out. But those are the types of deliveries that will threaten the stumps and that will threaten the quality or test the quality of the batter. This one is again a little too straight. Played down the leg side. Releasing a little bit of the pressure, because you've had a couple of good deliveries, but if you get it too straight, then that allows you to essentially let the batters off the hook. And your objective, of course, is to try to continue to build that pressure. Once again, you're playing the longer format here, so you're not necessarily going to be seeing a whole lot of 4s and 6s. But what you do want to see from these batters is application and the ability to grind and the ability to sort of bat long enough for the conditions to be more in their favor. Those are the things that the selectors are looking for. Played down the leg side. The captor, the keeper, Baviameta, is the one who picks this one up. 2 balls remaining now in over number 7. So the opening partnership is actually going along well. 3.6 is the scoring rate, which is not anything to write home about necessarily. But what you want is to be able to weather the storm and then push on from there, especially during this first power play session. There's that lovely in-swinger again, played to square leg, no run. But you want to be able to bat long enough. You've been there now for all of 40 deliveries with 1 ball remaining here in over number 7. You've been there long enough that you can essentially start planning how you accelerate. And there's a long batting lineup. Mukchand, who I mentioned, is coming next. You'll also see the captain, Rishi Ramesh, soon. So you've essentially gotten yourself to the point where you've set a platform. And while 24 runs doesn't sound like a very big platform, it certainly puts you in the position where you can push on from here. That is the end of over number 7. 4 runs came from it. Score is 24 without loss. .24 without loss after 7. So just 2 balls or 2 overs remaining in the power play, in the first power play. Still a relatively aggressive field. The 2 fielders outside are down at deep third and fine leg. And good bowling so far by Ryan Ahmed and Farhan Ali. This is in the air. Not exactly catchable, but I mentioned good bowling because they've gotten themselves in the position where if they fix their lines and if they bowl the right lines, they have been proven to be difficult to score off of. Just 2 boundaries. One was a full toss to start the match that was played away to square leg, or to deep square leg by Ramandar, and then one was an outside edge that evaded slip and went down to deep third. But everything else has been very difficult. And this is yet another dot ball. So I think that you've seen that when they get the lines right and when they don't spray the ball all over the place, both of these bowlers are good enough. And they're good enough to build pressure. And what they would like to do now after having built pressure is to hopefully get themselves in the position to push on. Play it into the offside here, no run. So, by the way, these conditions are such that for people who are not necessarily familiar with the way that these matches are played, if you want to reach us on either Twitter or Facebook to ask any questions, wrapped on the pad here. If you want to ask any questions, feel free to do that. I am more than happy to answer questions or take any comments on either Twitter or Instagram or Facebook, all at USA Cricket. Or if you happen to have my personal contact information, feel free to contact me there as well. So a long way to go, but obviously we're looking to see how long this pair can go on. And this next delivery, slash and a miss, very far outside the line of off stump. Looking at this replay again, so just a little bit outside the line of off stump. Well, in fact, before that, this is the LBW shout. Ooh, that was very close, but for me, it's bouncing over the top of leg stump, just bouncing over the top. And I think you'll see how it behooves these umpires to be absolutely at the top of their game. Slash and miss again. I'll tell you what, he's played that shot a couple of times and missed a couple of times. And those are two slip fielders in position. They're ready for those types of shots. Pay attention to how that develops. That is a very good over. That is actually a maiden. Not very many of those. In fact, that's the first one that you've seen in the match so far. Ryan Ahmed continues bowling very well. End of over number 8. The score is 24 without loss. 24 without loss. Played into the offside here. No run. Ramandar 10 from 26. Nikit Kumar 8 from 23. Each of them with 1-4. And the Midwest bowling to the red side. Red having chosen to bat are 24 without loss. And really good bowling so far. This is going to be the last over of the first power play. He's bowling around the wicket to the left-hander. Ooh, bit of a begging for a leg before wicket that time. Not collected cleanly by the keeper, Bhavya Mehta. Maybe we'll see where this goes from around the wicket. So that ball is swinging in. Yes, that is a good decision. That is missing leg stump, I think. Now, the bigger danger there is that it could easily have ricocheted off of the back pad onto the leg stump. So it could have been bowled, but certainly not out LBW. And he's bowling around the wicket and bowling in swingers. So it's going to be very difficult to get LBW decisions from that angle. An in-swinging bowler to a left-handed batter would generally want to stay over the wicket because then the ball swings in, pitches on, and straightens, and that's when it threatens the LBW. This is played into the offside. So 3 straight dot balls here to start over number 9, and I'll tell you what, the runs have essentially dried up. Over number 8 was a maiden. Over number 7, 4 runs came from it. Over number 6, 5 runs came from that over, but 3 of those were extras. Over 5, you only had 1 run. Over 4, you had 1 run. So a lot of pressure being built by these opening batters, bowlers rather. And another appeal and another denial by umpire Avik Gangopadhyay, but I think once again from this angle it's going to be difficult for him to get LBW shouts in his favor. Look at this again, in swinging, and that is easily missing the leg stump. Now if that same delivery is bowled from over the wicket, that is probably out. So one of 2 things is going to happen if you're bowling in swingers from around the wicket. Either A, it would have hit the stumps, but the ball is likely impacting the batter outside the line of off stump, or B, it's impact inside or inside in line with the stumps, but it's swinging down the leg side. So interesting, he's made that change now. So from here, I think he's better off bowling. And look at that, just as soon as he makes the change, a lovely in-swinger, and again, bang on target this time, missed the pad, but knocked back middle stump. And this is good bowling, and I think that's a lesson for not just Farhan Ali, but for any young bowler, because from that angle, bowling in swingers, you're much more dangerous. And so from that angle, he gets it to pitch on the stumps and curl back in, miss the inside edge of Remandar's bat, and disturbs the furniture. So the first wicket falls, And after having had a couple of LBW shouts turned down in this over, he absolutely gets it right from the standpoint that he went over the wicket. And that is a brilliant delivery to close out, in fact, to have one ball remaining in over number 9. But the first wicket is down. Remandar 10 from 30 with one boundary. And his dismissal now gives you first blood for the Midwest side. And the red team is 24 for 1. So, 24 for 1, and I think you've just seen a masterclass in two things. Number one, good in-swing bowling. And an in-swinging bowling right-hander to a left-hander can be very difficult to face. But you've also seen a masterclass in strategy and planning, because that in-swinging bowler who is bowling around the wicket can find it more difficult to get a dismissal. And as soon as he made the change and went over the wicket, which is what you'd like to see, he found immediate success from having made that change. So Ramandar dismissed, and it's now going to be the vice captain and the man we spoke about earlier, Unmuk Chand, wicketkeeper batter, former India U19 captain. This is his first delivery, last of over number 9, defending it back to the bowler himself. So successful over, bowled that time by Farhan Ali. He has bowled 5, bowled unchanged from the very beginning, and that is the end of over number 9, end of the first power play. And the score is 24 for 1. So there you see the signal that time by umpire Piyush Agram. That is the end of the first power play. So the next section of power play overs is from overs 10 through 36. During those overs, you can have a maximum of 4 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle. That is the power play session number 2, if you will. And then the very last power play session, you can have as many as 3 outside of the circle, and that power play session lasts from overs 37 to 45. And of course, hopefully I may just have answered a question that was asked by our friend in Prairie View, Ms. Tamara Poole. Hopefully that would have answered the question that you just sent. And now immediately a change in the bowling, as it's going to be Tirth Patel. So immediately going to spin as soon as we've gotten ourselves out of the first power play. Tirth Patel, left arm orthodox, bowling, looking to turn the ball away from Nikit Kumar. Bowling around the wicket. This one will be threatening. You see that man at slip, top left of your screen. Look at that delivery. It's the type of delivery that brings that slip fielder into prominence, because again, the left-hander orthodox is bowling from around the wicket. It's drifting in to the right-hander and then pitching and leaving him. So you certainly want to have a slip, and then just as I say that, there are now 2 slips in position. So those 2 men at the top left of your screen are there for that exact reason. And a good first delivery that time by Tirth Patel gives you some sense that they'll want to continue doing exactly that. Oh, wrapped on the pad. Maybe just a little too straight for the liking of umpire Piyush Agram. Going down the leg side, or I think missing leg stump. But this is good stuff that you've seen so far. Tossed up, and he looks to hit himself out of trouble here, Nikit Kumar, and sweeps it into the deep. Now he's sweeping that one against the turn, so he's going to have to be careful with that type of shot. But he gets away with it here. Probably a little bit straight, And now you see them putting the pressure on the new batter, Unmuk Chand. Still with those 2 slips in position. And there's 4 fielders allowed outside the circle. Those 4 fielders are at long off. Deep Point, who is probably halfway between the 30-yard circle and the boundary. And Deep backward square leg. So they only have 3 outside. They can have as many as 4, but right now they only have 3. Oh, good delivery. Tossed up. Tempting Unmuk Chand. Does well enough to leave it alone, though. Doesn't exactly go for that shot, but you get the sense that with the left arm orthodox in operation, this is going to be testing times for the 2 right-handed batters. And it's going to be up to them to sort of buckle down and make sure that they make something happen here. Next delivery. Oh, he knocked him over. Oh, my goodness. That drifted in, turned, missed the outside edge, and took the top of middle and leg. And Unmuk Chand, unfortunately, is clean bowled without scoring. Look at this. Look at that delivery. From wide of the crease, tossed up. It pitched on the stumps and straightened and bounced and took the top of middle and off, make that middle and leg. The leg bail is removed, and that is a body blow for the red team. The Unmuk, or the vice captain, wicketkeeper Unmuk Chand, is dismissed without opening his account. The red, after 25, make that after 9.5 overs, at 25 for 2. Look at this again. Drifting in and then pitching and straightening. In fact, it didn't quite straighten. I'm sorry, I missed that initially. It went on with the arm, so I thought it missed the outside edge looking at it live. But it actually was an arm ball that missed the inside edge of the bat and went on to knock back leg stump. So that is, again, a huge, huge body blow. And once you get a player of the stature of an Unmuk Chand, that would absolutely have buoyed the spirits of everybody in the side. Unmuk Chand dismissed without scoring, and the red is 25 for 2. Boy, that's a big one. So Nikit Kumar opened the batting. He's still there, 9 from 26. And it is now the captain, Rishi Ramesh, who is going to be asked to get his team out of a little bit of a tricky situation. Rishi Ramesh, premier player, been around for much longer than his 19-year-old image would tell you. Captain of the US U19 squad. I believe he's still the captain. I don't know that he's aged out of that group yet, but a very high caliber player. And 1 ball remaining here in over number 10, but all of a sudden the scoring rate is drifting in the wrong direction for the red team. Last ball, oh my goodness, rushing on, and Rishi Ramesh does well to keep that one out. That is a dot ball. That is another successful over. 1 run came from that over. Believe it or not, the last 5 overs have only gone for 10 runs, and the score after 10 is 25 for 2. So things do not get any easier, because the man who is now with the ball in hand from the northern end of the ground is Fani Samadre, one of the most effective premier bowlers in the US. Fani Samadre, left arm seam bowler, not lightning quick, but what he does well is his varieties. And we'll talk about his variety in a second as we look at the fall of the wickets. First one, full and straight, bang on target. And then this next one. So both wickets that have fallen have been the bowlers not requiring the assistance of any of the other fielders. Both clean bowled. 2 big wickets Remandar and Unmuk Chand. And going back to Fani Samaji, the man who's on your screen. Left arm over the wicket. In swinger! Make that 3 and 3. Oh my goodness. So 3 wickets have fallen. All 3. The batters have been clean bowled. Fani Samaji, I was just about to start singing his praises, but he beat me to the punch. That in swinger, full and straight, and taking out leg stump. And that is the end of Nikit Kumar. Look at that delivery. In swinger, absolutely bang on target, probably Yorker length, maybe pitching just outside of the popping crease. And Nikit Kumar, unfortunately for him, had no answer for that delivery. So that is 3 down, and all 3 have been dismissals that the bowlers have clean bowled the opposition. And things are absolutely now getting more and more difficult for the red side because 3 top order wickets are down. And my goodness, this is now going to be very difficult for them to extricate themselves from this position. So the very first delivery by Fani Samaji, full and straight, and wicket number 3 is down. So the opening partnership went for, or was worth 24 runs. But since that opening partnership of 24, you've lost 3 wickets for the addition of just 1 additional run. So this is truly an excellent comeback for you. The Midwest sprayed the ball around a little bit in terms of their lines halfway through the first power play. But ever since that, they've been bang on target and everything is going exactly the way that they want for it to. Fani Samaji now facing Shreyan Satish. Similar type of delivery. In swinger, Shreyan Satish does well to keep this one out. Shreyan Satish from the Houston area. Houston, the home of, or let's call it the Prairie View area, which is the home of most of the large cricket tournaments in this country. Woodley Field has been around for much longer than Prairie View, but Prairie View probably with a slight advantage in that it has more space. You can play more grounds, more matches. And Shreyan Satish has played his cricket right there in Prairie View for the longest time. Still a very young man, Shreyan Satish. I would imagine somewhere around 20 or 21 years old. And his brother Aryan Satish is also in this side. So both of them are going to be, you would think, looking to just put themselves in the position to keep just batting as long as they can. This one goes by and gets by the wicket keeper. It goes away for 4 byes, I would think. And watch umpire Avi Gangopadhyay here. Yep, signals 4 byes. So that's unfortunate because that's a good delivery going past the off stump, or going past outside the off stump of Shreyan Satish, but Bhavya Mehta not able to collect it cleanly, and it goes away for 4 byes. So that goes, of course, against the keeper's tally. It doesn't impact the bowler in any way. Fani Samaji is still in the middle of a brilliant first over here. Next delivery coming up now. Full. And this is off the outside edge. Shreyan Satish gets this one down to deep third for a single. So boy, the runs have absolutely dried up. And all of a sudden, it appears as though Shreyan Satish is calling for water. And I'm not sure exactly why when he's been at the wicket for all of 4 deliveries. But, and that's going to be something that for you young players who are watching and looking to start making a move and starting to understand the different ways that the matches take place, one of the things that you have to be aware of is your own hydration requirements. And so you probably don't want to be calling for water a few minutes after having gone into the crease. That's something that you should have been taking care of before you've gone in. Slashed away, and that's going to be 4. I'll tell you what, not a good delivery from Fani Samaji, but he almost got a wicket with it because it was a full toss and the fielder backward point diving there almost put himself in the position of being able to take that catch. So you see that replay again, the slash, and it was a loose ball that was put away for 4, but it very easily could have been another wicket. So a relatively expensive over, believe it or not. 9 runs came from it, but you did get a wicket. And after over number 11, the score is 34 for 3. So double left arm attack here. Fani Samadri bowled 1 over. And you saw that last delivery that was put away for 4, but a successful over for him. And it is Tirth Patel to continue. Left arm orthodox. Great delivery. From that angle, I don't know that you can get very many LBW shouts with the ball going down the leg side. Now, I don't want it to sound like I am being duplicitous with what I'm saying, because a left-hander bowling around the wicket to a right-hander works well if you are a spinner, or the reverse. If you're a right-hander bowling around the wicket to a left-hander, both of those work if you are an orthodox spinner, because then the ball drifts in and then it's leaving the batter. Tossed up, well played, no run. For a pace bowler, it's different, because for a pace bowler, then you're not getting much movement off of the pitch, and so then the initial line becomes more important. Ooh, quicker, flatter. Defended well by Shreyan Satish, no run. So generally speaking, it makes sense for there to be an orthodox spinner who is bowling to a batter of the opposite hand. In other words, a right-hander to a left-hander. Makes sense for him to bowl it around the wicket. Look at this, what happened here? Looks to sweep this one away, ricocheted in the air. Catch taken at second slip, but not given. So it didn't flick anything important on the way through. In any event, a long way of saying this is a good matchup for the left-handed orthodox spinner, bowling around the wicket, slanting it in to the right-handers, and that is exactly what you want to be doing as a bowler. So last ball coming up now, I believe. In fact, that was the last ball, or was it? It was indeed the last ball. So good over, a maiden, if you will, and a really good over that time for Tirth Patel. His second is a maiden, and his first only conceded 1 run. So his 2 overs so far have only cost 1 run. So a really good start with the ball here for the Midwest. The red team is struggling at 34 for 3, and it appears as though we'll have our first water break of the day. So we'll go silent here for a few minutes while the players have the opportunity to catch their breath and get some water. 34 for 3 is your score in this matchup between the Red and the Midwest in the USA Cricket 2024 Men's National Championship. We will be back in a few minutes. Welcome back to Woodley Field. Matchup between the red team and the Midwest team. Red winning the toss and choosing to bat first, but they're up against a really solid bowling unit here. The Midwest essentially is doing exactly what they want with the ball. Have a few extras, 10 extras in total, but believe it or not, extras comprise 29% of all the runs scored so far. And so when extras is leading the batting, that does not say well or say much for you as a batting side. Now, it does provide an opportunity for the Midwest to clean up some ragged aspects of their game. You've had a ball that went for 4 byes. You've also had a few wides, so they'll want to clean those up. But all in all, I think the first few overs in this match have gone certainly in the direction that you'd want it to if you're the Midwest. And now Fanny Samadri picking up the attack from the northern end down the leg side, and this is going to be another wide. So that is again what I was referring to. Some things that need to be cleaned up for the Midwest. Doing well in that they cannot, the batters for the red team cannot get the ball off the square consistently. 3 4s, one of which was an edge, but they've not been able to put much bat to ball. This is again going down the leg side. This is going to be a couple of runs. I believe this is going to be a couple of leg byes. Watch umpire Avik Gangopadhyay here. And there is your signal. So these are leg byes. But Fanny Samadri again getting that one just a little too straight. In fact, had that come off of the pad or off of the bat of Rishi Ramesh, it absolutely would have gone in our direction down here for 4. So he might consider himself lucky there, Fanny Samadri. Needing to start this ball a little bit more outside the line of off stump. Solid in defense this time for Rishi Ramesh. And you've gotten into the point in the innings where these support bowlers, and Fanny Samadri is one of the best, are going to have to continue the same type of attack that the opening bowlers did. In swinger, and then this is the cutter from Fanny Samadri. So this is what makes him so difficult to face. That swung in and then pitched and left the right-handed batting Rishi Ramesh. And those are the types of deliveries that he's so good at producing out of nowhere. So you've definitely gotten to the point where you can find the best ways of being able to bowl to these batters. Fanny Samadri, always one of the leaders in terms of wickets taken in the minor league system. And he's very, very difficult to score off of. And so when he gets it right, when it's not too straight and he bowls over the wicket, which is what you like to see, but that over the wicket angle means that you want to be slanting the ball across the right-handers. And this is played into the leg side. Once he gets it right, he can be extremely, extremely difficult to face. So one more ball remaining here in over number 13. Fanny Samadri now, just his figures 1 for 6 from 1.5. And that tight bowling continues. The last 5 overs, including the one that is ongoing now, have only yielded 13 runs. The overall run rate, 2.88. Played back to Fanny Samadri himself, deflected toward mid-off, but they cannot get a run there. So that is another good over bowled. Started out a little too straight, but once he fixed that line, they were not able to get anything off of the bat from him. End of over number 13, 37 for 3. So another question has come in from our world-class cricket crew friend in Prairie View. I'll address that after this. Tossed up, played into the leg side, shy at the stumps. It's not going to be anything close to a wicket. In fact, I think that was the stumps were broken by Tirth Patel, but without the ball in his hand. So no danger there. So the question is, are there any of the current players, or any of the players in the current match or tournament holding any bowling or batting ODI records? I don't know about ODI records. There are a number of players in this match of great repute, and maybe we can go through some of those in just a minute. Next delivery off the back foot. Shreyan Satish is at the non-strikers end. Rishi Ramesh is the man on strike. Rishi Ramesh again led the US team U19 side for a couple of years now. Appealed for leg before, not given. From our angle here, that is missing leg stump. The captain of Midwest, Fahad Babar. Fahad Babar has played for the US for a number of years. Fahad Babar is currently standing at cover. Maybe we'll get a shot of him in just a second. Fahad Babar from the Chicago area, played for the US for a number of years. Not been in the side for a while. But if you wanted to talk about records that he's held, I don't know that he holds any records particularly, but he has been a long-time servant of U.S. cricket, so maybe he can be part of the answer to that question. Next delivery, wants to work it into the leg side. Also nothing coming off of the bat that time. So he's beating the bat a lot, but not quite getting it in line to threaten the stumps. In other words, here from this angle, drifting in and missing. This is short. Oh, I'll tell you what, that is a great stop. Cut to backward point. That easily could have gone for 4, but Krish Desai diving, getting that one off the half volley and somehow keeping it from not only not going for 4, but creating a dot ball out of what really should have been a boundary. So that's a great piece of fielding to close out over number 14. 1 run coming from the over, should have been 5, but for the efforts of Krish Desai. That is the end of over number 14. The score is 38 for 3. So 38 for 3 after 14. Fani Samhadre back into the attack to bowl over number 15. Bowling to Shreyan Satish. Oh, thick outside edge. Goes down to deep third for a single. Shreyan Satish has been there now for 12 deliveries. He has 3 runs against his name. Rishi Ramesh, the captain, 4 over. Make that 4 runs from 13 balls faced. And the one boundary between these two has been struck by the captain himself, Rishi Ramesh. So you've gotten now to the point that you've tried to find the different ways that you can manufacture runs. And that has proven to be very difficult. It's not easy to do against bowlers of the caliber of Fani Samhadre and Tirth Patel. Both of these men, in addition to what the opening bowlers have done, have been very difficult to score off of. Defended into the offside here. And so that scoring rate has been slowly on the way down for essentially the majority of the post-second over portion of this innings. First over went for 5 runs, and this is whipped away into the deep. A few runs here, might get 4. It does go all the way for 4, so that relieves some of the pressure by the captain, Rishi Ramesh, just getting that one a little bit too straight. Fani Samhadre and Rishi Ramesh only too happy to help it over deep mid-wicket for boundary. So that is his second boundary. And I'll tell you what, you've gotten yourselves in the position now where you can hopefully start thinking about how to accelerate. I said that a couple of times earlier, but in the last few overs with the flurry of wickets that have fallen, it's been less about accelerating and more about consolidating. Maybe you can start switching that thought here. This is played into the cover. It's a good ball to end over number 15. You're 1/3 of the way through this match, and there are 43 runs on the board, 3 wickets down. The score is 43 for 3 after 15. Oh, apologies. 1 ball remaining. My apologies. So 1 ball remaining. And now with Fanis Imadri with 1 ball left, this is his 3rd over. There's that 1 ball, and it's played to mid-on. They go for a quick single. I'll tell you what, they started coming for a run, and then Rishi Ramesh sent back by Shreyan Satish, and that's probably a good thing because he was halfway down. A better throw to the striker's end may have had him in trouble there. But no harm, no foul, as they say in basketball. Now we're 1/3 of the way through the innings. 5 runs coming from that over. The score is 43 for 3. So back to the question that I started to answer about any players holding batting or bowling records. Don't know of any records, but maybe we talk about what Unmuk Chand did in the World Cup, U19 World Cup in 2012. All he did was captain India to that World Cup victory, and he scored 100 in the final. So I think that would probably stand to be pretty much up there in terms of a record. Don't know if it's an official record, but that is a tremendous performance that Unmuk Chand turned in. And that is swept away into the deep. Nobody out there. That is a good shot by Shreyan Satish, taking on the orthodox spinner. And maybe this one is a little too straight. Maybe aim toward leg stump. Let's see where this ended up. Watch the line of this ball. Yeah, I'll tell you what, it's probably right toward leg, but there is an element of risk there, because if that ball pitches and straightens and you miss that sweep, then essentially you're a dead man walking, because that was potentially headed toward leg stump. So Shreyan Satish will be happy with the fact that he got that away for 4, but he'll also want to be a little bit more judicious with how he plays that shot. Tossed up. Sun goes by outside the line of off stump. No run there. 2 balls now remaining here in over number 16. You're not yet at 50 runs. So the overall run rate is exactly at this point 3 runs and over. 3 runs and over from here takes you to, in fact, from this stage, you're projected. In fact, the projection now is less than 3 runs and over. So 3 runs and over gets you probably well south of where you want to be. Down the leg side, let's see if this came off of anything. It'll get 1 run, and in fact it did not touch off of anything, so those are 2 wides. And I think that you'll see that you're going to want to address those indiscretions. So 15 extras from 49 runs scored is not a good ratio. That's 30% of your runs coming in extras. Tossed up, played into the offside, and they'll get a single here. Rishi Ramesh comfortably patting that one toward cover. That brings up to 50. So 50 runs on the stroke of over number 16. 7 runs came from that over. At the end of 16, the score is 50 for 3. So 50 for 3 is the score. Fanny Samadri back into the attack to bowl over number 17. Looks to work this one away. Trickles to short, fine leg. And they'll run through for a leg by. So Fanny Samadri now into his 4th over. His figures so far: 3 overs, 1 for 11. Tirth Patel 4 overs, 1 for 9 with a maiden. So certainly doing well enough to keep the damage down there. But again, the extras that are being bowled are being a lot more than they'd like, and these are 5 of them, because that's sprayed down the leg side. And there's a signal from umpire Avik Gangopadhyay. That is 5 wides. And so that puts you in the position now where you've conceded 6 runs from this over with only 1 legal delivery bowled. So again, the things that you'd want to clean up if you're the Midwest are the extras. And of 56 runs, 21 have been extras. This is played down to deep third for a single. And your thoughts as of right now, with 57 runs on the board and with 21 of them being extras, you take away those extras and you're looking at 36 runs in 16 overs and 2 balls. So you certainly have room to clean up some indiscretions here. And this is a better ball from Fanny Samadri, just curling in and again threatening the stumps, but you get into trouble when you get it too straight. And I think that you've seen where once you go too straight, then that's where you potentially get hurt. This is played into the short mid-wicket area. Good diving effort by the fielder at cover. I believe that is also going to be Krish Desai. And Fanny Samadri just maybe not quite getting it exactly the way that he wants to so far. This is a full toss that's played into the covers, no run. Looking for the Yorker there, but ends up bowling a low full toss. And now with 2 balls remaining, make that 1 ball remaining here in over number 17. Your scoring rate is at 3.39. 3.39 gets you nowhere near the type of runs that you'd like, and that is hammered down the ground. Great shot. That for me is a shot of the day by Rishi Ramesh. Haven't been very many opportunities to see a shot of the day, but this one he gets it out of the screws, right down the ground for 4. Good looking strike, and that is the end of over number 17. 11 runs coming from that over. The score is 61 for 3. $61 for 3. Tirth Patel continuing. Worked into the leg side. They'll get 2 here. No, they'll just settle for 1. So there is some momentum being built. They've gotten themselves in the position now where they're putting together a decent partnership. Current partnership is now 37. So this pair trying their best to get something going in the direction that they needed to. Now, between them, they've only scored 13 and 9 respectively. Tossed up. Rishi Ramesh plays off the back foot, and they'll get another single, but the majority of the runs in this partnership, believe it or not, have been through extras. So welcome back to Woodley. Apologies for a few technical issues that we had to work out here. But in the meantime, we're back live and we are watching the Red and the Midwest Lockhorns. And I will tell you that as of right now, even though the bowling of the Midwest has been a little bit ragged in terms of lines and lengths, the batters for Red have not been able to generate much. This is Krish Desai who's bowling. Down the leg side, appeal for a catch, gone! Oh my goodness! I'll tell you what, that was not a good delivery. It was down the leg side. I was about to say it's another ball sprayed down the leg side for a wide. But this time, Rishi Ramesh playing the leg glance. Generally, not much risk in that type of shot. But look at this, going down the leg side, looking to work that away. And it actually kisses off the inside edge of the bat. And that's a good catch by Bhavya Mehta, the wicket keeper. Rishi Ramesh is dejectedly walking off of the field very slowly because for all money, he should have had 4 runs there to another loose delivery going down the leg side. But this time, Krish Desai, he will not be the most proud man in the world given that delivery. But on the scorebooks, it will look like a Jaffer. So that is wicket number 4 that goes down. The partnership is broken. Partnership worth 42 runs, but it has been broken. And the score with 2 balls remaining here in over number 19. Look at that slow motion replay. That gives you good sense right there. It was off the edge of the inside edge of the bat. Rishi Ramesh looking to tickle it fine and just absolutely unlucky. He plays that shot 10 times, probably 9 times. It goes down to fine leg for 4. This time it just is a little bit too fine, kisses off the edge, and it goes into the gloves of wicketkeeper Bhavya Mehta. And I will tell you what else, that is a good piece of umpiring, because from that angle, one of the most difficult decisions that an umpire has to make is on leg side catches. Anything going down the leg side, first of all, you have to be convinced that it came off of either the bat or the glove. Secondly, you have to be sure that what it came off of was not the thigh pad of the batter. Those, as an umpire, are some of the more difficult decisions that you'll have to make. But I think you'll look back at the replay that we've seen a couple of times now and get the sense that umpire Avik Gangopadhyay got that one exactly right. And again, we have the opportunity to go back and look at several replays. And from our angle, it certainly looks as though it was out. But my goodness, look at this again. Slanting down the leg side again, not the best of deliveries by Krish Desai, and for all money, Rishi Ramesh would have thought that he had 4 runs there, but he just got it just too fine. And again, a good catch and great umpiring by umpire Avik Gangopadhyay. So the new batter is in. It's Abhinav Sudashanam, lefty, to break up the chorus of righties that have been at the wicket for the last several deliveries, and so the last several overs rather. And so now Krish Desai with the last 2 balls here in over number 19. Here he is, short, played off the back foot into the cover as a diving attempt by the fielder at cover, not able to get to it, and immediately off the mark is Abhinav Sudashanam. Boy, my goodness, that was unfortunate for the red team, but a really fortuitous piece of activity for the Midwest. Once again, Krish Desai will probably not want to bowl that type of delivery because 9 times out of 10 that gets worked away down the leg side for 4, but he does manage to take a wicket with it. Last ball here in over number 19. Played off the back foot by Shreyan Satish, who is now the senior partner, and it is going to be up to him. Take a look at the wickets that have fallen so far. All 4 wickets, 69 for 4 is your score. Look at this. First one, full and straight, knocked him over. Next one, absolutely outclasses Unmuk Chand. The third one, the in-swinger from Fani Simadri, and then that last one that you just saw, a beautiful catch taken off a delivery that was not the best that Krish Patel can bowl, but he'll take it nonetheless. That is the end of a really interesting passage of play. 69 for 4 is your score after 19. So, Krish Desai bowling over number 19. Tirth Patel is the one who bowled number 18, and he's continuing here. And you've seen where there have been so much opportunities for him to threaten the outside edge of the right-hander's bats. And you've seen him curling the ball away from the right-handers, and this is now going to be Shreyan Satish continuing. But it's going to be interesting to see how he bowls to the left-handed Abhinav Sudashanam, because those deliveries that are leaving the right-handers obviously will be coming in to the left-hander. So when they get a single here, it'll be interesting to see what the attack is. Oh, going on the back foot there. Had that one staying in the air just a little bit strong or longer than he'd like for it, Shreyan Satish. But luckily for him, it did not hit anything important. In other words, it did not stay in the air long enough to be caught. Goes for the sweep again. I talked about that sweep a couple of times. I think that you've seen where he's gotten it off the screws once, but I don't know that you'd want to consistently keep sweeping against the turn, because those are the types of deliveries that can just get popped up into the air for a catch. So you're into this interesting passage of play here. Now, Tirth Patel well into his spell. This is over number 20. Tossed up in the air, didn't get it cleanly. Is it catchable? Oh, look at that catch. That is stunning. Coming off of the boundary, and that is a well-judged catch. Ryan Ahmed comes sprinting in from the cover boundary. And that is not an easy catch, because number one, he's looking at the ball, but out of the corner of his eye, he would have seen his captain, Fad Babar, running backwards trying to get to that. So look at this. So he's having to take that catch and then avoid his captain at the same time. That is good work. That is not easy. And I'll tell you, that is a textbook masterclass piece of work in how to take those high catches. Because once again, you're having to sprint in. You're certainly having to make up about 30, maybe about 25 yards. But out of the corner of your eye, you'd have also seen that the captain, Fad Babar, was running backwards from his position at cover. And he not only avoided his captain, Fad Babar, but he took that catch that is not an easy catch to take under any circumstances. 69 for 5. Good seeing you, man. How are you? Good. So 69 for 5. My goodness, what a good catch that was. That last catch taken. Excellent effort in the deep by Ryan Ahmed. Made that look way easier than it was, because believe me, it was not an easy catch. Now here's Krish Desai. Finds the outer edge of the bat. A dot ball to start over number 21. So, boy, half of the side is back in the hutch. 69 runs on the board. And you've gotten to the point now where you are going to be truly in a difficult situation here, because now you've gotten to the point where it's going to be more and more difficult to score at the back end of this innings. What a great delivery. Going past the outside edge, the right-hander who bowls that ball from over the wicket, gets it lifting and passing the outer edge of the bat. Look at this replay. Look at this delivery. Oh, has him fending for it. And the reason why that's a good delivery is because it's created that angle from over the wicket, slanting across the left-hander. No batter, particularly a left-hander, wants the ball to be slanted across him in that way. And that is always where you can be difficult as a bowler. Oh, good line again. This one not bouncing quite as much, but he still drives and misses. And boy, things are getting more and more difficult here for the red. Looking at this replay, that angle again, even though this one doesn't bounce quite as much, it's the angle from the right-hander over the wicket to the left-hander, slanting it across him. So sometimes, and maybe we can turn this into a slight teaching or coaching class for the kids who are watching, sometimes the reflex decision when you're bowling to a left-hander is to bowl around the wickets. And I can tell you, number one, as somebody who analyzes the game, and number two, as a former left-handed batter myself, that it's a much more difficult decision, or much more difficult delivery to play when it's slanted across you. Oh, we have a no ball. So for the first time, a no ball. I believe this is an overstep. Missed it live, but there's a signal from umpire Avik Gangopadhyay. And now maybe this will allow them to release a bit of the pressure, because they were certainly struggling and have been struggling for a while. They have been helped out by a lot of loose deliveries and a lot of extras. But this time, this extra could potentially hurt them, because this is a no ball and this next delivery is going to be a free hit. Here's a free hit ball. In the air, skied, and it stays in the air for a very long time. Oh my goodness, he tried to take the catch. The fielder in the deep did not manage to catch it, and then commits the cardinal sin of having it trickle over the ropes for 4. So continuing with the coaching lesson, if it is a free hit, whether or not you take the catch does not make a difference. The batter is not going to be out. So you on the boundary have less of a concern about catching it and more of a concern about not letting it trickle over the rope. He dropped the catch in the deep, and then it trickled again over the ropes, and so he compounded the error that time. So the free hit does end up hurting, and 4 additional runs to the total. So you'll be lucky that you've gotten those 4 runs. Good looking delivery there, played into the offside, no run. But my goodness, you want to make sure that you take care of the basics. And the basics for me would include not giving away any loose runs. And I would think that that 4 that just happened down at that deep backward square leg should and could have been prevented. 1 ball remaining. 5 runs from the over, though. Big picture, it's not a bad effort. Still a long way to go for the red to get toward anything respectable. Down the leg side, appeal for a catch, and that is again good umpiring. As you see, umpire Avik Gangopadhyay just touching his own thigh as if to say it actually came off of the thigh pad of the batter as opposed to the face of the bat. 5 runs come from the over. And looking at this replay again, from over the wicket, gets the line wrong, but I think you see there where that ball just missed the inside edge of the bat and just flicked off of the thigh pad. Once again, a brilliant piece of keeping, has to be said, but not out. So, end of over number 21. The score is 74 for 5. So it appears as though Midwest are going for the kill because they've brought back on their strike bowler Ryan Ahmed. Ryan Ahmed with the highest number of wickets taken for the side so far. Oh, fending at this one, finds the edge and he is gone. So immediate success from having gone back to the strike bowler Ryan Ahmed. Have Abhinav Sudashanam just reaching at this one outside the line of off stump and tickles the outside edge right through to the safe hands of, or the safe gloves of Bhavya Mehta, and that is wicket number 6 that has fallen. See him reaching, sort of fending awkwardly at this one, not very convincing in that shot. And unfortunately, by the way, my apologies, that was actually Varun Mantha who was dismissed. Abhinav Sudashandam is still there. He has 5 runs against his name, but Varun Mantha dismissed without scoring, and wicket number 6 goes down. 7-4 for 6. So you're having trouble building any kind of momentum. As we see the replay coming again, look at this delivery. I keep talking about it, the angle across the left-handers. Look at him reaching well outside of his body. I will say this, that ball was wide enough that he could have left it. And one of two things, you either leave those alone or you slash hard. If you slash hard and it takes the edge, it probably flies over the slips. But the one thing you don't want to do is fend half-heartedly at it, because then you're at the mercy of where the ball kisses your bat and whether or not the keeper collects it. And so from that standpoint, I think you have a little bit to learn here if you're the red team. Going now into the back end of the innings. The new batter is going to be Sanat Mishra. And again, they brought back Ryan Ahmed, and his reintroduction into the attack brings immediate rewards. Sanat Mishra has not yet faced the ball. Abhinav Sudashanam 5 from 8 with 1-4. And all of a sudden, you may start thinking about whether or not the Midwest is going to bowl out the red team short of having played their full 40 overs or 45 overs. So a couple of dot balls to start here in over number 22, one of which has produced a wicket. So in a 45 over match, of course, the halfway point is 22 overs and 3 balls. So you're just one delivery away from it being the halfway point of the innings. Full toss. Oh, that slips right through the man in the covers, and that really should have been prevented. Loose delivery, so full toss, and then a poor piece of fielding in the covers, and so they'll get a run there. So you're at the halfway point of the innings in terms of the delivers remaining. You're at the point where you're now going to be looking for, my apologies, you're 22.5, so you're at 21.3 right now, so my apologies. Another over before you get to the halfway stage. But in any event, the bigger issue here is that you've lost 6 wickets, the red, and they're now going to be looking to see how they can bat out the remaining 141 balls. A long way to go. You're nowhere near respectability in terms of a score, but your sort of target here is just first batting all the way through. That is an unplayable delivery, and it's another delivery with that angle, the right-hander bowling to the left-hander, and it's pitching and leaving him. And look at this again, because this ball from this angle, look where this pitch is, probably on leg stump, but that angle takes it across the batter. That is such a difficult delivery to play. And it unfortunately has Abhinav Sudashanam fending at that without much success. This is better, plays it off the face of the bat, trickling into the covers, no run. And my goodness, you're now at the halfway, or at the stage where 1 ball is remaining in over number 22. And from here, again, having brought back the strike bowler Ryan Ahmed, it will be interesting to see if they also bring back the man who opened the bowling, Farhan Ali. Full, down the ground, and it's going to be the first 6 of the innings, is it? Yep, went all the way for 6. And so, releasing some of the pressure there, the full toss is what it ended up being. Wanted to find the Yorker, but ends up getting it too full. And Abhinav Sudashan, I'm only too happy to just take that one straight down the ground, gun barrel straight, and goes all the way for 6. And that is the end of over number 22. The score is 81 for 6. $81 for 6, and the answer to the question that I just asked as to whether or not they would bring back the strike bowler or the other strike bowler, Farhan Ali, is no. Maybe they're keeping him back potentially for the death. Farhan Ali has bowled 5 overs, so he has 4 remaining. Ryan Ahmed also has bowled 5, but Krish Desai will continue. Krish Desai bowled overs 19 and 21 previously. Now brought into bowl over number 23. And after 2 more deliveries in this over, that will in fact be the halfway stage of the innings in terms of the number of balls. So 45 over match. So each side bats for a maximum of 270 balls. So the halfway point, of course, is 135. Solidly in defense this time. So you start thinking now, how... So that's a little interesting. You see that one of the fielders has a bit of a harness. Not sure exactly what that getup is, but it appears as though he may have had an injury to his shoulder. Doesn't look the prettiest, but I will tell you it also evidences the fact that he has dedication, because many players in his position would probably have wanted to go off, but he's managed to stay onto the field. Didn't see exactly what happened, and I don't even know if that happened in this game, but he does have a bit of what appears to be a shoulder harness on. And it certainly would be the case that you're attempting to alleviate some pain or pressure on your shoulder. So, not exactly sure what the issue is there, but good to see that he has managed to stay on the field and somehow keep himself out of danger in terms of further re-injuring his shoulder. Maybe we can ask in between innings exactly what the reason was for the that getup. So I am being told by the great Hassan, who obviously is not just a cricket expert and a technology expert, but also knows a bit about baseball, because he says that this is something that baseball players use sometimes to alleviate the pressure on their shoulders. So thank you for that information, Hassan. Next delivery, played into the square leg area. They'll get 1. They sprint like they want to get 2. They're coming back for the second. Oh my goodness, throw down at the non-striker's end. That could have been close, but maybe it is the way that you think this pair is going to start manufacturing runs is by running hard between the wickets. Looking at this replay, look at this clean pickup. They immediately took off for the second, and look at this throw. Oh my goodness, for me from this angle, had that been a direct hit, he may well have been out, Mr. Mishra, and he may consider himself very lucky there, but he lives to fight another day. This is the last ball coming up, short, and played off the back foot. I tell you what, played to mid-on. Had he played that square on the offside, which is what you typically do with those deliveries, he may have gotten more purchase or more success there. but it's just a dot ball. 3 runs coming from over number 23, 19 from the last 5. So maybe we're starting to tick upwards. Overall run rate 3.65. The score is 84 for 6. So 84 for 6. Let's take a look at this replay again with the runouts. Played into the leg side and immediately taking off for 2. So give them credit for that. But this is a clean pickup. And look at the throw coming in here. Boy, he is short of his crease probably by a good 1.5 feet. And had that been a direct hit, he absolutely would have been dismissed. So Sanat Mishra is the man who probably luckily avoided being run out from that last in that last over, but you've now gotten to the stage where with the last 132 balls coming up in the innings, you're needing to start to find ways of accelerating the scoring. So Farhan Ali back into the attack. Bowling now from the opposite end. Oh, look at this. Oh, absolute chaos. Absolute chaos. The man who is with whose call it was is the one who's running to the danger end, and that was Sanat Mishra. But Abhinav Sudashanam choosing to not run, and very frankly, it was the call of Sanat Mishra. So you can consider themselves very unlucky there. Look at this. Sanat Mishra plays and he takes off running. That is his call all the way, and he gets there. And he would have gotten there with a fair amount of room to spare had Abhinav Sudashanam responded to the call of the man running to the danger end. So again, continuing with the thought earlier about this potentially being a lesson for anyone who's watching, who's learning the game. That ball that is played in that direction by that player, the one who played the ball, Sanat Mishra, is the one who's running to the danger end. He's the one who's running to the end where it's closer to the fielder. And so, in theory, if he thinks he can get there, your job as the non-striker is to believe that he really can get there and take off going to the opposite end. But my goodness, that easily could have been a single. I think it was hit slowly enough that he absolutely would have gotten there in time for the single. But no response from Abhinav Sudashanam. And unfortunately for the red, they lose wicket number 7 to essentially a shambolic runout. This could have been prevented. So look at this again. There, he immediately realizes the fact that he can get to that end, and he could have gotten there and did get there. Not sure exactly why Abhinav Sudashanam did not take that on, and that's probably something that they'll have to talk about in between innings. In the meantime, the new batter is Shoaib Syed. Abhinav Sudashanam 13 from 13 with 1-4 and 1-6. But he will be disappointed in not having responded to his partner there, because once again, I believe his partner is the one who's running to the danger end. And his job, very frankly, should have been to respond accordingly. But the fact that he did not means that they were both standing at the same end of the wicket. And when you're both standing at the same end, that's generally not a good thing. So, the new batter, Shoaib Syed, 1 from 1. Abhinav Sudashanam is now back on strike. And he has 13 from 13. So maybe the fact that you've just essentially created a run out where there should not have been one, maybe that motivates Abhinav Sudashanam to bat all the way through and help his side put something competitive on the board. Hammered away into the deep. There's a sweeper out there though, so should just be a single. So he's been there for 14 deliveries, scoring at the rate of exactly a run a ball, so 100 strike rate. But my goodness, he would have been embarrassed by that, I would think. And once again, it is the type of situation where you'd really want to make sure that you respond when your partner calls you through. So let's see whether or not he's able to get anything out of this. No single there. By the way, having said that, Farhan Ali has been brought back. So 1 over from the southern end of the ground by the strike bowler, Ryan Ahmed. And then immediately from the same end, the other strike bowler, Farhan Ali, gets a crack. So it looks like they're essentially rationing out the overs among the strike bowlers just in case they need them both at the back end of the innings. Good ball, goes by the outside edge. Not much bounce in that delivery. But I think you've gotten yourself in the position now where you're going to have to do something to manufacture runs. Scoring rate has ticked upward just a little, 3.61. You've had 7 fours, you've had 1 6, you've had 22 extras, so that certainly would need to be cleaned up. 1 ball remaining in over 24. Oh my goodness, I think he was trying to leave that alone. Ends up coming off the outside edge, doesn't hurt, but it easily could have gone back onto the stumps. And that is the end of over number 24. I don't know if we can see that replay again. I believe that he was trying to leave this. Look at this. He's trying to leave the ball alone at the last minute. He decided to try to leave it after it actually hit the middle of the bat. So that's slightly comical. But anyway, 3 runs scored, 2 runs come from the over and the run out. So they won't be happy with that. Anyway, the end of 24, the score is 86 for 7. So 86 for 7, we've lost several wickets in bunches. First one, perfect Yorker. Next one, a beautiful piece of a drifting delivery. Then there's a Yorker again by Fani Samadri. This one, unlucky. This is a great catch here in the deep. And then these next 2 will not be something that you'd want to ride home about. That's a pretty straightforward edge. And then this is the last one, absolute shambolic run out. And this, for all money, should have been a single. Ends up being about the most embarrassing run out that you can have. So, a lot of work to do for the red. 86 for 7, down to the last 21 overs in this match. And it is Fani Samadri who's brought back into the attack. He's bowled 4 overs so far, 1 for 21. And he's again brilliant in most instances. And if you're asking him to take wickets, he can outfox the best of them. So Abhinav Sudashanam is going to have to be careful here. Fani Samadri again. Oh, very wide. And now Fani Samadri sprayed a few down the leg side when he bowled earlier to the right-handers. That delivery would have been down the leg side had it been a right-hander, but it's outside off for the lefty. So it just ends up being a dot ball. Fani Samadri now bowling over number 25. Oh, what happened here? Outside edge. No, in fact, it's an appeal for LBW. Just that signal from umpire Avik Gangopadhyay indicating that it was too high. Let's see if we agree with this. Boy. Oh, this is very close. This is close. The impact is probably just in line with off stump. Now, you have to be convinced that it's going to be going over the top. This is in the air over the top of mid-on. It's going to run away for 4. There's a signal. So 4 runs down the ground. He'll be satisfied with that. Don't know if we can get a look at that LBW shout again, because it was much closer than you might think. Because I think the impact was just in line with off stump. And then I think the signal given from umpire Gangopadhyay is that it was bouncing too high. So he was struck on the front pad. So there is certainly a reasonable assumption that this could have been what happened. In the meantime, you see the replay of that 4 down the ground, so he'll be happy with that. More defensive field now as mid-on drops, or mid-on rather, drops back. Oh, direct hit. What happened here? I'll tell you what, he was very casual running for that run. The batter coming from the non-striker's end, that was Shoaib's side. And that direct hit might have had his heart in his mouth just for a split second there. Anyway, look at this. He's running there and he does barely. I'll tell you what. Oh, he's on the line. It is close, but I think he's out. Okay, missed that. My apologies. I was looking at the wrong crease. But having said that, he was a little bit more casual than he would have liked to have been, Shoaib's side. Here's Fantasy Madre again. Down the ground, catchable. No, landing short of the captain. And I'll tell you what, they steal a single. So a lot of activity all of a sudden without a lot of runs to show for it. But look at this. This is in the air. Clipped down the ground. Just a quick shy at the stumps. And a direct hit there could have been interesting, but they do get a single. So again, a lot of activity all of a sudden. Here's Fantasy Madre again. Loopy, slow full toss played into the deep, down to mid-on. And that is just a single. Boy, a whole lot of activity out of nowhere. And what it nets out to is 6 runs coming from that over. Make that 7 runs coming from the over. At the end of over number 25, it is 93 for 7. Back here at right field at Woodley Park. Looking at the quick fall of wickets again. 9-3 for 7 is your score. And just brilliant bowling, knocking over the first 3. And look at that ball by Fantasy Manager. Really nice in-swinger. And then a flurry of wickets toward the back end of the middle part of the innings to culminate in this run out that we saw here that we've spoken about a number of times already. So I think the Red will not be happy with what they've brought to the party today. And bearing in mind that they chose to bat first because they won the toss and Captain Rishi Ramesh wanting to have a bat. But now, struck over the top. Long run for the fielder at deep extra cover. He cannot get there in time. So I mentioned this earlier with Tirth Patel, who has bowled brilliantly, but he's only bowled to right-handers before, where he's very dangerous to a right-hander. He's bowling those balls that leave the right-hander after pitching. But to the left-hander, he's not as dangerous because those balls are turning into the left-hander. And in fact, this one was very wide. And it was played away on the offside over extra cover. So it's a 4 to start over number 26. And now Tirth Patel is going to have to get that line and that length right. Tossed up. And that's a better delivery. So Tirth Patel so far, 6.1 overs. Make that 6.2 overs, 2 for 15. Two for 15, Tirth Patel. And I think that you've seen that when he's bowling to the righties, he's very, very dangerous. He certainly lose some of that effectiveness bowling to the left-handed though. Tossed up, it's played into the offside, no run. Having said that, he has made the adjustment. First one was a little too full and too wide. And he started out here in the last few deliveries being a lot straighter and on the good length, and that's 3 consecutive good balls. Now after that loose delivery to start this over, make that 4 consecutive deliveries after that loose delivery. And now Tirth Patel into over number 26, tossed up. Ooh, goes past the outside edge. So loose ball to start with, but then 5 dot balls after that. So good work for Tirth Patel coming back here. End of over number 26. The score is 97 for 7. So 97 for 7, down to the last 19 overs, last 114 balls, if you will. So change in bowling from the northern end of the ground. And it's going to be Parth Patel. Parth Patel, who is an off spinner and also the vice captain. So he'll be bowling for the first time. Has not yet bowled today. Bowling now to Shoaib Syed. 2 from 5. Looks to play this away on the offside. No contact made. But this partnership, looking to see how they can build here. It's now worth 23. In fact, what happened here? In fact, my apologies. Partnership is actually worth 13. So a couple of other deliveries here. partnerships, as we speak about those, they've not really been able to build much in terms of solid partnerships so far. In fact, the biggest partnership was for the fourth wicket, 42 runs, but most of those were extras. There you see the partnership worth 13, 11 contributed from Sudashanam. And a good over here underway by Parth Patel. And you've gotten to the stage now where maybe you can start thinking, okay, a couple of overs ago, we looked like we might be bowled out. Oh, going onto the back foot, pulling this one to square leg. A long run by the square leg fielder. He won't be able to get there. So that spoils a good over. Was a good over from that point. But that 4 to square leg brings up the 100. So 101 for 7 is where you are now. You still have another 108 balls to be bowled in this innings. So this batting card will show you that while there has been some disappointments, you wanted more out of Niket Kumar Unmukhchand, but some contributions there in the middle have gotten you to the point where you might be able to get something good on the board. Bowlers, I think, have all done well, particularly Tirth Patel, 7 overs, 2 for 15, 1 wicket each from Farhan Ali, Ran Ahmed, Krish Desai, and Fani Simadri. And now, going back to Tirth Patel, you saw what he did in the first over that he bowled to Abhinav Sudashanam. Appeal for a leg before. Umpire Piyush Agram is not interested. Let's see what he saw here. Tossed up. Ooh, that could very well have been an inside edge onto the pad. Not exactly sure, but I think a good decision in the end. Played down the ground here. So a dot ball and then a single to start over number 28. And the partnership again continuing just to grow ever so slightly. I started saying the biggest partnership of the innings was for the fourth wicket. It was worth 42 runs, but the majority of those were from extras. The biggest wicket where essentially, or the biggest partnership where essentially it's been off the bat was for the first wicket, 24 runs for the first wicket. This current partnership is worth 18. And this is worth 24 now because that goes all the way down the ground for 6. That is a clean strike from Shoaib Syed. That is absolutely brilliant down the ground. Getting it just a little bit too straight. Actually, no, that was not too straight. He dragged that from outside off stump. So it was turning away from him. So in theory, he's hitting against the turn, but it was full enough that it didn't deviate enough. And that length is one that you'll always be able to score off of. So now the partnership is worth 24. Let's see what happens here. Similar type of delivery. That's stroked through the offside for 4. That might be a better shot than the 6. So this one he plays with the turn, keeps it along the carpet, and it goes just to the left of the fielder, wide mid-off, and it races away for 4 more. So I'll tell you what, this is a little bit of momentum being generated at the back end of the innings here. This partnership now worth 28, which doesn't sound like a whole lot, but in the context of this game, it might be something that makes you sort of have a level of comfort that you can go on to put something challenging on the board for your bowlers to defend. In the meantime, that's a single down to fine leg. 12 runs from the over already. Last ball coming up. What does he do to the left-hander? So he's bowling around the wicket, Tirth Patel, to the left-handed Abhinav Sudashanam, who has 25 runs against his name. Here's the last ball of the over. And it's just played into the offside for no run. So that is a good over. Probably the highest scoring over in the innings so far. 12 runs coming from it. At the end of over number 28, the score is 113 for 7. So 28 overs in the books. Last 17 coming up. Tossed up. Tirth Patel, I'm sorry, Parth Patel back into the attack for his second over. First over went for 4 runs. But this pair is starting to put together good innings here, and that's ripped over mid-wicket. That's going to be 4 more. And there is momentum that is well and truly being built at the moment. Partnership now worth 33. So this is probably dragged from a 4th stump line. And he gets 4. I said mid-wicket. It was more cow corner, sort of between mid-wicket and cow corner. But nevertheless, Shoaib side 17. Make that 21 from 16. 2 4s and a 6. 3 4s and a 6. And this pair is essentially showing the top order what they should have been doing when they were out there. Because certainly you've had a few opportunities to score they've missed out on, but you're getting to the point now where you're starting to build the type of momentum that will have you pushing on to something along the lines of maybe you'd want to aim at around 200. Can you get to 200? 117 on the board now. 200 I think would be a really wonderful score given where you started. And the question to be asked is, can you mix caution and aggression to be able to bat all the way through? If this pair stays there, you would get the sense that they might be able to just do that. So 99 balls remaining in the innings now. 117 runs on the board. Shoaib side 21 from 16, and that's swept away. Vanessa Madrid diving, does well to stop that one. They'll come back for a second run. Throw down to the non-strikers end. They'll get 2 runs. My goodness. So that swept away, and Vanessa Madrid doing well to dive. It was to his left, and he's a left-hander, so that would have made it easier. But not a clean pickup, and that just afforded that extra bit of time for the runners to complete that second run. Off the back foot this time, it will clear Vanessa Madrid. It will be 2 more at least. Long run for Vanessa Madrid himself. In fact, they just jogged that second run. So 8 runs from the over already. Runs now flowing at a much more, let's call it, less than difficult rate. And the MidWest side just not quite finding the going as easy as they'd had it in the last several overs, because this partnership is being put together in such a way that has you thinking that you can put something big on the board. Now Vanessa Madrid dropping back to backward square leg. It's played off the back foot, no run there. That is a good over. And in fact, that's the end of the over. And 8 runs coming from over number 29. The score after 29 is 121 for 7. So 29 overs in the books. 121 runs on the board, and Vanessa Madrid is switched around, now bowling from the southern end. In the air, and that's going to get past short fine leg for 4. So Vanessa Madrid getting that one just a little too straight to the left-hander, slanting it down the leg side. And Abhinav Sudashanam helping himself to 4 runs, looking at this delivery. Yeah, from that angle, over the wicket, slanting in toward the pads. All you had to do was get some bat on that. Fine leg inside the circle. That was always going to be 4. In the meantime, we have what appears to be a red-tailed hawk flying across the ground. For those of you who know me personally, you know that I'm all about the birds. Speaking of birds, Finest Madrid with a short bouncer started to be what appeared to have been his efforts to bowl it a bouncer, but it landed woefully short and very wide. Signal is wide by umpire Piyush Agram. So 5 runs from 1 legal delivery in this over so far. Better delivery. It goes through. And it is a dot ball. So this partnership now tied for the largest partnership in the innings at 42. And now just waiting to see what this little bit of a delay is. I think they're wanting to change or to straighten the side screen. They want the side screen to be moved over. I mentioned earlier that these side screens are movable. And so I think they're asking, and in fact the batter himself, Sudashanam, is asking for the side screen to be moved more to the right. There you see from that angle, I don't know, from where I am looking, given that the left-handed Finest Madrid is bowling over the wicket, it would seem to be a pretty direct line between the batter, the bowler, and the side screen. The side screen is the very top of your screen, so I don't know that he would have had trouble seeing that. So anyway, here we go again. Played into the offside this time. They'll get 1. That should be the only one that they'll get after all of that delay. So essentially what we said earlier, when the 2 teams who are now playing, Midwest and Red, those are 2 teams in Group B. In Group A, the other 2 teams are South and Southwest, and those 2 teams are playing essentially for the right to represent Group B in the finals. And after this over, maybe we'll take a look to see what that game is looking like, and we'll also take a look in the other division with the 2 teams there being the West and Mid-Atlantic. They themselves are also playing for the right to represent their group in the finals, that being Group A. So, world-class cricket crew, you have me laughing here. Here's the next delivery from Finest Madrid down the leg side, paddled around the corner. Good diving stop. So they'll get just a single here. No signal from umpire Piyush Agram, so that obviously came off of the bat. So 2 balls remaining. 128. Make that 1 ball remaining. 128 runs on the board. Here's Finest Madrid with the last ball of his over. Outside edge. Oh my goodness! Straight to backward point at chest height, and he puts it down. I said chest height. It was a little lower than that. It probably got to him at waist height, but he was stooped down, so it got to him at his chest. And my goodness, this should have been taken. Look at this replay. Off the outside edge of the bat, flies straight to him, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is what you call a sitter. This should have, and in all likelihood, would have been taken at most levels of cricket. Now, I think he was signaling that there was something in the background that would have stopped his. Look at this replay again to see if we can pick up anything in his technique here. And he is maybe just turning the head at the same time that the ball hits his palm. Now, the reason why you'd want to do that is because if that ball bursts through your palms, you'll get smashed in the face. So I can understand that. But at the same time, at the very end of that, you saw him gesticulating as if to say that there was something in the background that was preventing him from picking up that ball cleanly. And again, in fairness, around the ground, the dugout areas for the teams are all covered by a white tent. So maybe if you were to be kind and say there's a reason why he would have dropped that, maybe you can make the argument that one of those tents in the background would have been obscuring his view. But in any event, I think that is a catch that should be taken. And I think in his honest moments, Farhan Ali will tell you that he really should have taken that catch. In any event, here we go. Going into now over number 31. Tossed up. Defended, no run. By the way, the new bowler is Pranav Madhusudana. This is his first over. Pranav Madhusudana is an off spinner, bowling from the northern end of the ground. And by the way, partnership now worth 46 runs. Played into the offside. It'll get at least one more here. And you've gotten to the point now where you can actually start seeing yourself put together the type of total that the bowlers might even feel confident defending, because overall the scoring has been very stymied. It's in the air. That should go all the way for 6. What a strike. And that stroke down the ground brings up the 50 partnership. Partnership now worth 53. Abhinav Sudashanam himself has now gotten to 38 from 34 with 4 4s and 2 6s. And all of a sudden, they appeared dead in the water, the red side, a few overs ago, but now they're looking like they're building some momentum toward the back end of this innings. And in the meantime, we'll have a bit of a delay while that ball has to be retrieved. It was struck well. It was a proper off drive, elevated off drive that went all the way for 6. And once again, the partnership now worth 53. Excellent effort by this pair. And maybe with this bit of a delay, maybe it gives us a bit of time to check in on a couple of games that we were watching here. In fact, there you see the partnership contributions there. Shrubside 27 and Abhinav Sudashanam 25. So they've contributed for the most of it. And in terms of the games that are ongoing, talking about different permutations of what needs to happen for each team to get into the finals tomorrow. So 2 of the games ongoing have a direct relationship with what happens. The Southwest versus the South. That looks like an interesting game. Let's talk about what happens here. So it goes past the outside edge. Southwest versus the South. The Southwest side is batting first. Third into the 36th over, they are 270 for 2. So we'll look at this replay in just a second, but then we need to talk about the South versus Southwest match. That's a great ball, by the way, drifting in from around the wicket and then turning away. Quicker ball down the leg side, but fired wide. So it goes away for yet another wide. Going back to what I just said, Southwest versus South. Southwest side is batting there 270 for 2. My goodness. Sushant Madani 138 and Shayan Jahangir 104. 2 men from the Houston area are absolutely making the Southwest proud, and you'd get the sense that they are a nose up in that group to represent that group in the finals. So it's going to be interesting to see whether or not the South can chase that kind of a target. And they're still batting 270 for 2 into the 36th over, and so they've done a lot of damage. So that is the end of this over in this match. 31 overs up, 138 for 7. So 138 for 7 in this game. In the other game that we talked about, the West versus Mid-Atlantic. West versus Mid-Atlantic is the matchup to see who wins Group A and represents that group in the finals. West is batting first. They have 138 for 6 in that match. You've had a big score from Zaid Zakil at the top end of the innings, 63 from 76. Skandarit Sharma 39 from 47. And so the winner of that match will represent Group A in the finals. It's not quite clear as to which team has a nose up in that match. West 138 for 6 with 9 overs to go in their innings. Mid-Atlantic, of course, still to bat. Anything can happen there. But it feels in the other match that we just mentioned that the Southwest, with the absolute brilliant stuff from the two men from Houston, those two men are Sushant Madani, 138 from 115, 13 fours and 2 sixes. Shayan Jahangir, 104 from 73, 10 fours and 6 sixes. And they've absolutely set a platform here that would see them pushing on towards something imposing. Absolute brilliant stuff. Still 9 overs to go in that game, 278 for 2. So you'd think that'd be well north of 300. And so it will be interesting to see whether or not the South, when they come to bat, whether or not they can overtake that total. The South is a strong batting side. Utkar Shrivastava, Sagar Patel, Aaron Chenchu, Rohan Fadke, and then the name that we have not even called yet, Aaron Jones, who's had 2 centuries and who's the leading batter in this tournament this week. So that one not over yet. But I think you'll see that the Southwest has a nose up in terms of who gets into the finals. So going back to the game that we're covering here, much to play for in those other games that we were mentioning. And in this game, let's just say that they're playing for pride. And that pride right now has that last delivery just outside the edge and the ball running down to the boundary there. Maybe after this delivery we'll get to see what that one looked like. In the meantime, 143 for 7 into the 32nd over. Tossed up, solidly defended by Abhinav Sudashanam. Now look at the back end of this. Outside edge, the ball running down the hill. And let's see if we can pick up what happens here. Oh, had we had a third umpire would have been very interested in what happened there. We were very far away from the action, but it just looked as though that ball might have trickled over the ropes. But the umpire has to take the fielder's word for it. And so not exactly a 4 when you can argue that that very well could have been considered as a 4. But in the end, we're talking about 1 run because they did run 3 runs for it. So that is the end of over number 32. The score is 143 for 7. So 143 for 7. And the red team is going to be absolutely thankful to Shoaib Syed and Abhinav Sudashanam, who have dragged them out of obscurity and gotten them in the position now where they have something close to a target that they can be proud of. Obviously, I said target. They have not yet gotten anything close to the end of the innings yet, but as of right now they are on 143. delivery. Tossed up. Next delivery. Tossed up again. This one played down to long on. So just a little bit of a lull in the action here. Few movements in the field, by the way. This is Madasudana continuing, played into the offside this time, just for a single. And so now you're looking at the stage where you have another 12 overs and 3 balls remaining. Tossed up. Oh, inside edge. That easily could have gone back onto the leg stump, but it's coming here toward us. They'll get at least 2 runs. And that's all that they'll get. But my goodness, that was a really good delivery and easily could have gone onto the stumps. But it just means another couple of runs and this partnership continues to build, and you'd have to think that you'd have to be very happy with where you are now. Next delivery played into that backward point area, no run. So that is the end of over number 33. At the end of 33, the score is 147 for 7. On 47 for 7. This is now over number 34. And my goodness, a leg by here, but this pair, as I said earlier, have rescued the red team. The red side is building toward something that looks like respectability. And you've gotten yourself in a position now where you can start thinking about what you project to. You can start thinking about a projection in the range of 200 off the back foot. And that's going to be just a dot ball, but they're playing right now with a certain amount of confidence and a certain amount of freedom. This pair, again, putting on so far 64 runs. Looks to work this around the leg side. You understand why he tried to play that shot, because fine leg is inside the circle, and had that ball gotten over his head, it easily would have run away to the boundary. But Shoaib Syed, 34 from 33, 3 4s and a 6. Abhinav Sudashanam, 40 from 42, 4 4s and 2 6s. And I said earlier that because of the fact that I believe it was Abhinav Sudashanam's let's say fault may be too strong a word, but I think that he would agree that he was responsible for that run out earlier, and I suggested that he needed to be the one to bat all the way through because of that. Well, he's taken the bull by the horns, short, put away into the deep, but there's a field at deep backward square leg. That's a single down there. But again, this partnership due mostly for me to the efforts of Abhinav Sudashanam. And just 1 ball remained. In fact, no, that's the end of the over. 149 is the score after 34. So 149. Your batters are Shoaib Syed, 35 from 36, 3 4s and a 6. Abhinav Sudashanam, 40 from 42, 4 4s and 2 6s. This is Pranav Madhusudana, and an identical delivery to the one a couple of overs ago, and it's going to come down here to us and go all the way for 4. Inside edge, just misses the leg stump, and it has enough to run away down the hill and get there for 4. My goodness, this is good bowling. There, the inside edge, just missing the leg stump. And look at this despairing dive at the very end of this, just not able to flick it back in time. And a fortuitous boundary to start over in number 35. Partnership continues ticking on. It's now 69. Struck down the ground. That partnership is now worth 70. As this pair is continuing to really bring themselves toward a position of respectability here. Pranav Madhusudana continuing. He's bowled 2 overs already. And from his standpoint, now around the wicket to the left-hander, played into the offside, no run. But my goodness, you have to be happy with what you've gotten from this partnership for the 8th wicket. Try to work it around the leg side. That's going to be wide, so that's not going to help. That is 26 extras, many of them wides. I would suggest that most of them are wides. Don't have an official count with me here, but still have another 63 balls remaining. Stroked in the air, or stroked along the ground into the deep cover area. Good strong throw to the non-striker's end. So they thought just for a second about sneaking a second run, but that was never going to be possible. 40 contributing to this partnership by Shoaib Syed, 28 from Sudashanam, and so this pair really put together a 72-run partnership. Appeal for leg before, and not interested is umpire Avik Gangopadhyay. But my goodness, this partnership has absolutely brought them back again to respectability. Let's see what happens here. Tossed up, and this for me is bouncing over the top. So I do have to say that the umpiring has been at a really high level. Played down the ground here for a single. That is going to be 8 coming from over number 35. An excellent going. This partnership continues working wonders for the red team. 73-run partnership, and the current score after 35 is 157 for 7. Last 10 overs coming up. And this game has a different feel about it now as compared to a few overs ago. They were down and out struggling at 84 for 7. But now this partnership has brought new life. 155 for 7. A beautiful leg before, not given. Oh, thought for a second about trying to sneak an additional run, but not there. Look at this replay. Let's see if we can pick up here. Yeah, that angle, taking that down the leg side. Good decision once again by umpire Piyush Agram. By the way, this is now going to be Ryan Ahmed continuing. This is played into the leg side. And they'll get a single. So they've gone back to the strike bowlers. The strike bowlers each have, after this one, 6 overs combined. They have 3 each. Farhan Ali has 3. Ryan Ahmed has 3 and 4 balls. He's in the middle of his 6th over now. And for those of you who are not aware, in a limited overs match, you can bowl a maximum of 1/5 the number of overs that are allotted in the game. So these are 45 over matches, so each bowl is limited to 9 overs. Down the ground, this is going to be wide of extra cover and a long run by mid-off, and they'll be able to get 2. And so the runs continue to flow here for this pair. And you've gotten to the point now where you've put yourself in the position where the partnership is now worth 76. And you're down to the last 57 balls of the innings. Ryan Ahmed, right arm over the wicket. Down the ground, this is going to be 6 more. That is a brilliant strike. Absolutely gun barrel straight, right down the ground for 6. And that, ladies and gentlemen, brings Abhinav Sudashanam to within 1 run of a 50. 4 fours and 3 sixes from 46 balls. Look at that replay. That ball is struck straight down the ground. Just a brilliant, brilliant innings. Continuing here, the partnership now worth 82. And the strike bowlers, who have been essentially put into the position now of trying to close the game out, they would have thought probably 15 or so overs ago that they would not have had any work to do at the back end of this innings. But now, not only are they needed, but they're being treated as rudely as they've been treated all day, probably all tournament. Around the wicket now to the left-hander. Played wide of cover. They'll get a single, and that single gets Abhinav Sudashanam his 50. What an absolutely brilliant innings. 50 from 47 balls, 4 fours and 3 sixes. And maybe, I don't know if you heard me, but I think that my words earlier blaming him for that run out may have inadvertently lit a fire under him, because he has gone on to essentially show a masterful innings here. 1 ball remaining here in over number 36. Down to the last 55 balls of the innings. And it is going to now be Shoaib Saidu who's on strike, striking it at exactly his 100 strike rate, 42 from 42. Goes fishing, does not catch anything, but it does not matter in the context of this game. 10 more runs come from the over. End of over number 36. The score is 167 for 7. Seventh over is about to be bowled, and the Midwest has gone back to their full strike bowling option here. Farhan Ali is about to bowl from the northern end of the ground. And he is bowling to a man who is on 50 from 47, 4-4s and 3-6s. Abhinav Sudashanam has absolutely dragged his team kicking and screaming toward respectability. Here's the first ball of over number 37. Looks to pull this away. I don't know that he would not have been better off playing a cut shot there. By the way, we never acknowledged it when it came up. The end of over 36 essentially got you to the end of the second power play. So now, outside of from over 37 to 45, you're in the third power play, and in this section of the innings, you can have as many as 5 fielders outside the circle. So you can be a lot more defensive. In fact, you could be as defensive as possible here. You're only required to keep 4 fielders inside the circle. And there are a fielder short third, backward point, cover, and mid-on. And that's a mid-off rather. Everyone else is outside the circle, but this goes down the leg side, and it's going to be yet another wide. Extra number 27 for the inning so far. So you're down to the 53 last balls of this innings. The partnership is now worth 85. By some distance, the best innings or the best partnership of the innings so far. The right-handed Shoaib Saeed, 42 from 43, 4-4s and a 6, facing up now to Farhan Ali. Slower ball, full, driven down to long off for a single. And if you start thinking now in terms of where you end up, the current run rate is 4.68, and that in theory would have you projecting to somewhere around 230. I don't know that they'll get that far, but I think it has to be said that you were not sure 20 overs ago whether or not the red team would have been able to get to 150. They've surpassed that and are looking very comfortable thanks to this monster partnership. This is played off the back foot down to deep third. Fantasy Madre is in that area. No run. A single. So doing it in singles in this over. Maybe the plan is to just see off the strike bowlers, even though that didn't work out when Ryan Ahmed left one in the slot and it was drilled down the ground for 6 by Abhinav Sudashanam. Next delivery. Down the leg side. That's a good take. And it is going to be yet another wide. Bhavya Mehta has kept very well the entirety of the time that he's been behind the stumps. And I think that he might be responsible for several runs saved. There's a couple of times that the ball has gone down the leg side and he's been athletic to be able to prevent it from getting by. One instance I can think of where he should have collected a ball that he didn't, and it went for byes, but other than that, he's been spectacular. Very full, played down the ground, jogging back for a single here. And 6 runs from the over already. 2 balls remaining in over number 37. 50 balls remaining in the innings. And your work at this stage, you'd have to think, is consistent with what is needed for a team to excel. The red team has really done very, very well. And once again, at the risk of repeating myself, this partnership now worth 89, and they themselves have dragged their team kicking and screaming toward respectability. Ooh, slanted in and swinging down the leg side, yet another wide. That is the 3rd wide in this over. So 7 runs from the over already, but 3 of them are wides. And look at this ball. You don't mind the angle. In fact, I've said it a number of times already. I think the angle over the wicket to the left-handers is better than around the wicket. But that stipulates that you have to be aiming at off stump. So if you get it too straight, going down the leg side, then that doesn't pose any threat whatsoever. And of course, if it doesn't hit anything, then it's certainly a wide. Slashed away over the top, catchable, and taken. So that breaks the partnership. And it's probably not very often that you see a man who's responsible for a 90-run partnership be disappointed. But I think Abhinav Sudashanam will be disappointed at that. Slashed it away, came off the outside edge, carried all the way down to the fielder on the point boundary. And had he gotten just a little bit more or a little bit less bat on that, more bat and it would have gone toward the cover boundary for 4. Less bat, it would have flown over short third for 4. But he hit it just in the perfect spot that would have allowed him to have that ball carry straight to the man in the covers. And so that monster partnership is broken. 174 for 7 is your score. And boy, the partnership worth 90 that absolutely would have made Abhinav Sudashanam one of the more appreciated players around here. Okay, so just this reminds me of a quick story that I can tell. My friend and fellow commentator Ryan Davis, whose father, Charlie Davis, played for the West Indies during the days of the great Sir Gary Sobers. And Ryan Davis's father, Charlie, ended up running out Gary Sobers at Lord's in the test match. And Gary Sobers, of course, the captain, is fuming as he walked off the field. And Charlie Davis stayed out on the field and batted long enough to score a century. And they asked Charlie about that century, and he stated that the reason why he stayed out there batting was because he did not want to go back to the pavilion to face Sir Gary Sobers. Well, you get the sense that there's a little bit of that dynamic that happened here with Abhinav Sudashanam, because he clearly was the one who was responsible for the run out earlier, but he made up for it by staying out there and putting up a brilliant partnership along with Stroop side. Partnership worth 90. And so now, new batter in is Arya Garg. Arya Garg will not be on strike because that last wicket fell at the end of the over. Vanessa Madri starts out spraying one down the leg side, and they'll run an extra run to boot. So the parade of extras continues. So Vanessa Madri now into his 6th over. Make that his 7th over. Vanessa Madri is 6 overs, 1 for 36. Make that 1 for 38 after those 2 wides to start this innings, or this over rather. Vanessa Madri bowling now to the left-handed Arya Garg. So one lefty replacing another. Played into the offside, no run. Vanessa Madri is one of the premier bowlers in the side. I've said that a number of times already, but probably not having as good a day as you would ordinarily expect from him. His economy rate of 5.8 is higher than the overall economy rate of 4.74, and as I say that, this ball gets away from the keeper and it runs away for a bye. So unfortunately I may have jinxed Bhavya Mehta, the man with the gloves on, because I just talked about how good he's been keeping. Look at this. You'd want to know that this would have been corrected. I'll tell you what, he reached for it. Oh, okay, hard to blame him for that. That hit an undulation on the ground and deviated, so you can't blame him for that one. And going back to that delivery, Vanessa Madri may be lucky that that was not adjudged to have been a wide. That was very close to that guideline. Look where this ball passes the outside. Oh my goodness, you're looking for the blue line, and we're slightly unsighted there by Vanessa Madri in his follow through, but that looked to have just been going over the line, but not given as a wide, so Vanessa Madri might consider himself lucky. So last ball coming up here in over number 38. Another one down the leg side. It's going to run away down the hill for 4, and it's so 5 wides. So Vanessa Madri getting that one wrong. The line is what he would want to fix there. Unfortunately for him, he'll have to re-bowl this, as this is sprayed well down the leg side. He's keeping up Baviameta to Fanny Samadri. So if you're keeping up to a pacer, that implies that you're a very good keeper. But if you're going to keep up, then you're going to have to be able to collect those. And here's the last ball of the over, down the leg side yet again, yet another wide. My goodness, 10 runs from the over already, and believe it or not, 180 runs are on the board. And that puts you in the position now where you are absolutely going to need to pull things back at the end of this innings. Midwest, that's the end of the over. At the end of over number 38, the score is 181 for 8. One 81 is your score. 7 overs remaining. Farhan Ali back into the attack. Played into the leg side. And it's going to be 2 runs. Didn't think that they'd get 2 there, but they managed to sneak through for a couple. So Farhan Ali into his 8th over. And you would think that if he bowls over 39, which he's bowling now, he'd also bowl 41. Then you have Ryan Ahmed, who still has 3 left. And then Fanny Samadri has a couple of left. So those would probably be your bowlers the rest of the way through over 45. Oh, started to wind up for a big shot there. Arya Garg ends up checking the shot, working it into the leg side for a single. So, my goodness, 184 runs on the board, and you've put yourself in the position now where you can actually, again, push on towards something defendable. 184 runs on the board, 14 fours, 4 sixes, and you've been helped by 36 extras. And so a long way to go for the Midwest team to feel comfortable. I think they would feel like they've given it away here. Down the leg side, but oh my goodness, thought it would have snicked off of something, maybe the pad of the batter, but umpire Avik Gangopadhyay signaling that that was wide. So going from where you are right now, you're looking, based on that wide, and you're looking to see what you end up with here. 185 runs on the board and 4 balls remaining here in over number 29. By the way, the answer to the question of how is that 5 wides? If the ball is down the leg side, or if the ball is wide, that counts as 1. But a ball that is wide that also goes for 4 is 1 plus 4, and that would make it 5 wides. And speaking of 4, that is off the outside edge, and it runs away down the hill for 4 more. So his score now moves up to 189. Look at this again. Looking to play that off of the front foot, and it finds the outside edge, and it is too fine for the fielder at deep third to get across to cut that off. So down to the last 39 balls, 2 wickets left, or 2 wickets in hand. But this partnership is also going to be an important one. The mega partnership was for the 8th wicket. 90 runs is what it was worth. This small partnership is now Worth 15 run out opportunity here. No direct hit is what was needed. Not able to get anything on it. 2 balls remaining in over number 39. So again, this partnership now for wicket number 9. As we take a look at this replay again, see where this would have gone. Look at this throw. Oh, I think he's just home. Just home. But in any event, it was going to be a close call anyway. But anyway, as far as what we were saying earlier, this partnership that is underway for the 9th wicket is worth 16 runs. And that is worth a lot. Thick edge, and now going down to deep third for over number 4. Looking at, I said over number 4, what I meant was the 4th ball of the over. The single here, and you're looking at the last ball coming up in over number 39. You've put yourself in the position where a partnership of 17 for the 9th wicket is a good one. Looking to slash this away, not getting anything on it. But if you could put together anything towards the back end that puts you with another, well, let's say 10 to 15 to 20 more runs on the total, that puts you in a huge position. Back end of the innings coming up, last 36 overs, or last 36 balls rather, scores 191 for 8. So I do need to catch up on some of the questions that are coming in. This question from about an hour ago, actually almost 2 hours ago. How does the pitch affect the line and length throughout the course of ODI gameplay? The answer to that question is, first of all, you have to have a pitch that is well maintained and capable of sustaining 90 overs in one day. So the first requirement is that you have a ground staff that knows what they're doing. Secondly, you have a relatively decent and a hard pitch, and you'd expect that Mr. Shadley Van Skalkvik, good afternoon, sir. You'd expect that that pitch would be solid enough to withstand a certain amount of pressure. A pitch that is not well curated can start breaking up, and I'll get back to that point after this. That's now going to be Vanessa Madri, who's back into the attack. Interestingly, he started out spraying some down the leg side, so he starts out to the left-hander here, bowling around the wicket to exaggerate that angle across him. So, back to the point about the back end of that question was, what was the expected performance of the pitch? I would have expected the pitch, based on how it looked ahead of the game, to have supported a score of around 220, 230. Very full played into the offside, and they fired towards the towards the strikers, and they'll get a single. So 2 singles from the first 2 balls. But the fact that I don't think that we will probably get that far in terms of that score, because you may well have the red team bowled out before they get that far. But that's not anything to do with the pitch. There was some very injudicious stroke play, and I think there was some good bowling by the bowling side. And this is played into the offside. So 3 straight singles to start over number 40. And a long way of saying the pitch, I think, is a non-issue from the standpoint that anything that happens in this match is going to be due to the batters and the bowlers themselves. Batters, if they apply themselves, they can score runs. If the bowlers bowl well, take advantage of the moving ball, then they can do much better than they've done so far. And I'll tell you what, this is going to be a leg by. There's, see the signal from umpire Piyush Agram. But if you take away, in fact, before I say that, look at this replay. Oh, well down the leg side, swinging and missing everything. I think Finance Madri knows that that was not out. I think he was more begging for a wicket than expecting that that would have been given. But bearing in mind that of 195 runs, 38 of them have been extras, that puts you in the mindset that you should have not conceded as many runs as you have. And so now, last 2 balls coming up here, make that the last ball coming up in over number 40. You're now in the position where with 5 runs in the over conceded so far, it's a relatively good one by Fantasy Madri. Oh, what a great ball. That pitched and left the batter. And a good ball to end over number 40. So 5 runs coming from the over. The last 5 overs have yielded 39 runs. And the score after 40 is 196 for 8. $196 for 8. The first delivery of over number 41. Is a dot ball. This over being bowled by Ryan Ahmed. Ryan Ahmed has 3 overs left, make that 2 overs and 5 balls. So in theory, this is lofted into the air, deep mid-wicket. Nobody out there. Couple of bounces and it goes away for 4. So there's a signal from umpire Avik Gangopadhyay. So what I started saying is that Ryan Ahmed, in theory, would be bowling over 41 and then 43 and 45, in theory. 42, you would think would be bowled by Farhan Ali, who has 1 left. Fantasy Madri has 1 left, so he'd bowl, you'd think, number 43. So those would be your bowlers the rest of the way as they get a couple more runs here. But my goodness, what a back end, what a fight this back end, the lower end of the innings or the lower half of the batting side has shown. This partnership itself now worth 28. So, oh my goodness, there's a dog who's run onto the field. Let's just say that there is a very happy dog and there's a very frustrated owner who's now walking across the field. And all of a sudden, the national championships have been stopped because there is a dog running across the field and his owner looking to, number one, get out of the field of play. The cricket place or the cricket field is not the safest place either for a dog or a young lady to be. And then secondly, you'd want to make sure that that dog is secured, that he or she does not go running onto the field again. In the air, this is catchable. No, it's not. It's going to be just wide off, long off, and another 2 runs. So going back to my point earlier, the back end of the innings here, if you can get 30 runs from your 9th wicket partnership, that behooves, or that speaks very well of how attacking the lower order is. And it also tells you that if you apply yourself, there's opportunity to get runs. And it also puts to shame the men at the top order. 8 runs from the over already with 1 ball to come. By the way, we didn't acknowledge it when it came up. 200 is now up. 200 for 8 is your score. Make that 204 for 8. And with 1 ball remaining here in the 41st over, maybe you really can start thinking about a score in the 220, 230 range. Looks to fish, misses on this one, but Is yet another good over. 8 runs coming from it. At the end of over number 41, the score is 204 for 8. For 8. Let's see what the batters have done so far. Look how pear-shaped this is. The ones at the very top, very meager scores, but in the middle, much better scores, to include Abhinav Sudashanam, 52 from 51, and we did not acknowledge it when it happened, but Shoaib Syed, 51 from 55. So excellent, excellent batting from the lower order. Fani Samadri now back onto ball his last over. Play it into the offside. Oh, not or directly to the captain. Didn't field it cleanly, but didn't get away far enough to produce a single. So Fani Samadri's figures: 7 overs, make that 8.1 overs, 1 for 47. And bearing in mind he took a wicket on the first ball of his spell. So he's essentially come back down to earth, if you will. The last few overs. So what happens here? We now have another shift in the field, as it's now the left-hander who's going to be on strike. Arya Garg, 15 from 14 with a 4. Shoaib Syed, 52 from 57, 5 4s and a 6. Whipped square. This is going to be at least a couple of runs. A long run for the square leg fielder, diving and not able to get to it. 4 valuable runs off of the bat of Arya Garg. Down to the last 21 balls in the innings. Saw that Fani Samadri bowling around the wicket, but says it, or I said it a couple of times already, if it's going to be around the wicket, it has to be across the batter. That angle has to be one that allows, or that forces the batter to play on the offside. Anything that he can play that easily on the leg side, like that, that's where he wants to be, from around the wicket. But anything that is too straight, like toward the pads, essentially becomes a free hit. Not a free hit in the sense that it can't be dismissed, but a free hit in the sense that it doesn't threaten the stumps, and even if it did ricochet off your pads, there's no giving LBW on those. So here's the slower delivery. That's well bowled by Fani Samadri. Again, that line is what you want. And so Fani Samadri took a wicket with the first ball of his spell. This is now the last ball of his spell. So let's see if he can bookend his day with the ball with 2 wickets. Here's that last ball. In the air, a couple of bounces down the ground to long on. And there will be a single there. 6 runs coming from over number 42. And that is the end of over 42. The score is 210 for 8. Farhan Ali. No, in fact, this is Ryan Ahmed, who should be bowling now from the northern end of the ground. The under edge takes the ball down to deep third. A single starts over number 43. You're down to the last 17 balls of the innings. Partnership for the 9th wicket, as yet unbroken, worth 37 runs. Farhan Ali still has one remaining. Ryan Ahmed is in his 8th over. So in theory, he could bowl, as I said earlier, 43 and 45. Right-hander now on strike, Shoaib Saeed, 52 from 57. Slow ball, played through the offside, a long run by the fielder in the covers. He'll come back for a second. Good running. And that's put you in the position now where you can actually start thinking of something genuinely in the range of around 230. 213 for 8 is where you are now, but 230, 235 is still on the cards. And that's pulled into the deep. There's a man out there at mid-wicket coming back for the second. So runs really being a lot more fluid now, coming along at a lot more of a, let's call it a rate that you'd be comfortable with. The last 5 overs before this went for 36. So you're scoring at the rate of over 7 in the last 5. And that is going to be a big strike. One bounce to the fielder at deep mid-wicket. And that will be only one because that ball did get to him, as they say, traveling at the rate of knots. 2 balls remaining over number 43. The last 14 coming up. The left-handed Arya Garg is on strike. 21 from 19, 2 fours. The strike bowler, Ryan Ahmed, is now bowling. This is going to be an outside edge down to deep third. A couple of bounces and just another single there. 7 from the over already. And where you are now, Ryan Ahmed is again bowling over number 43. In fact, I may have gotten something wrong here because Ryan Ahmed is bowling over 43. Farhan Ali is done, has 1 left. So, open the face, a bit of a risk there, but runs it fine just past the keeper. Don't know that he meant to get it that fine, but he still gets it past the keeper, and it goes away for 5. So that is the end of the over. So things are going really pear-shaped here for MidWest for a couple of reasons. Number one, that last ball went away for 4. But secondly, because of the fact that there is a time limit and the fielding side has to complete their innings within that time limit. If you fall short of the time limit, and we have just reached that time, it is the fact that the team that is in the field has to bring an additional fielder inside of the circle. So instead of having up to 5 fielders outside the circle, you're now going to be punished by only being able to keep 4 outside the circle. So that affords you as a batting side to have opportunities to score big here. With that additional fielder inside the circle, forced to be inside the circle, it does mean that that opens up scoring opportunities for you to hit big. And for me, this is going to be more about Shoaib Saeed, who's been there for a long time. 61 from 61, 6 fours and a 6. It's interesting. His figures say 6-1, 6-1, 6-1. Didn't realize how that happened. But you'd think that Arya Garg would want to move or to get himself off of strike here. And bearing in mind that, again, the reason why you're having to have an additional fielder inside the circle is because they did not get through their innings in time from a standpoint of the timing requirements imposed by the umpires. So how much of a difference does that make? Down the ground, and that's going to be the single that I mentioned, because now the man who's on strike will have been there for a very long time. He has 61 runs against his name. He's contributed to 2 huge partnerships, one for 90 along with Abhinav Sudashanam, and then the one that is currently ongoing It is worth 48, and it is with Arya Garg. And of course, the man we're talking about is Shoaib Syed. So 61 runs against his name. And look who is outside of the circle. The man who is at deep point has just been brought inside. So nobody in the deep square. So this ball is going to have to be very straight. Slower ball. And it's worked away for 4. I'll tell you what. Fine leg ordinarily would have been inside the circle, or would have been back on the rope, or at least backward square leg would have been back inside the on the ropes. But because of the fact that he had to be inside the circle, it is put away for 4. And what a tremendous moment in this match this is, because you've now gotten yourself in the position where the red team is all the way up to 226. Again, they were dead in the water at 74 for 7. Make that 84 for 7. They're now 226 for 8. Absolutely brilliant fight back. And they're not done yet. 10 balls remaining in the innings. And those 10 balls you're having to face with an additional player inside the circle. Down the ground, 1 bounce, straight along on. So 3 balls remaining in over number 44. 9 balls remaining inside the innings. And to the extent that you have more than enough to sort of occupy your time, you've gotten yourself in a position now where it's just going to be a matter of getting a run from every ball the rest of the way. And this can put you in the position of a score of around 240. This is going to be outside the line of off stump, not making any contact with it. So a precious dot ball. But where you are now, look at this. 227, you have another 8 balls remaining. So can you get somewhere around 10 to 12 runs the rest of the way? You would think that that would be a possibility. Up to the bowling now to restrict these runs. This is good bowling. Oh, I thought it was good bowling, but umpire Piyush Agram says, nope, you'll have to re-bowl that one. Just outside the line of that guideline. I'd probably want to see that again, because let's see. Oh, that's a bit of a harsh call. I think that ball may have just been inside the line. But of course, the line is not a hard line. It's a guideline, and it's still the umpire's discretion as to whether or not he gives those as wides. But umpire Piyush Agram thinking that that one was a wide. Now that is a good ball. Goes past the outside edge. Swipe and a miss. And now, on balance, given that the first 3 balls of this over went for 6 runs, the next 2 have only gone for a wide and 2 dots. And so, on balance, he's done well, but he needs to close out strongly here, Farhan Ali. And that is exactly what he does. A good delivery, has Arya Garg waving and missing at a few of those. That is the end of over number 44. Score after 44 is 228 for 8. So the last over is coming up, and you would think that this last over would be bowled by Farhan Ali. By Ryan Ahmed is what I meant. Farhan Ali's overs are done. He's bowled 9, 1 maiden, 2 for 41. And now it's going to be up to Ryan Ahmed to complete things. And this is really, really well done. And again, a brilliant fight back. Last over, down the ground. Should just be a single. They turn like they wanted to come back for the second, but no realistic shot there. So you're down to the last 5 balls. Absolute brilliant fight back for the red side. 229 runs. And for a while there, it didn't seem like they'd get anything near in fact, I didn't think they'd get anywhere near 110, 120. But they've absolutely fought back brilliantly. And by the way, we didn't acknowledge it when it happened. This partnership now worth 55 for the 9th wicket. Absolutely brilliant. Played down to long off. Do they want a second? They do come back for a second. Tell you what, there was something very casual about that fielding. And conceded a second run there much more easily than you thought that would have happened. Now, we do have some folks watching all around the country who are experts. And that's going to go away for 4. Mid-on is inside the circle. Why is mid-on inside the circle? Because of the penalty where you have to have an additional fielder inside. And he takes full advantage of it. Arya Gargan helps himself to 4 runs. So last 3 balls coming up. 235 on the board. And so this is what I started saying. We have experts watching all over the country. One of those experts is a man who you probably would have expected would have been here standing behind the stumps, Mr. Owen Brown. Owen Brown reminds us that when the bowler is bowling across the batter and the ball passes just inside the wide line, the wide guideline, the wide can be given by the umpire because of the angle that is created. So even though it's inside the line, then it can still be given as wide because of that angle that's created that makes the ball not reachable by the batters. So that's the advice given, or the knowledge passed on to us by Mr. Owen Brown. Lofted down the ground. Oh, puts it down. Didn't quite get the catch. They'll scramble for a couple. And so with 1 ball remaining here, you've come all the way back to where, look at this replay, lofted down the ground and he coming in off the roped field from long on and just maybe landing short of him. Anyway, this is the last ball coming up here. Played away square. There's a sweeper out there coming off the ropes. They'll come back for the second. Nothing to lose. Good strong throw, and they make it without much fuss. My goodness, 11 runs come from over number 45. And ladies and gentlemen, we've absolutely seen a brilliant fight back from the red team. Dead in the water at 84 for 7. They've come all the way back to get to 239 for 8. Look at the batters, the top of the order again, falling short of the mark. But starting with Abhinav Sudashanam, 52 from 51, and Shoaib Syed, 67 from 64, and Arya Garg, number 10, 33 from 29. Absolutely brilliant stuff overall. Scoring rate of 5.31 gets you to 239 for 8. For the bowlers, I thought they did well enough in spots, but also loose. 39 extras, I think, in fact 40 extras total tell the story there. Best of the bowlers for me, between it would probably have to be Tirth Patel, 8 overs, 2 for 27. 2 wickets for Farhan Ali, a little bit more expensive, and then 1 each for Ryan Ahmed, Fani Simhadri, and Krish Desai. Parth Patel and Pranav Madhusudana bowling but not taking any wickets, and then Sudana himself, Madhusudana, being a little bit expensive. So I think points will be going to the red team for having essentially extricated themselves from a really tricky situation, and that would have put MidWest on the back foot. But MidWest will know that they have the time to be able to put something on the board. So we will take a break here. I believe the break for lunch is about half an hour. We'll take that break and then we'll come back to see whether or not the MidWest can overhaul this total. In the meantime, going silent here from the fabulous Woodley Fields, right field at Woodley Park, and we'll come back for the chase right after lunch. We'll see you soon. Welcome back to sunny Southern California. Woodley Park, right field. This matchup between the red and Midwest sides in Group 2. I'll make that Group B. Started out as though the Midwest was going to win it in a cakewalk. The red were struggling. They lost all of their top order. They were 84 for 7. All of a sudden, a tremendous partnership for the 8th wicket worth 90 runs between Shoaib Syed and Abhinav Sudashanam. And then an unbroken partnership of 65 for the 9th wicket propelled the red team to 239 for 8. Absolutely brilliant innings by the lower order of the red team. And it now means that the Midwest is going to be made to work for this victory that they would expect to have had. And I think you can fairly assume that they would have thought halfway through the first innings that they would have gotten without much fuss. But it now means they have to work for it. And so I think that you'll see an interesting chase developing here. The man with the new ball warming up, or one of the two new balls warming up, about to bowl from the southern end of the ground, is Arya Garg. And Arya Garg is a left armer, in-swing bowler, and you'll see him bowling to the two batters for the Midwest. The captain, Fahad Babar, will take first strike. And the batter who is currently at the non-striker's end is Mitansh Nityanandam. I think that you'll see a very interesting chase developing here. 240 runs as a target is not a very easy one. And I think that you'll see that there is going to be some trepidation. And if they lose a couple quick wickets here, look out. Because this certainly is the type of innings that you've been put on the back foot by having given up as many runs as you did in the first place. And then if you lose a couple quick wickets at the same time, then that certainly can put you in the position of being on the defensive. So, left arm over the wicket, Arya Garg. First ball now to the captain, Fahad Babar. And a little bit of an in-swinger, very similar to what you'd expect and what you saw in the first innings. You see that the left arm seamers are able generally to swing the ball in. I'm right now thinking of the first delivery bowled by the left-handed brilliant bowler Fanis Simadri. The first delivery that he bowled was an in-swinging Yorker that would have dismissed many a batter in the world. And it's the type of delivery that Arya Garg can bowl. So let's see how well he's able to continue that. Well played by Fahad Babar. Played down the ground. A couple of dots here to start the chase. So at the start, you need to score at the rate of 5.33 and over to win. A couple of dot balls, so keep in mind that you're playing here in such a way that you're looking to overhaul a total that is a middling total. It's not the 120 that you thought you were going to have to chase, but it's also not 400 runs, 350 runs. So it might have you in two minds. In one mind, you might say, you know what, let's just go get these runs. And you're very aggressive. Look at this delivery again. This is what you want to do. We've talked about this a number of times. Bowling as a left armer over the wicket to a right-hander, or a right-hander bowling over the wicket to a left-hander. That angle that is created is one that can be used to great effect by the bowlers. So a few dot balls to start here. Make that 4 dot balls in a row. This is good bowling by Arya Garg. And so what I started saying is that if you're chasing a total in, let's say, in excess of 350 or so, then you have no choice. You have to go for it from ball 1. And then the other element is if you're chasing a total that is very low, like say under 100, then you know that you almost have to 100% be bowled out in order to get to that total. But these totals around 240 can be kind of tricky to know how to negotiate. This is played to mid-off, quick single. Oh, shy at the stumps. They're underway here. Quick pickup and a throw at the stumps by Abhinav Sudashanam. Not able to get anything on there, so the first run is on the board. And so I'm going to be really interested in seeing how they handle this chase, because you can go about it in a couple of different ways. You can just put the pedal to the metal and say, you know what, we're at the back end of the innings, we're not going to be in the championship game. Let's just make a hitting exhibition out of it. Or you could say, you know what, some of our players have not had much time in the middle, let's just treat the rest of this as batting practice. So we'll see how they approach it here. Last ball of over number 1. And that is a good ball, fended into the square leg area. 1 run comes from the first over. And a long way to go, but I think you've seen signs that the red team is up for the challenge. 1 without loss. So 1 without loss is your score after 1. First over bowled by Arya Garg, just conceded a single. And the second over about to be bowled by Varun Manta. And again, your opening batters are Fahad Babar and Mitanj Nityanandam. And it's a double left arm attack. Always room for a good left arm seamer in any cricket side. Left arm seamers are particularly useful because, number 1, there's not a lot of them around, or should I say there's not a lot of us around. And then number 2, because when they swing the ball, they swing it generally across or into the right-handed batters. Most swing bowlers swing the ball away from right-handers. So essentially you're giving right-handers a different look. And you also have the option of slanting that ball across them. So that's all of those reasons why having 2 left armers open the bowling is generally a very good thing. If you have good enough fast bowlers and they happen to be left-handed, that's definitely to your advantage. A couple of dot balls here. That last one just a little too straight, but didn't get much damage from it. So said it earlier, 3 different sections or sessions in terms of the power play overs 1 through 9. You can only have 2 fielders outside the circle. Those 2 fielders down at backward square leg, or really it's a deep wideish fine leg and deep third. Those are the 2 outside. Similar delivery to the previous one, so 3 dot balls in a row now. So overs 1 through 9, you can have as many as 2 outside the circle. Overs 16 through 30, I'm sorry, 10 through 36. You can have as many as 4 outside the circle. Overs 9 through 45, as you see where the fielders are right now. The fielders at 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock are the 2 outside. Oh, lifting delivery. And it goes through to wicketkeeper Unmuk Chan. Doesn't collect it cleanly, but if you can see that fielding graphic again, that's a good representation. So as of right now, you're looking at 10 o'clock and 2 o'clock. Those are you 2 outside the circle, everyone else inside. And that gives you a sense of where you have to be and what the restrictions are. Now, between overs 30 or overs 10 and 36, you are restricted to 4 outside the circle, and then between 37 and 45 you can have as many as 5. But all of that assumes that you get through your overs on time. In other words, there's a limited amount of time in which you need to bowl your overs. If you do not meet the requirement, the timing requirement, let's say you get through over 42 and you run out of time, then overs, oh, look at this simple catch to mid-on. Look at this, that is a captain who chips the tamest of catches to mid-on, and the first wicket goes down. Fahad Babar chips out tamely to mid-on, and all of a sudden the Midwest is 1-for-1. I'll get back to my explanation about the field restrictions in a minute, because this is a big moment in this match. Fahad Babar is not only the captain, but is likely their best batter. And look at this, just easily chipping it. Boy, a bit of a nothing shot, has to be said. And you see him at the bottom of your screen there with his hand on his hip, knowing that he could have done better with that than what he did. Maybe he was trying to play that straight, but in any event, did not put much power in it. You would think with that length that he could have just gone straight down the ground, but managed to somehow just chip it straight to mid-on at the edge of the circle, who gleefully accepted that catch. And that is the end of Fahad Babar, and that is a big moment in this match. As I said, Fahad Babar faced 11 deliveries, and the 11th of those deliveries took a wicket, and all of a sudden the Midwest is 1-for-1. So that's the end of over number 2. Varun Mantha strikes in his first over, and this is now going to be Arya Garg to continue. Bowling his second over, the new batter is Kevin Phillip. Kevin Phillip, the non-striker, and right now this is Nityanandam who's on strike. Who's now on strike. What a moment in the match this is. I will tell you this. You've had 13 deliveries in this match. 12 of this innings, rather. 12 of the 13 have been dot balls. One of those dot balls produced a wicket, and the only other eventuality, the only other result has been a single. And so you're absolutely starting out well here, defending this total of 240. Next delivery, play to mid-on, no run. So you're building pressure. You're absolutely building pressure. At the beginning of the innings, the required rate was 5.33. But little by little, with all these dot balls, you see that required rate sneaking upward. It is now up to 5.6. And pay attention to how those numbers move. Because remember, for much of the innings, the red team had a rate of around 2.5, 3, and they accelerated toward the back end beautifully to the point now that they got all the way to 239. So in order to overtake that half or that total, you need to score at the rate of 5.33 and over. But with each dot ball, that required rate goes up. And so you're 3 deliveries into over number 3, the required rate already at 5.62. And that's yet another dot. So Nityanandam has faced 5 deliveries, has not yet scored, not yet gotten off the mark. Kevin Phillip has not yet faced. So 2 balls remaining here in over number 3. And these 2 left-arm pace bowlers are doing really good things here with the ball for the red team. In addition to the fact that they accelerated so well to put together a big total, a decent total. Played off the back foot, but straight to backward points. No run there. 1 ball remaining in over number 3. So the bowlers have absolutely come to the party so far, it looks like. And what you're going to want to do now is just make sure that you can continue pushing along and applying the pressure that you need to apply. The last ball coming up here in over number 3. How do you make sure that you manufacture or keep manufacturing this pressure? Here's that last ball. Dot ball. Look at that. 18 balls have been bowled in this over. 17 of the 18 have been dots. So, wicket maiden. Maybe not a wicket maiden. There's a wicket that fell in the second over, but a maiden over in the third. And the score after 3 is 1-for-1. So 3 overs up. 1 run on the board, believe it or not, and 1 wicket already back in the hutch. That 1 wicket being the big wicket of Fad Babar. It's now going to be Varun Mantha to continue from the northern end. Played on the ground toward mid-on. And they sneak a single. So that's only the 2nd run. And they're making this chase look like it's going to be very difficult because they're starting here, Midwest, in a very sedate fashion. Don't know that you want to take many risks because you have a very long way of going, and 5.7 runs and over is still less than a run a ball. Still need another 239 in the next 251 balls, but you cannot afford to allow pressure to build up because that's where batters can sometimes do silly things. This is an edge and gone! Slash and a miss, and it is Mitansh Nityanandam who tries to go through the offside, and I said miss. He didn't miss it. It kissed off the outside edge, and Unmuk Chand is only too happy to snap up that gift. So the 2nd wicket is down, and ladies and gentlemen, the score is 2 for 2. Mitansh Nityanandam dismissed, and unfortunately for the Midwest, this is now starting to look very ominous because they've gotten themselves in the position now where they are going to have to not lose wickets at the rate at which they've done so far. And you see the reaction there from Mitansh Nityanandam because he knows that that ball, he could have easily either left it alone or absolutely thrown the bat at it. He didn't either. Bit of a half-hearted poke outside off stump. And he loses his wicket. That ball kissing off the edge, and Unmuk Chand, who would be disappointed in not having disturbed the scorers today, but he does his part with the glove in hand, or gloves in hand, and that is wicket number 2. Bhavya Mehta, the wicket-keeper batter, is now going to be on strike. All of a sudden, Kevin Phillip, who has 1 run to his name, is a senior partner. Oh, that curls away down the leg side. You saw those types of deliveries earlier. And it's going to be up to the red team to know that they need to keep that type of pressure on. And what I mean by that is you're not going to maintain pressure if you consistently give away wides. You've seen that happen a lot in the first innings. And it's going to be up to them to keep the ball on the right lines. Look at this, going past the outside edge. Just watching for the umpires here. No signal there. In fact, the one signal that umpire Avik Gangopadhyay gave was to his partner, signaling that there's 2 balls left. Make that 3 balls left. Solid in defense, back to the bowler himself, no run. So now there's 2 balls left. And boy, I'll tell you that when you have the situation that you've lost wickets and you're wanting to maintain a decent scoring rate, you're going to have to figure out how to get the ball off the square. You've not quite yet figured out how to do that, it doesn't look like. And you're going to essentially have to figure out a way of being able to change the conversation and allow the batters the freedom to start playing shots, because as of right now, this is good, solid bowling, and the bowling itself has been of a caliber that is going to make things difficult for the batters. That is the end of the over. Another brilliant over. 4 overs in the books, the score is 3 for 2. 3 for 2 is your score, if you can believe that. Another 237 runs needed in the next 246 balls. Batters, Kevin Phillip, 1 from 1. Baviametta, none from 4. It is Kevin Phillip who's on strike. There is that angle across the right-handed batter from the left-handed Arya Garg. So you've started out very well here, and this is really turning into a brilliant partnership, meaning a bowling partnership, because this pair, right-handed bowlers, or sorry, left-handed bowlers, both bowling to the right-handed batters, and they're asking serious questions here of the stop order. And yet another dot ball here, so they've gotten themselves in the position where they've built pressure. That pressure is still there, and more than anything else, they've shown that if you keep the ball in the right areas and don't spray it around the place. There's been one wide, went down the leg side, that was in the previous over, but everything else has been in or around or on the stumps and around that off stump line, making it difficult to score off of. Slanting across the left-hander, across the right-hander, but not wide enough for umpire Piyush Agram to determine anything other than just a dot. So this is a really good bowling effort so far by this opening pair. Let's see what we have here. Next delivery. Played away square. And this is a runs for the first time. That might go all the way for 4. A long sprint. Look at that effort by the fielder running around from point. Unfortunately for him, he cannot pull it back, and it goes away for 4. So it's a great effort. Gave it his all, sprinting across the carpet, and a despairing dive at the end, but not able to prevent it from going over the rope. So that is the first boundary. Maybe this relieves a little bit of the pressure. Look at this driven square. Look at the fielder coming around from the right of your screen, a diving effort, not quite able to get to it, and so that puts you in the position where you can breathe a little bit now. The first boundary has been struck, and here we go again. Played into the same direction. Boo, good diving stop that time. That is a great piece of work by Rishi Ramesh, the captain, and that prevents that one from going to the rope. So they'll get a single here. And 1 ball remaining in this over number 5. Current run rate, 1.66, my goodness. You need from here to score at 5.78, so you have some work to do to get caught up. And look at how Arya Garg closes out this over. It's going to be important to make sure that the pressure stays on. Great ball, goes past the outside edge. Unmuk Chand with the collection. A dot ball closes things out in over number 5. End of 5, the score is 8 for 2. So 8 for 2 is your score. This is Vermanta again. In the air, just to the left of the fielder at short backward square leg. He'll come back for a couple runs. That is Shreyan Satish, who's at backward square leg. And so for a split second, I just thought that he might have had an opportunity to complete a catch there. But in looking back at that, it was actually relatively far away from him. So a bit of a nervous shot that time by Kevin Phillip, but I think it's fair to say that it was well clear of Shreyan Satish. Next delivery. The Defended to Rishi Ramesh himself at short cover, who simultaneously feels the ball and his hat. So you're looking now for another 130, make that 230 runs in the next 238 balls. So you're actually approaching now where you'll need to score at a run a ball. And while that doesn't sound like much in terms of a scoring rate or required rate, especially in the age of T20, this is lofted in the air. My goodness, not really judged well. And he runs back. He will want, Remandar will want to have turned around and gone back to get that one, as opposed to running backwards, backpedaling. And just in keeping with what I've said earlier about this being a coaching opportunity for any kids who are watching, the ball is lofted in the air like that over your head. You're much better off turning and running backwards while keeping your head behind you, as opposed to backpedaling. If you're backpedaling, you're off balance, and if obviously you can't run very fast backpedaling. And I think if he turns around and runs back to get that Remandar, he may well have had a better chance for a catch. Next delivery, played into that short mid-wicket area. Rishi Ramesh again, no run. So you're essentially, you had the opportunity for a different outcome there, because you could have potentially picked up a wicket. Let's see whether or not that has anything to do with what happens from this stage onward. Kevin Phillip would have been a big wicket to get. And Bhavya Mehta, who is now on strike, he'd also be a big wicket. Ooh, struck him, I think, much higher than umpire Avik Gangopadhyay would have liked. So dot ball, so one ball. Look at this replay coming up. I think this is bouncing over the top. Pitches in line and straightens, but yes, this misses the batting or the pads completely and hits the thigh pad. So that's comfortably bouncing over the top. Said it earlier, I think that the umpiring has been of a very high standard, and I think it's important to acknowledge that. Last ball coming up here in over number 6. Defended into that short extra cover area. No run there. That completes over 6. In the T20 era, we would have ordinarily been saying this is the end of the power play, but that's not the case here in a 45 over match. 3 more overs remaining in the first power play, and that's the end of 6. The score is 11 for 2. So 11 for 2, continuing with Arya Garg. His 4th over about to start. Bowled overs 1, 3, and 5. Solid in defense that time. So Arya Garg and Varun Mantha, again, both left arm quicks. Both so far very accurate. One loose delivery that was put away for 4. One wide that was sprayed down the leg side, but apart from that, everything else has been on target. And just now a little bit of wind picking up, coming from sort of the southeast. As you look at your screen, it's coming from your bottom right to your top left, and that means if you hit the ball in the air from here, you can certainly see how it could potentially be an issue. Not exactly sure what this is. Bit of, oh, there's a snake. There's a snake on the pitch. I don't know that I've ever seen this in the middle of a cricket match. There is literally a snake, and I hope they don't kill it. There is, we're a little far away from it from here. It appears to be a venomous coral snake, but I'm actually not sure. Well, earlier we had a dog across the screen, now across the field. Now there's a snake. And I would like to think that somebody will come and retrieve the snake without killing it. One of God's creatures. I don't think there's any need to hurt it. Ah, my goodness. Of all the things, in fact, I think I'll go see if I can take care of that. Okay, I was about to go and get rid of the snake, and I've just been informed by Mr. Hassan that he only has one commentator, so I need to stay where I am. So I really do hope that nobody kills this snake. And in many ways, snakes get the raw end of the deal, and people's default position is to kill them more than just to let them live. I do like the fact that nobody has yet attempted to kill it. Yeah, it's right there. There is a literal snake. It's probably a foot and a half, 18 inches at the most. Yeah. Okay, so they're bringing a whole tractor out to get rid of the snake, and I'm not sure why that's necessary. I just hope they don't kill it. I really do hope they don't kill it. Okay, good. I like the fact that they're using, yes, that's what I love to see. So they've used a broom to sweep the snake up, and now they're driving the snake, hopefully to greener pastures. I have seen cricket matches disturbed. I've seen cricket matches disturbed for a number of different reasons. I have never seen a cricket match disturbed because of the presence of a slithering reptile. And there we see, I really do hope that he just throws the snake in the bushes over at mid-wicket as opposed to killing it. And see. Really hard to see what that was. And maybe we have some expert assistance in being able to identify that exact snake later on. But that, ladies and gentlemen, is an interruption that you don't have very often. Anyway, back to the action on the field. Arya Garg. Oh, great ball. Goes across the batter. And Unmuk Chan not exactly collecting it cleanly. No run. So we've just been informed that number one, it was a non-venomous snake. It was a garter snake. And then number two, they were very explicit in stating that it was not killed. It was simply moved off of the field. And I absolutely love to hear that. So, this is the first that I've ever seen that happen, though. So, oh, what happened here? Oh, my goodness. Oh, two men at the same end. But this time the ball ricocheted far enough away for them to complete a run without much fuss. So, a long way to go here, but I will say that that has to be one of the moments, not just of this match, not just of the tournament, but of my career. I don't know that I've ever seen that happen before. Hammered away for four. That is a confident stroke, stand and deliver. Gave him width, and he jumped all over it. Bhavya Mehta. That is a confident looking shot. And that reminds us that we still have a match going on, and we still have a total that we need to chase. So that is cut away fearsomely to backward point. 2 runs on make that 2 balls remaining in over number 7. And 16 runs are on the board. So your target is 240. You've essentially gotten off very slowly, but that does put you in the position there after that shot of allowing you to remember that there is a match that you need to win and there are runs that you need to defend. So the red team, after a very strong start, Just that one loose delivery reminds you that if you make a mistake, good batters will still hurt you. Next ball, short delivery. Played into the short mid-wicket area. No run. I don't know that you want to bowl that length because you've essentially been a lot more threatening, especially with the new ball. Each of these balls, of course, at this stage, one ball is 4 overs old, the other one is 3 overs old. So the ball is still relatively new, so you get much more out of your efforts if you pitch the ball up and allow the swing, especially the left arm natural in-swing to the right-handers, to take over. That's better for me. Looking for a quick single here. They'll get there, but for me that's better than looking to knock it in short. 6 runs come from that over, an eventful one that also saw an interruption because all of a sudden the right field at Woodley Park became a snake crossing. After 7, the score is 17 for 2. So back here to live action at the Woodley Field, or Woodley Park right field. Arya Garg and Varun Mantha, your 2 opening bowlers. This is Varun Mantha, who is into his 4th over. So we're 3 delivers remaining here in over number 8. And that is played away through the offside into snake territory, I believe. That goes away. That goes away for 4. So it's a good looking shot. And by the way, we missed a couple of boundaries. The first one was 4, and then the second one also struck away for 4. So again, just losing the disciplines a little bit. There's 2 left arm fast bowlers, and you've gotten to the stage now where you're starting to get the Midwest to think that they have an opportunity to get back into this game, and those disciplines still need to be what you'd expect. And the idea here, it really can be very simple. Keep it on a length, just short of a driving length, on or around off stump. That simple formula can help you build pressure, and building pressure is where you get wickets. So, long way of saying, don't go for the glory ball, just simply work on building pressure. A little bit wide of off stump, a wave and a miss, that time by Baviameta, no run. So a couple of dot balls after those couple of boundaries to start over number 8. 215 runs needed from the next 224 balls. So certainly everything's still within range, and there is no one team that has a nose up on the other at this stage. And now a change in action, interestingly. Talked a lot about the fact that the left arm going over the wicket to the right hander is generally the better one, but now it changes, goes around the wicket. Oh, looks to play it on the offside, not getting anything on it. There's a slip fielder in position. A fielder at slip is Rehman Dar, and maybe what you're trying to do here, Varun Mantha, is to slant the ball in and then bowl a cutter. In other words, try to get it to pitch and leave the right-handed batter, and that's also why you have a slip there. That's played into the offside. A couple of dot balls. In fact, 4 consecutive dot balls after. Make that 3 consecutive dot balls after the. No, that's the end of the over. My apologies. So 4 dot balls at the end of the over. The first 2 were put away for 4, but after that, they did well enough to limit the damage. So 8 runs coming from the over from the first 2 balls. And the end of 8, the score is 25 for 2. So 25 for 2. Quick look at the field as Kevin Phillip is about to take strike from Arya Garg. There is mid-on and mid-off. Mid-off is a little bit deep, just outside the circle. And a deep fine leg, a deep backward square leg. I'm sorry, a deep, appeal for a catch. No, not going to go. Is it? Yes, he's going to go. My goodness, a big thick edge. In fact, initially, I thought that umpire Piyush Agram was shaking his head no, but I think he was shaking his head saying that was such an obvious edge that you didn't need to even walk. So we'll get back to the field in a second because that is a big wicket. Arya Garg has gotten Kevin Phillip to edge through to Unmuk Chand. Unmuk Chand has taken his second wicket, or second catch rather. And in fact, I think that Arya Garg will probably at some point have a quiet word whispered in his ear that says something along the lines of, you are required to turn around and appeal. So he took off celebrating before even turning around to acknowledge, at least act like he was asking the question of the umpire. And the umpire is generally required. In fact, the rules of cricket state that you need to appeal. But look at this. Over the wicket, there's an angle again, reaching well outside the line of off stump. He's already running down the wicket and celebrating. So Arya Garg is going to want to not do that. But big picture, that is a wicket. Unmuk Chand takes his second catch and 3 wickets are down. Arya Garg now into over number 9. This is his fifth over rather. They're keeping the strike bowlers on. It's something you like to see. Build that pressure and force these batters to reckon with the best bowlers in the side. So, Bhavya Mehta is on the non-strikers at 13 from 17. The new batter is now Parth Patel. Parth Patel is the middle order batter, off spinner and vice captain. And we'll see exactly how well he can maneuver his team from this situation because it is a tricky one. 215 needed from 221 balls, so it's by no means an easy task. And Arya Garg has a head of steam and he's fired up. Here we go. Well played. Defended into the outside, no run. Off the middle of the bat that time. So you've essentially gotten yourself in a position where if you put in your mind the fact that you'll be dedicated to the task at hand, then you will be able to weather the storm. Now, if you try to play rash strokes, then that obviously puts you in a much more difficult position. Arya Garg again bowling really well. 4.2 overs, 1 for 12. Appeal for leg before, nothing at all going for that shot though. Left armour over the wicket. And with that angle, didn't get much swing on that delivery, so it would have been pitching well outside the line of leg stump. Plus, it was bouncing over the top, so not a lot going for that shout, but importantly, it's another dot ball. Here's a replay. From that angle, you certainly see how high it was, and then maybe we'll see that other replay from the over the bowler's arm, and that will show that it pitched outside the line of leg stump. Driven to mid-off, looking for a quick single. Good reaction here from the fielder at mid-off. Looking at that replay again, this is the LBW shot. Oh yeah, this is pitching a mile outside the line of leg stump. So, for those not familiar with the rules of cricket, a ball that pitches outside the line of leg stump, by definition, you cannot be given out LBW on those. There's a number of different conditions that need to be satisfied in order for the umpires to acknowledge LBW in the affirmative, and that's one of them. Ooh, short delivery. That had some gas behind it. So changing things up here a little bit, Arya Garg. Saw him knock one in short. A couple of wickets already, and most times when you have a batter who, or bowler rather, who takes a wicket, that generally tends to fire him up. That time he saw full evidence of it. So what does he do with this last ball? One delivery remaining in over number 9. This is his 5th over, Arya Garg. Here's that over. Here's the delivery. Played in front of the stumps. No run there. Excellent over. A wicket maiden, in fact. End of over number 9. Arya Garg 1 for 12 from his 5 overs. The score is 25 for 3. 25 for 3 is your score after 8. I don't know that I ever introduced myself. This is Brian Walters, and you've been hearing me for the last several hours. But if you want to hear another voice, I am so happy to be joined here in the commentary area by Mr. Ghulam Saeed. Ghulam, good afternoon. How you doing?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Brian. I'm doing fantastic.
So, you obviously have a lot to do with what has happened here this week. So, for those who are not familiar with your role, give people a little bit of a sense of, number one, what it takes to get everybody here. Number two, your part to play in all of this.
Thank you, Brian. This is actually a team effort to get to the senior nationals of our senior men's nationals in LA. It's a combination of many volunteers and organizers across the country. That includes U.S. cricket staffs, coaches, managers, organizers, volunteers across the country. This is the final results that we are seeing here. What a beautiful day! I am a cricket servant, would I like to call it. My role is currently the domestic operations manager. I'm in the domestic operations committee, and I have few of my colleagues, and together we are responsible for the domestic operations in the U.S. And then we also have an international operations headed by one of our leaders.
So 3 deliveries into over number 10. 25 for 3 is your score. You have been involved essentially the entire year in putting together these tournaments and making sure that the logistics are covered, making sure the selection happens, making sure that the players are in the position to give a good account for themselves. So I guess my question to you is, after this tournament ends and cricket is done for the year, what are you going to do with your time?
Well, I can definitely use some time. It has been a roller coaster journey for all of us since March-April timeline when we started our Pathway program. This is not the only program, the Pathway. This is the senior adults, and we also have junior Pathway program that includes our under 19, under 15, and we have our youth program that goes for U11 and U13. So there has been a several Pathway program that we have been running. Yeah, it takes a village to do that, obviously. And then once again, I mean, I cannot be thankful enough to, since our journey started early in March, when I got involved in, it has been a pleasure and a great experience to meet a lot of cricket lovers across the country who are willing to step up to the plate and help and organize and assist U.S. cricket operations.
That is absolutely fantastic. And those of us who, let's just say, have been around a while and have seen different iterations of cricket know that this is not an easy job that you've taken up. By the way, that is a brilliant over just now bowled by Varun Mantha. That is his last over, or not his last over, I'm sorry. That is his 5th over. He's taken 2 wickets, 2 for 14, 1 maiden. And after 10, the score is 26 for 3. So, in fact, before we even go any further, quick look at the match summary. The red team batted first, and they got to 239 for 8, courtesy of good innings by Shobab Syed and 67 from 54, and Abhinav Sudashanam 52 from 51. And now the Midwest in reply are 26 for 3, struggling a little bit, scoring at the rate of 2.6 and over. They need to accelerate that scoring rate to around 6. In fact, as of right now, they need more than a run a ball the rest of the way. So, back to you, Mr. Golam. So, first of all, remind us where you live.
I'm from Minneapolis.
Minneapolis.
Yeah.
So there are a number of places in the country where you can play cricket year-round. In Texas, where I live, we can play cricket probably 10 months out of the year. I would imagine in Minneapolis you're not playing cricket right now.
We are, no, this is right about freezing when I left.
Oh
So, so outdoor cricket is not for us, so most of the year. But we do take full advantage of our summer and spring weather. Try to extend the season as much as we can, outdoor-wise. But there's the indoor activity as well.
So, part of the conversation that you all would have in terms of the logistics is where to host these tournaments. So give me a sense of what goes into the decision of playing at Woodley versus playing in Prairie View, about 120 miles where I live, versus playing in Grand Prairie. Talk about what happens and what takes place in those conversations to make you have the right decision made.
Absolutely. So it is a combination of a lot of people putting their thoughts and ideas together. Most of the scheduling of the grounds are based on availability, based on some of the logistics that we have to. There's a lot of folks are traveling across the country. Depends on what season or what month we're having the tournament. We have our history of learning from the previous events where some venue could be 50-50 chance of rain in certain months. So based on that and based on our roadmap, we place or schedule those grounds accordingly. Obviously there are a lot of activities across the country, so we also have to look at availability as well. So the sooner we plan, the more availability that we are expecting. But Los Angeles has been a great venue for us for over the years. So as
let's
other
just
grounds.
acknowledge before we go any further, that shot by Bhavya Mehta was a brilliant square cut. Ariagar getting that one just a little too wide and a little too short and helped away for 4 through backward points. So the score is now 30 for 3. 3 deliveries into over number 11. You see it on that replay. That ball was there to be hit, absolutely there to be hit, and he climbed into it. It just goes to show that even if you start out going in that direction, you sort of have to still maintain your disciplines and get the ball in the right areas. And so let me get you to talk about this tournament in particular.
Yep.
What is the reasoning behind the composition of the teams? Talk a little bit about what the expected outcome is, and then maybe 1 or 2 of either the teams or the players who you'd expect would have made a name for themselves this week.
Well, Brian, that's a question probably up to our national selectors panel.
Oh no, I'm putting you on the spot right now.
Yeah,
I need your 11 right now.
I'll tell you what I know and what
Sure.
I can share. So, there's a lot
Before you go any further, I do have to acknowledge, so everything that Arya Garg and Varun Mantha were doing so far had been working, But Ari Garg is choosing to go short. And when you go short and wide, you get cut away for 4. If you go short and a little bit wider and a little bit shorter, then you get cut over deep third for 4. So it just goes to show that some part of you needs to maintain your disciplines. Anyway,
Yep.
sorry to steal your thought. Go ahead.
That's okay. So, so as you know, that we just finished our under 19 nationals in Paramveer Complex in Atlanta, Georgia, and then this is our senior national. So both of this age group, there is a plan for our cricket committee, cricket development committee, and the cricket board. We have a certain plan that we're executing on. There will be additional selection to make certain teams, and then there are a few planned for the rest of the year. That's something that is being discussed. This has not been made public yet, but it's coming through very soon. There's some very, I would say, fascinating, also plans coming through, which something would give our players something to look forward to.
Very interesting. Okay, better delivery. Still a bit too much on the shorter side for me, but at least the line was better. And that is the end of over number 11. Ari Garg has bowled 6 overs, 1 for 20. And I would guess that he would be taken off after this over because you still want to make sure that there's 3 overs left at the back end if you need him. So that is the end of over number 11. Score is 34 for 3. So, as I was saying, boy, they're angels walk among us. So, tell me now about some of the individual players that have caught your eye as you've been in the tournament so far, as you've seen the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure you probably heard that the 2 centuries today on the far ground from here. This, I believe, the Sushant and another player has. I think Cheyenne also got a century.
The moral of that story that you just said: if you want something done right, call somebody from Texas.
Yeah, that's true.
Both Sushant Madani and Cheyenne Jahangir, both from Houston.
From Houston, absolutely.
So there you go. And the commentator, and the media crew.
And Aaron Jones has 2 so far.
Aaron Jones had 2 in 2 days.
He may be hitting his hat trick today.
Who did?
He did two in a row, 2 centuries in a row.
Okay, right,
Yeah,
exactly.
and the third one probably on his way.
Ooh.
So we're looking forward to that. So yes, and then we have a 5-wicket haul yesterday as well. And then, so yeah, there are some key performances so far. The pitch has been great here in LA.
Very interesting. And so, yes, if you're playing as a side, you want to be the team that wins the championship. But it's also important for you to make a good name for yourself individually. That even if your team itself doesn't do well, you can have the opportunity to to catch the selector's eyes, if you will.
Absolutely. And our respected member of our selection panels are actually they're watching the game very closely, and they're looking at the performances, especially coming from the players who are not yet well known at the national level, but they're searching for new talent. They're searching for the additional talent that they can see and they can potentially keep in their mind for the for immediate future use selection.
Very interesting. So before the tournament would have started, you all would have had plans and drawn up contingencies, playing conditions, etc. Is there anything in the playing conditions that addresses, oh, did he take that? I think he may have taken it, and then I think he dropped it, and then I don't see that he recaptured it. And now I believe he's going to need medical attention because he may have split the webbing on his hand or a fingernail. I want to see what that looks like. Oh, my goodness. The reaction from those players in the foreground might tell the story. Is it a dislocation? Let's see what happens here. Tossed up, struck right back at him. Oh, did he take that catch? He did take the catch. Oh my goodness. So the bigger concern here, I think, is that he may have dislocated. Oh, see the reaction? See the reaction, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not laughing at what's on the screen. What happened off the screen is what I'm laughing at. But I think he may have dislocated a finger. So look at this. Struck hard at this angle. And couldn't quite see it. That right there grabbed it, so he took the catch. And this missed the player. So let's give him full credit for that. But that medical attention that he's getting right now, to me, is an indication that he may have either dislocated his finger. You see that replay, struck right in his hand, and that ball hits very hard. Look at that. That is brilliant. But he paid the price for it, where he, I think, dislocated the finger. Now, he appears to be walking off, and can't quite see it there. Maybe we don't want a close-up of that, because if you've never dislocated your finger before, never had it injured by a cricket ball, see if they can tell anything from this angle. It struck maybe on the left palm or right palm. In any event, let's give him full credit for having taken the catch. And this is Hassan showing off with his technical ability. So it looks to be ring finger and left palm all at the same time. So again, full credit to Shoaib Saeed for having taken that catch. But he unfortunately is going to have to walk off. Now, in a cricket match, for those of you who are not aware, the only way that you are not, if you don't finish an over, the only way that you don't finish an over that you start is due to injury. So if you're injured in the process of bowling an over, then somebody else needs to come on and bowl that over for you, or finish your over for you. So here we see that struck really hard back at him. Now, the important issue there is that each bowler is limited to 1/5 the total number of overs to be bowled, and not a ball more. So I guarantee you that the person who bowls this one ball is not going to be a frontline bowler. It may be the worst bowler. It may be the worst bowler in the side. Because if, for example, you bowl one over here, or one ball here, that effectively becomes your an over for you later on. So you can't bowl more than 1/5 of the overs in the side, or to be bowled in the match. So that means that the man who's now coming in to bowl, Abhinav Sudashanam, that tells you what they think about whether or not they need him to bowl the entirety of the innings. So he'll come in, he'll bowl one ball. Worst case scenario, he gets hit for 6, and then the frontline bowlers will take over again. So coming in to the last ball here of over number 12. And again, let's pay full credit to Shoaib Saeed for having taken a spectacular return catch, injured himself in the process. And that goes by and misses. In fact, it was not adjudged as wide. So that is the last ball of over number 12. Over number 12 ends with the wicket fallen, and the two batters at the crease are Pranav Mahadou Sudana and Parth Patel. The score after 12 is 35 for 4. Quick look at the fall of the wickets here. 4 wickets have fallen so far. First one, look at that simple catch taken at mid-on. The captain dismissed. Next one, a catch by Unmuk Chand. This one also a catch by Unmuk Chand. And then this last one here. This would have hurt, but that is a brilliant reaction. And looking at his reaction there, Shoaib side is that he flashed his left hand and looked at his left hand. So obviously it was his left hand that was injured there. So new bowler coming into the attack to bowl over number 13. This is Shreyan Satish. Shreyan Satish, another man from Texas, from Houston. Shreyan Satish, I would say, is about 20 or so years old by now. I personally have known Shreyan Satish when he was maybe a 10-year-old.
Oh, really? Yeah.
So it's been a while, so it's really satisfying to see him grow up and play the level of cricket that he's playing right now. Of course, his younger brother, Aryan Satish, is also in this tournament.
Yep.
And overall, a credit to the family, as well as a credit to the city of Houston. So 35 for 4. Shreyan Satish with 1 ball bowled in his first over. And I think you'll see, just waiting for, oh, okay, umpires are checking on something, but I think they've gotten it squared away now. Next delivery by Shreyan Satish. This one is going to be adjudged as wide. And I think that you'll see that more than anything else, Shreyan Satish is going to need to just maintain his lines and making sure that everything that he does is within the bounds of what is needed by his side. This is played to mid-wicket, a lot straighter. Really, I said mid-wicket, more mid-on. And from where you are now, you had a little bit of pressure built. And to the extent that you need to start building or maintaining that pressure, I think that you've seen that the conditions are such that that overall required rate is sneaking upward. It's now above a run a ball played into the offside, and it's obviously when it's above a run a ball, every single dot ball makes it go up, but it's also the case that every single makes it go up. So your required rate now is 6.28. You need another 204 from 195, and you're outside of the first power play, so you can have as many as 4 outside of the circle. There's a deep point, there's a deep third, there's a deep backward square leg, so those are the 3 outside. You can have as much as 1 more. I like the fact that you don't have all 4 outside because you're maintaining still a very aggressive field. That gives you a good look of where the field is set right there. Top left of your screen, maybe not top left, in the background, there's the fielder at deep third. Off to the left, coming to the left of your screen right now, just to the left there, there's a sweeper out there. Then on the opposite side of the field, there's a man at deep backward square leg. Full toss, looking for the Yorker, ended up bowling a low full toss, but it goes away for dot. 1 ball remaining here in over number 13. So Golan,
Yes.
next question for you. Who do you expect to win this tournament tomorrow? Yes, I'm putting you under pressure.
Great question. I don't have any favorite.
That is a lifting delivery on off stump. How are you going to handle it?
I have my, well, you know, I have my favorites, but I can't tell you.
Oh, am I going to get a catch here?
Yep.
No, I'm not going to get a catch. Oh, look at that effort, running backward. I'll tell you what, off the bat, I thought that that was going to go in our direction. Sanat Mishra running backward, looking over his shoulder. That's never easy. Actually got much closer to it than I thought he would have. And he actually gets enough to keep it from going over the rope. So the batters get 2 runs, but that's a good piece of fielding to close out over number 13. 2 runs coming from that last over, or from that last ball. 3 runs from the over. The score after 13 is 38 for 4. So you're about to tell me who you think is going to win this whole thing?
I think the best team will win this tournament. That for sure.
Yes.
But may the best
The
team win this
look
tournament.
you.
But as a matter of fact, I think what you're looking at is the 8 teams. These are the players that have been selected from across the country, and they all deserve to win this tournament. Coming to this tournament is also a win for us because we did bring all the talents in the country in one place, one umbrella. So
If that is not the most political answer I have ever heard in my entire life.
I am from Midwest, so I have, it's like you like Houston, right? So that's Southwest team. They're doing really good, by the way.
All right. So, by the way, you'll note who is bowling right now. That is Shoaib Syed himself.
He's back.
So he's back into the attack after having left the field briefly to treat his hand, and thankfully it is his left hand that has been injured. Well, you're not happy that he got injured, but it would be much more difficult to resume bowling if it was his bowling hand that was injured. This one, these are buys actually. I thought that was a wide. I thought it went down the leg side, but umpire Avik Gangopadhyay believing that that one actually went over the top of leg stump. So, I thought he was going to have a chance for another return catch, but this time he didn't exactly go at this one with zeal. Look at this wide again. Let's see if we can pick up, or the non-wide, if you will. He moves right across, and it turned. Maybe you think that it would have bounced over the top of leg stump, but you also think that that might have missed leg stump. So umpires generally give as wides anything that goes down the leg side. That time, Avik Gangopadhyay determining that that would not have been a wide. So, no question that the umpires themselves are absolutely doing well here.
He's from Minnesota.
Okay, so down the track driving, oh, good diving, stopping the covers. And so you were saying that Mr. Madhusudana is from Minnesota.
Yep.
Tell us more about him.
A fantastic player. Seen him since he was in his teenage. Have been performing really well in the local leagues. He also got selected for the Teen 20 Nationals earlier this year and represented Midwest. Very good, well-set batsman and a good off spinner. One of the two players that have representing from Minnesota to the Midwest team. The other player is Taha Faruqi. You probably will see him today. He's a left-arm seamer.
Very interesting. So 42 for 4. The scoring rate is exactly 3. The required rate is 6.39. And so a long way to go, but I think that you'll see, and by the way, it appears as though I'm losing for the moment my commentating partner, Mr. Ghulam Saeed. Thank you very much, sir. And it's going to be Shreyan Satish to continue. Bowled over 13, and he's now going to be bowling over number 15. Bowling now to Parth Patel. Parth Patel 5 from 18. Looks for the big drive. Doesn't really time it. Comes off a thick inside edge, and the bowler himself collects it. No run. So 42 for 4. 198 runs needed in the next 186 balls. 6 wickets in hand. It's absolutely doable, and maybe you're even Stevens here in terms of who you think is going to win this match. But there's no question that you've been sent back or set back by some huge losses so far, including the captain Fahad Babar, who was the first wicket. Great delivery, Yorker length. Oh, what happened here? Took a shot at the stumps after the ball was played right back to him, Shreyan Satish. think that might have just been inadvertently thrown right into the pads of the batter himself, Parth Patel. Look at this. So he plays it right back to him. And I think Shreyan Satish was actually appealing for obstruction, which I don't think there's any way that that would have been given as obstruction. And maybe I need to explain what obstruction is, and I'll do that after this delivery. Here's Shreyan Satish. In the air, that is lovely. Absolutely brilliantly struck over extra cover for 4. So that gives us some time to talk about what I just said, obstruction. If you are looking to regain your ground, in other words, you're looking to get to the other end, and this is a lovely looking shot. Look at that replay. A lot of arrogance in that shot too. And in fact, a perfect comeback for what was a little bit of an aggressive move there by Shreyan Satish. But if you look at this, if the ball is heading in your direction and you're attempting to regain your ground, you're obviously allowed to attempt to regain your ground. But if the umpire thinks that you intentionally went outside of the natural line in which you were running to prevent the ball from hitting the stumps, in other words, you're heading toward the stumps, you see that the ball is going toward the stumps, and then you intentionally get in line. Here, his back is turned and he's trying to regain his stumps. Had he been able to look and see that the ball was going toward the stumps and then angled toward the left to try to prevent the ball from hitting the stumps, that is not allowed. You can be given out in that way. The mode of dismissal is essentially referred to as obstruction, and you can be given out in that way. Now, I don't think that's anywhere close to obstruction just now, and that's played into the offside for a single. So that's why I think that's what Shreyan Satish was appealing for, but under no circumstances would that have been obstruction. But just to know, if you're not aware, that if you intentionally get in the way of the ball to prevent the ball from hitting the stumps, then you are given out. The official mode of obstruction, official mode of dismissal is called obstruction of the field. Anyway, so much for that. One ball remaining here in over number 15. 47 for 4 is your score. Slower, full, and that is missed. And Unmuk Chand with the collection. That is the end of over 15. 47 for 4 is your score. Another 600. I'll make that 6.43 runs per over required. A long way to go. So time for some leg spin from the captain, Rishi Ramesh. Not only a brilliant top order batter, but also a very good leg spinner. And with the 2 right-handers at the crease, you figure that you can get some success by bowling some leg spin to them. In the second power play, of course, so 4 allowed outside the circle. As of right now, those 4 are at deep square leg, long on, long off, and deep extra cover. So those are your 4 outside the circle. That's the maximum that you can have outside at this stage of the innings. Captain Rishi Ramesh, knowing that he has his team well and truly in front here, but he needs to maintain the pressure. And I mentioned, excuse me, that there's a leg spinning option that is preferable at this stage because obviously as a leg spinner, Rishi Ramesh will be turning the ball away from the right-handed batters, which is also why you see that slip fielder top left of your screen. That's played down the ground, should just be single. And So that presents you with the opportunity to get some inroads into a potential victory here. What I mean by that is not only can you restrict scoring because it's more difficult. Oh, that's all. That ball stayed a little low. It's played into the offside for a single. Not only is it difficult, more difficult to score when the ball is leaving you, but if you manage to take a couple of wickets at the same time, then that puts you doubly in front. And once again, that's why that slip fielder is in position to the top left of your screen. Tossed up. Now, for me, this is probably just a touch straighter than Rishi Ramesh would like. You'd like to start those deliveries on the line of off stump. Starting it on the line of off stump and having it full enough to bring the batter forward, those for me would be a better option. Now, interestingly, it appears as though there's a change in the plan because the slip fielder is now gone. And there is a man at extra cover, that is Shreyan Satish. There's one at regulation cover, and there's one at point, all inside the circle. So it's going to be bowling fuller and outside the line of off stump is what you think. Very full and exactly outside the line of off stump. Played into that short extra cover area. Shreyan Satish. So a couple of dot balls after those two singles. So the last two balls coming up here in over number 16. Tossed up into the extra cover area. Shy at the stumps. Tell you what, that could have been interesting had that been a direct hit. But one ball remaining now here in over number 16. And you would get the sense that at some point they would have to start thinking about how to accelerate because the required rate is now 6.55. Started out at 5.33 at the beginning of the innings. That's where it was. It's now up to 6.55, and that has to put you in the mindset that you really do have to start looking for ways to manufacture runs. This is off the outside edge into backward point, no run. Brilliant over, just 2 runs coming from it. Rishi Ramesh keeping the screws in place. And that is the end of over number 16. The score is 49 for 4. Take a look at this graphic. These are your luminaries in terms of efforts with the bat the rest of this tournament. Aaron Jones, 3 matches, 221 runs, 2 centuries. Those 2 centuries came in the first 2 matches of the tournament. Ali Sheikh, 184. Sushant Madani, 164. Shayan Jahangir, 124. So those are the top batters in the tournament so far. Fahad Babar is number 5 on that list. So that tells you, well, maybe not number 5, but he's certainly number 13, but the top one listed for the Midwest. So that tells you why it was so important to have had him dismissed early. And again, with the consideration that this is a selection tournament, it expresses why it's important to give a good account for yourselves. Whether or not you win the tournament, you want to win, of course, but it's also doubly important to give a good account for yourself. So a change of ends for Shoaib Syed. Look at that. Extra bounce. And that one played into the offside, no run. So interesting. Applying a bit of pressure here. So the sweeper is off of the boundary on the offside. And again, that's not necessarily very surprising because he's an off spinner, Shoaib Syed, so he's turning the ball into the right-handed batters. So less of a chance for the ball to go in the direction of the offside. Looks to pull this one away. That just bouncing over the top of the stumps. So a couple of dot balls here. I don't know if this is an omen, no pun intended, but the exact required rate now is 6.66. So that's played into the short mid-on area. Omen 6.66. That was actually pretty solid. Going now into 3 deliveries into over number 17. Shoaib Syed. Again, good to see that he's here bowling because he would have injured. He did injure himself taking that excellent return catch a couple of overs ago. Tossed up. Wanted a single. Not there. Fired it back in on Mukchan, not quite collecting it cleanly, but the ball didn't ricochet far enough away for them to get a run. So 2 balls remaining in over number 17. We'll see exactly what graphics Mr. Hassan can cook up at the end of this over. I get the sense that it will be very illuminative. Oh, just waving and missing past outside off stump. 1 ball remaining here in over number 17. And there have been brilliant efforts with the ball up and down this entire tournament. This is going to be Shrey and Satish in the deep. Look at that arm. Oh, look at that arm. Bang on target, right over the stumps. That is the end of the over. Just a single coming from it. And in the at the end of 17, the score is 50 for 4. So here are the bowlers. Stephen Wigg, just brilliant bowling, 8 wickets. Best bowling of 5 for 18. Yasser Mohammed, 6 wickets, best bowling of 2 for 26. Rushilu Garkar, 3 for 17 are his best figures and 6 wickets total. Manoj Acharya, Tirth Patel, Sohan Bhatt, Adam Khan and Rahim Dippu and Aditya Padala, all with 5 wickets in addition to Ryan Ahmed, who's playing in this game. So the bowlers have certainly come to the party. Stephen Wigg is a pace bowler. Rushilu Garkar is also a pace bowler, but just about all of the other names on that list are spinners. So that gives you a sense of how well they've done and what impact they're having on this tournament. That is really gratifying to see. So speaking of spinners, going back, the captain here going back to himself from the northern end of the ground. Plays this off the back foot, continuing more of the same, no run here. And this, little by little, is starting to turn into a pretty heavy lift for the Midwest. Because as of now, they have another 167 balls to face, but they need to score up to 190 runs. And each dot ball, that task becomes more and more difficult. They have exactly 50 runs on the board. They need another 190. But each time that you absorb a dot ball, and frankly each time you also absorb a single, that required rate is going to increase. It is now, after that dot ball, up to 6.91. So each time that happens, the pressure continues to build, and you put yourself in a position where you're going to have to look for ways to manufacture runs. Straight down the ground, a couple of bounces, oh, fumble, and didn't quite get far enough away for them to get a second run. So this is good stuff here from the captain, Rishi Ramesh. 1 run, in fact, that single that you just saw is the first in this over. No run there. Shreyan Satish right in the exact area that he needs to be. And so 1 ball remaining now. 1 ball in this over. 163 left in the innings. And 189 runs awry. Off the back foot, but straight to the man at the edge of the circle in the covers. 1 run comes from over number 18. Rishi Ramesh has it on the proverbial string. End of 18, the score is 51 for 4. 51 for 4 after 18. This is going to be a Shoaib Syed continuing. So bowled his first 2 overs from the northern end of the ground. These next 2, 17 and 19, from the southern end. Tossed up, played down the ground. Pretty straightforward fielding opportunity down here at long on by Sanat Mishra. And they're doing it in singles, and to the point that I just made, every time that you absorb a dot ball or every time you score a single, it does mean that the required rate goes up. So the required rate is now above 7. 7.01 to be exact. Tapped into the leg side for a single. So you're looking at a stage now where you have more, certainly more runs to get than balls remaining. And so to the extent that you need to start closing the gap between those two, this is starting to get more and more difficult. This is a thick inside edge running down to deep fine leg, and they'll get a couple. So that certainly helps. But your job now is to make sure that you find ways of manufacturing runs. This partnership, as of this stage, building, it's the second largest in the innings so far. 20 is what it's worth. Third wicket partnership was 24. Quicker ball, and he knocked him over. And as soon as I mentioned the partnership, that quicker delivery from Shoaib Syed absolutely gets him on the back foot. Madhusudana looking to play square when he should have been keeping it in the V, particularly when those balls are straight and turning into you. You probably don't want to play that shot. Look at this, looking to play absolutely square, looking to literally play that one towards square leg, but from that length, that's probably not a ball that you should be looking to play that square to. So that is a big wicket. Breaks the 20-run partnership. That is Madhusudana's dismissal, 7 from 20. And that is half of the side back in the pavilion. And all of a sudden, things are going to get that much more difficult for the Midwest. They, in pursuit of 240, are 55 for 5. So Parth Patel is still at the crease, and he's joined now by Krish Desai. And boy, things are now going to get more and more difficult because you've lost half the side. You have another 185 runs to get. And this is not exactly like when the red team was batting this morning, because then they were not going after a target. Essentially, my sense is that they were of the mindset that we just needed to bat through 20 overs. But now you do have runs on the board. Runs on the board creates a challenge and creates pressure. Appeal for leg before here, but not much going for that shout, I don't think. But it is the certain point that every time you have, ooh, I'll tell you what, that was not quite as bad a shout as it might have appeared. It was close. But a couple of dot balls here after the wicket, and you're getting to the stage now, and that is the end of the over. Just 4 runs coming from it, and a big wicket that broke a budding partnership. That is the end of over number 19, and the score is 55 for 5. 55 for 5, and Captain Rishi Ramesh continuing. So it's an all-spin attack at this point, and that spin is building pressure. Tossed up, played right back to Rishi Ramesh himself. I believe that was a spectator catch. So he fielded it off the bat, and from 80 yards away, it almost appeared as though it was a catch, but I think it was a spectator's catch. In other words, it hit the ground first before it got back to him. But it is a dot ball, importantly. And so that continues a very solid period for the red team as they continue to apply pressure. This is shorter than Rishi Ramesh would like, but the batter, Patel not able to do much with it, just able to get it down to long on for a single. So earlier on, the wind had been picking up a little bit, but it's a lot more calm now, and you may not be able to see that the trees in the background, as represented on the shadows at the top of your screen, they were moving around a little bit, but they're not moving around anymore. So testament to how still the conditions are. So perfect batting conditions, but the bowlers are absolutely keeping it in the right areas. A relatively well bowled game too, it has to be said. Because remember that the Midwest gave, or the red team, oh, that's down the ground. Catchable? No. Sailing over the top of long on for 6. So what I started saying was that the Midwest bowled 40 extras, and to this stage, there have only been 3 extras scored by the red team. But Rishi Ramesh dropping that one just a little too short, and Parth Patel helping himself down the ground to 6 runs. So, same applies to what I said earlier with the pace bowlers. You still need to maintain your disciplines, and Rishi Ramesh had been doing really well with just tossing the ball up and landing it just short of driving length. I think that simple formula alone for a leg spinner would be good enough. You don't necessarily need to try to bowl quicker, flatter ones, which is what he tried there. Got it too short. Next delivery. That's the type of delivery I like better. Quick pickup and a fire to the striker's end. He'll get a single with 1 ball remaining here in over number 20. 64 runs on the board. Another 176, needing to score at the rate of 6.99. Just around 7 runs and over is what they need the rest of the way. Tossed up, played back to Rishi Ramesh himself, no run. So 1 loose delivery in that over. It was put away for 6, but just 9 runs total from it. At the end of over number 20, the score is 64 for 5. Shoaib side again. Good delivery. So Parth Patel, 19 from 34. Krish Desai, 1 from 3. So the partnership in its infancy. 9 runs is what it's worth as of this stage. Make that 10 as this is a runaway down the hill. In fact, make it 11 as they come back for a second. But your role now, and probably this applies more so to Parth Patel than to Krish Desai, is that you've been there longer. The responsibility for scoring runs is now on your shoulders. And here is Shoaib's side again. Bang on target here, defended, no run. And you've gotten yourself into the position now, 66 for 5. You are 28% of the way toward your target. You have another 174 runs to get, but you only have 147 balls in which to get them. Very interesting that Parth Patel is now treating this as though it were a test match. Exaggerated forward defensive stance. At some point, he's going to need to be aggressive. Play it back to the bowler himself here. No run, so 3 straight dot balls after the double. 2 runs from the second ball, but all the other balls in this over have been dots. Oh, walked across his stumps and just for a split second appeared to be winding up to play a big shot on the leg side, but thought better of it. That is the end of over number 21. 2 runs coming from it, so a brilliant over there. And the score is 66 for 5. Six for 5. Rishi Ramesh continuing, 3 overs, none for 12. Shoaib Saeed, 5 overs, 2 for 11. Worked into the leg side here, no run. Rishi Ramesh bowled overs 16, 18, and 20. Now into his 4th over, over number 22. Shoaib Saeed. Shoaib Saeed contributing with the bat this morning, of course. Did really, really well. And then in the back end of this innings, sustained an injury to his non-bowling arm or non-bowling hand. Oh, simple catch here. Oh, couldn't quite get to it. Shreyan Satish came running in. The ball agonizingly close, stayed in the air a while. I'd want to see that again because I'd wonder whether or not Unmuk Chand behind the stumps would have had a better shot of getting to that than Shreyan Satish, who's standing at extra cover. So after this ball, we might get another look at that replay because the ball stayed in the air a really long time and ended up not being very far away from Unmuk Chand. So I want to take a look at that again, but here's the next delivery off the back foot. That's running away down the hill. Don't think it will get all the way to the boundary. They'll get 2. Do they come back for 3? They do come back for 3. That's good running. The throw comes in to the non-striker's end. And a good piece of action there. Here, look at this replay again. Look to play the pull shot in the air for a while, and Unmuk Chand starts after it, but then I think leaves it to Shreyan Satish. I wonder whether or not had he gone flat out for that one, if he could have gotten there. And that's one of those things that you'll sort of die wondering because it doesn't matter, was not taken. And now in the air and straight to backward point. Big wicket there because that is Parth Patel. He was looking very dangerous, 22 from 41. And that ball was struck with some power, but straight to backward point. And what a big wicket that is. That is the vice captain who's dismissed. Goes on the back foot, plays it away, but straight to backward point. And Rishi Ramesh has his first wicket. And all of a sudden, with the dismissal of the vice captain, you are almost starting to get to the point where you're into the tail. Look again. Goes off the back foot, looks to cut it away, but doesn't get over it. Arya Garg is the man who takes that catch. And all of a sudden, 6 down, and you're closer to the end of this match than the beginning if you are the Midwest. 69 for 6. This is tricky. This is going to be very tricky because, again, not only do you need to maintain a decent scoring rate in which to overhaul the target, the scoring rate required now is 7.38. But you now only have 4 men remaining, 4 to come, which means that you have to avoid being bowled out at the same time that you have to try to push on toward the target, which as of this stage appears to be more and more fleeting. So the last ball coming up here in over number 22, Rishi Ramesh's 4th. And the new batter is Farhan Ali. Here's Rishi Ramesh to Farhan Ali. Quicker and flatter, and defended for no run. But that is a successful over for Rishi Ramesh and the red team. At the end of over number 22, the score is 69 for 6. So 69 for 6, and it is going to be Shoaib's side to continue. Bowled 5 overs already. His figures are 5 overs, make that 4.5, effectively 5, but 4.5 officially. Remember, he left the field after having been injured. So he's taken 2 wickets for 11, one of which he did all himself. Caught and bowled, and then the last one in that last over that he bowled is where he picked up another wicket. We're clean bowling Mr. Madhusudana. Oh, tell you what, that threatens the inside edge of the bat. If this were a longer format of the game, then you would have seen potentially a short leg in position. Quick look at the bowling card. The bowlers really did well, especially Varun Mantha and Shoaib Syed. 2 wickets each. It's played off the back foot, the sweepers in the deep. And your challenge as of this stage, as I said a couple of minutes ago, is to make sure that you mix caution with aggression. There has to be aggression because at some point you have to go after these runs. 7.43 and over is the requirement. And as of right now, you're very far away from it, so you do need to do something to accelerate. In fact, the exact required rate from now is 7.56. So you needed to go about 8 and over, lofted into the gap between mid-wicket and long on, but all they'll get is 1. And so 2 balls remaining now in over number 23. Shoaib Syed, you saw what he did with the bat earlier on. Let's take a quick look at that for us to remind ourselves. Shoaib Syed, when he batted, scored 67, not out, from 64 with 7 fours and a 6. Coming back for a second run here as that throw is maybe just a little bit offline. But my goodness, when you've gotten yourself in the position where you are right now, Shoaib Syed, it emphasizes how important it is for you to stay in the game. He kept his team in the side from the early portion of today's game and now doing well to continue squeezing the pressure right out of the Midwest. It's a single down to mid-wicket. End of over number 23. 5 runs coming from it. The score is 74 for 6. 74 for 6. 166 needed from 132. Required rate 7.55. Rishi Ramesh continuing. Tossed up. Oh! Thick outside edge. Goes past the extended hand of first slip. Oh, wanted a second run there. Chan choosing or making the decision that discretion is a better part of valor. Not taking a shot at the stumps at the non-striker's end. So it just becomes a single there. But my goodness. Tossed up. And you like the aggressive captaincy because you like the fact that that slip fielder is in position. That is Aman Patel who's at slip. And Rishi Ramesh with his leg spinners turning away from the right-hander is bowling exactly the way that he needs to here. Weaving a web, if you will. 4.1 overs make that 4.3 overs. 1 for 16. Economy rate of less than 4 is brilliant. Next delivery tossed up in the air. Oh, what a catch! What a stunning catch taken in the covers. That ball was dying as it got to the fielder in the covers, and he dove forward with both hands, got them underneath it. And that is an absolutely stunning catch taken in the covers. And a good piece of work by Rehman Dar to dismiss yet another batter. So that is the end of Farhan Ali. 1 from 5, and that catch says it all right there. Look at that piece of work. Very low to the ground and diving in and getting those hands right underneath the ball. And that means that is wicket number 7 that goes down. And then you may ask serious questions here as to whether or not this thing is even going to go for 45 overs. Farhan Ali dismissed. 1 from 5, and that is Krish Desai, who's at the non-striker's end. 9 from 14. The new batter is coming into the crease, and this pair absolutely has work to do because you know that things are going to be more and more difficult from here. The new batter is going to be Ryan Ahmed. You saw Ryan Ahmed with the ball in hand earlier on, and he did very well with the ball, but he's going to be asked to fit a different mold here and play a different role. And to the extent that you really need to be able to play the role that is required, 7.73 runs and over is what you need from here. And to do that with only 3 wickets in hand is that much more difficult. So here is Ryan Ahmed facing up to Rishi Ramesh. Goes past the outside edge. No run. That pressure continues to build. 1 run from over number 24. And believe it or not, you've gotten to the stage now where there's only 127 balls remaining. Still 165 runs adrift. Quicker ball played into the outfield. Should just be single here. So another good over from Rishi Ramesh. 2 runs coming from it. At the end of over number 24, the score is 76 for 7. $164 more runs is what you need. And the examination by spin continues. Shoaib Syed into his 7th over. Oh, goes past the outside edge. Couple of dot balls to start over number 25. You're almost at the stage where you're down to the last 20 overs. But as I said a few minutes ago, you may actually start wondering whether or not this match will go another 20 overs. A little bit of turn here into the pads of the new batter, Ryan Ahmed. So 3 straight dot balls to start over number 25. You need another 120 or another 164 runs in the next 123 balls. 4 straight dot balls, and that required rate now is up above 8. So needless to say, this is getting progressively more difficult, and there is a change of attack now as he's going around the wicket. Shoaib side bowling to Ryan Ahmed. 5 dot balls on the trot here, 1 ball remaining. This is a very quick over, by the way. Working through this over very quickly. And that's relevant because, as we talked about, if you don't get through your overs in time, then that has ramifications. This is a big hit, though. Gets this one 2 straight, and it is helped over square leg for 6. So that will help a lot. 6 runs, and that 1 stroke brings the required rate back under 8, which might not sound like much, but psychologically it's a good thing. Look at this delivery. My sense is that he didn't get this one far enough outside the line of off stump. That's exactly the case. That is pitching on leg stump and turning in from around the wicket. Your job is to get that ball outside the line of off stump. So didn't quite get it done this time. Don't to be too harsh on Shoaib Saeed because he's done more than his share of work so far today. But that 6 would have breathed a little bit of life into the Midwest. That is the end of over number 25. Last 20 coming up in theory. Score is 82 for 7. Rishi Ramesh continuing. Tossed up, played back to Rishi Ramesh himself. Yet another spectator's catch. Dot ball here. So the batter on strike is Krish Desai. Ryan Ahmed at non-striker's end. Oh, that's played, just deflected by Shreyan Satish at short extra cover. Rishi Ramesh cleans up, but they scramble through for a single. And so you're now at the stage now where you're starting to run out, out of opportunities to score. And Rishi Ramesh in particular has been very miserly. Big hit, nobody out there. Dragged it wide off long on, and it goes away for 4. So again, that would also help a lot, and you need a whole lot more of those. Look where he drags this from. And nothing against Rishi Ramesh. That's exactly the line that you want the ball. Maybe the length was just a little too full, but from that line, that's what you're trying to get him to hit across the line. But he did manage to middle that one. Ryan Ahmed in the air. That's going to be a lot of work for the sweeper and the deep to do. They'll come back for a couple. So maybe a few runs starting to score now. Over number 25 went for a few runs. And you're at the point now where, my goodness, you're going to have to start thinking of different ways that you can change the conversation. And that's going to go away for 4 more, so that certainly will help. So you're putting yourself in the position now where you're starting to sort of understand the ways that you can be more effective, and then you can start scoring runs. That is played beautifully. Diving attempt there. A short extra cover by Shreyan Satish, can't get to it. But your job now is to keep up that pressure, keep doing exactly what you're doing. And that is the end of the over. So a productive one, a very, very productive one. In fact, you need a whole lot more of those the rest of the way. But 11 runs came from that over. The score is 93 for 7 after 26. 93 for 7 after 6. Shoaib Saeed is continuing. This is over number 8 for him. And he's essentially, with the one exception and with the one interruption when he left the field because of his injury, he's bowling them consecutively off the back foot. Do they want to here? They do want to, and they're coming back without much fuss. Shoaib Saeed, again, 64 runs, make that 67 runs from 64 balls with the bat. And with the ball so far, he's 2 for 23 from effectively his 7.1. Again, he was injured during one of those overs, and so he can't bowl more than the number of overs that need to be bowled. And so he ended up bowling a 5-ball over. Somebody else had to finish it for him, so effectively that becomes one of his overs. So I know at the bottom of your screen it says Shoaib Saeed has 7.1 overs bowled. After this over, that number will read 7.5, but it's effectively 8 because he can't bowl after 8.5, if that makes sense. Tossed up, played into the offside, no run. So you've taken a few runs here in the last couple of overs. 11 runs came from over number 26. Using the feet and hammers this for 6. That is a good looking strike. Ryan Ahmed dancing down the track and meeting that one on the half volley. That's exactly what you want to do. And with Shoaib Saeed turning the ball into him, played with the turn. Look at this. Look where this ball is turning from the left of your screen to the right, and he plays with the turn, drags it over long on for a very big 6. There have been a number of 6s hit today. That might have been the biggest of all of them. This one is played into the extra cover area. No run there. Good comeback delivery. So my sense is that you will not see Shoaib Saeed toss any more of them up. At least not to Ryan Ahmed, because he's shown the propensity to come down and go big. Oh, that one is a little bit flattered, not quite tossed up. And thankfully for him, it comes off the inside edge and does not disturb the stumps. But a good productive over that time for Midwest to follow up a good over the previous one. So over number 26 went for 11. Over 27 went for 9. So you have 20 runs from the last 2 overs. That is a great start. It appears as though we'll have a little bit of a water break. And so let's have that break in the meantime, and we'll join you for the rest of the chase. We will be right back. So we're into the back quarter of this match. 198 more balls remaining. 138 runs needed to get. That may not be actually accurate. My apologies. We're into the 27th over. So 108 balls remaining. My apologies. Not sure where that math came from. Or maybe the more accurate response is that I need to fix my spreadsheet. But anyway, this is Shreyan Satish. Rishi Ramesh has bowled 6 overs, so he takes himself out of the attack. Shreyan Satish has bowled 2 overs. Bowled overs 13 and 15. And now he'll be facing up to Krish Desai. Krish Desai, 13 from 18. Facing up Shreyan Satish. Off the outside edge, running away down the hill. Good pickup down here by Arya Garg. Talked a lot about the brilliance of the umpires on the field, Avik Gangopadhyay and Piyush Agram. And let's not forget the efforts of the third umpire, Bandula Hetirachi, who I believe is not just one of the best umpires around, as you'd expect, working this tournament, but is also genuinely a very nice guy. And Bandula, I hope you're hearing this. And not the least of which is because he gives me snacks and water when I need it. Pull away into the deep, good sliding stop on the boundary. Oh, I thought he stopped it. It went through him and went away for 4. So that probably should have been stopped, but it did, in fact, go for 4. And so that will not make the captain very happy. It appeared to have been covered, had it covered on the boundary, but unfortunately it went away for 4. So, let's see exactly how we do here. Slower delivery, that's well bowled. Much, much better delivery that time. So now then, oh, look at this. There's an eastern bluebird that just came and perched within 6 feet of me. And I'm not watching cricket right now. I'm right now watching an eastern bluebird, and he just flew away. So back to the cricket. Played down to long on for a single. And it appears as though I'm attracting all kinds of wildlife out here today. It's going to be interesting to see whether or not that continues. So we've had dogs, we've had snakes, we've had eastern bluebirds, we've had red-tailed hawks, saw an osprey earlier, a seagull. There's all sorts of good stuff around here, and kind of makes me wish I brought my camera with me. In any event, there is a good over going on here, despite the boundary that was conceded on the ropes. Shreyan Satish, Aaron's brother, is doing well here. 108 runs on the board, so you need another 132 runs in the next 103 balls. And by the way, I've now fixed my spreadsheet. So there is that. Slow ball, look for the big drive, misses out on it, but that's a well bowled delivery. Good change of pace, and had the batter playing just a little bit too early, Krish Desai. So that is the end of over number 28. Required rate is now 7.76. Scores 108 for 7. last over now to be bowled by Shoaib Saeed. As I said, if you look all the way to the bottom right of your screen, you'll see that graphic that says he's bowled 7.5 overs. But these are the last 6 balls that he'll bowl, because he cannot bowl. He bowled one of his overs. He had to stop bowling in one of his overs, is what I'm trying to say, because of his injury. So since somebody else finished that over for him, he'll not be able to bowl any more than the next 6. Make that the next 5 after that first ball. Looks for the big drive, not able to get into contact on it. So good couple deliveries here to start over number 29. And you're down now to the last 100 balls in this match. 100 balls, you need 132 runs, so the required rate 7.92. Played off the back foot, 3 straight dot balls to open his last over here. Shoaib Saeed, who is putting in what I believe is essentially a player of the match performance. Again, 67 runs with the bat this morning, and now 8.2 overs and 2 for 31. Leading edge falls short of everybody important, but importantly, yet another dot ball. So got hit for a 6 in his last over, conceded 9 runs, but starting out very well here. Defends this one again, 5 straight dots. Is he going to have his last over be a maiden? Let's see whether or not he can close this out in that fashion. Here is the last ball. Played into the offside, at least a couple of runs. So no maiden here, but it will not get to the boundary. 2 runs to close out. What a brilliant spell. 2 runs coming from his last over. His final figures read 2 for 33 from 8.5. And he's brought his team to within what I believe is shouting distance of a victory. So that is the end of the over. The score is 110 for 7. Shrey and Satish back into the attack. The job is now getting, getting harder and harder for this pair. Shrey and Satish definitely has bowled well. So a couple of deliveries here into over number 30. And you get the sense that he himself is doing everything that he can to keep things close, keep his team on top, and I believe that they are on top. Red. Here's Shrey and Satish again. Slower delivery. Smart bowling. He's changing his speeds very effectively. By the way, this partnership, is now worth 35. So they've essentially dragged themselves in the position where they're putting together a decent partnership in a vacuum. But because of the fact that they're that far behind in terms of the required rate, the required rate is now 8.39. Should be a couple of runs here at least. They'll get 2. Does it get all the way to the boundary? Ooh, good sliding stop here. They'll come back for 3, so that's good running. But with a required rate of, after that shot, 8.28, you're going to need to start putting yourself in the position to start pushing toward a victory. Good work in the deep, so that is excellent. Shri and Satish, 2 balls remaining here in over number 30. Down the ground, 1 bounce. Oh my goodness, it's palmed over the goalpost. Goes away for 4. He appeared to have it covered. Get the sense that it should have only been 1 run, but it does go for 4. So those are the things that will irritate both the bowler and the captain. Look at this. Looks like he had it covered. Boy, everything right about that. There really should not have been a reason why he would have fumbled it. Varun Mantha, who is a better fielder than that, would have suggested. Slower. Play it into the offside. They'll get a single to close out over number 30. So the last 15 coming up. 8 runs came from over number 30. Last 15. 118 for 7. So, new bowler, Abhinav Sudashanam. We saw him bowl earlier. He bowled 1 delivery. In other words, he completed the over that was started by Shoaib Saeed when he got hurt. And I suggested at the time that the fact that they gave him the ball to bowl 1 over would probably indicate that he was not one of the premier bowlers in the side, but he's now bowling in a very tough situation. In the air, just over the top, and it's going to run away close to the boundary. Did he get a hand to that, Shreyas Satish? I don't think he did. Goes away for 4 anyway. I'd want to see that again to make sure, but I believe that this just passed over his head. Take a look at this again, short and wide. So let's stipulate that he'd be able to prevent that type of ball by just that type of shot by bowling a better delivery. But on that replay, I think that might have just missed his hand. Shreyan Satish goes away for 4, so that's a good way to start over number 31. Abhinav Sudashanam, you saw what he did along with Shoaib Saeed, bowling in tandem with each other, or batting in tandem with each other. Now they both are going to be trying to prevent these runs from being scored by the side that is all of a sudden looking very dangerous. The partnership now worth 47. Look at this again, short and wide. See if we can pick anything up here. Play it off the back foot, and it's going to run away for 4 more. And that brings up the 50 partnership. That is huge, because that now means that this pair is putting together this type of partnership that could potentially win the match. 3 wickets in hand, so they don't have much room for error, but they have gotten themselves in the position where they can push on from here. Again, a 51-run partnership tells you that they've gotten the hard part over with, and if they can just somehow manage to keep pushing the scorecard along, 7.95 is the required rate now, so it's back under 8. All you're looking to do is just keep scoring off of as many balls as you can. Play it into the offside, no run. So a couple of dot balls here and there will definitely help you back in that position to regain the strength that you had earlier on. And now one ball remaining here in over number 31. Down the leg side, helps himself to some runs here. Not the best of deliveries, and it gets put away for 4. So that is a big over. One of the biggest in the innings. 12 runs coming from it. At the end of over number 31, the score is 130 for 7. So here we go, Shreyan Satish. This feels like a different game from the one we were watching a couple of overs ago, and this is now a couple of runs down to deep third. Shreyan Satish into his 5th over. 2-run start over number 32. And that required rate after that double is down to 7.81. 108 runs needed, 83 balls remaining. This is starting to feel like it is very doable. Long shadows sneaking in and covering the ground, so that's consideration also. Play it into the short mid-wicket area, no run. I mentioned the shadows because, of course, at this stage of the day, it starts getting dark, or this part of the year, it starts getting dark very quickly. And you want to make sure that you get through this with as little damage as possible. But you also want to make sure that if you have the opportunity to win this match, that you give yourself the best chance to do that. Over the top of extra cover, more runs here. Just going to be 2, I believe. Didn't carry all the way to the boundary, but 2 more valuable runs. And you are now in the position where this game is now getting much, much, much closer. It was on a knife's edge a few overs ago. And in fact, a few overs before that, it felt like only one team was going to have the chance of winning it, and that was the red team. But now, the Midwest is making a charge. This partnership is building. Short delivery, tries to play the pull shot, doesn't make much contact with it. Shreyan Satish might consider himself lucky there. Not the best of short deliveries that you'd have ever seen. And that easily could have been put away by Krish Desai. Ryan Ahmed, 47 from 33. 7 fours and 2 sixes. Krish Desai, 21 from 29. So a brilliant partnership, currently worth 59. Slower delivery, that's a good ball. Very full also. And you see there, that's that bit of irritation by Krish Desai, knowing that he possibly missed out on a scoring opportunity there. Shreyan Satish with 1 ball remaining. He has to close this over out strongly here. Cannot give up a boundary ball here because you know that that's what they're going to want. They're going to want for Krish Desai to get something bat to ball here, because every ball from this point out matters. That's a great delivery. Very full, played down the ground. They'll come back, they wanted a second, but not going to get it. It's a good ball to close out the over from Shreyan Satish. End of over number 32. The score is 135 for 7. Oh, my apologies. There's actually 1 ball remaining, or maybe the umpires don't have it right, because the scorecard also said that that's the end of the over. This appears as though he's bowling an extra ball. Played down to extra cover. So We may have just seen a 7-ball over there. That's the end of the over officially. So, score after, let's call it 32 overs, is 136 for 7. So 136 for 7 is your score. "104 runs needed in the next 7 to 8 balls." So they need to score them at the rate of exactly 8 runs and over. Rishi Ramesh, the captain, leg spinner, has now turned or switched the ends. He's bowled 6 overs, so he has the possibility of bowling another 3. And a little bit of wind has now picked up coming from the south. So if the ball is hit directly down the ground from this angle, it will be into the wind, but it's not a tremendous amount of wind, but just something to consider there. It's a small amount of wind, probably I'd estimate 5 miles an hour or less. But sometimes that little bit of wind resistance can be the difference between a ball carrying over the ropes and a ball being caught. So we'll see whether or not that has anything to do with it. Next delivery, quicker, pulled, and it's going to be down to square leg. They'll get a single. So when you get to the stage of the innings, each ball takes on that much more significance. And so we'll see exactly how well Rishi Ramesh and the rest of the red team does here with the rest of the way. Goes with a quicker, flatter one again. Gets it too straight. It's worked around to deep, fine leg. And that is a good stop by the feet. Oh, was that 4? Let's see. No, it did go for 4. So the fielder thought it did get there in time to stop it, or to pull it back from going over the ropes, but he was not able to do that. So maybe Rishi Ramesh wants the batters to be driving in this direction instead of bowling flat and quick. I would think that would be a better option, like that. And it struck wide of long off. A long run by the fielder, Remandar. And they'll come back for 2. I'll tell you what, that could have been more overthrows there. Unfortunately, they've lost a few more runs here than they'd be comfortable giving up. And more importantly, you're starting to let these Midwest batters feel like they believe they know what can happen. So 2 balls remaining. In fact, that's a dot ball just there. So 1 ball remaining now in over number 33. Here, see a look at that replay. Tried to pull it back and was not able to do that. Oh, gone. Tried to use his feet to come down the track and had it kiss off the outside edge. Unmuk Chan takes his 3rd catch of the innings, and that breaks the partnership. It was a huge partnership worth 6 to 8 runs, but that does mean that Krish Desai has been dismissed. Look at this. Tossed up using the feet, tried to use the feet, didn't quite come all the way down, but that kisses off the outside edge. Unmuk Chand didn't really appeal. He knew that it was a thick enough edge that it would have been given. And umpire Piyush Agram absolutely having no doubts that that would have been off of the outside edge of the bats. So that is wicket number 8. 143 for 8. That is a big wicket. It was an excellent partnership. But with that partnership, you realize how much of a difference that makes. My goodness. So a long way to go, and a very steep hill to climb just got that much steeper. exactly what happens here. We'll see exactly how partnership again worth some 68 runs. And we'll see exactly what happens the rest of the way. The new batter is at the crease. You will not be on strike because that wicket fell off of the last ball of the innings. The last ball of the over, my apologies. So now 33 overs in the books. Required rate 8.08, but the bigger concern is that you only have 2 wickets left. So the new batter is going to be Tirth Patel. Ryan Ahmed, who's at the non-strikers end, is at the strikers end, 49. Oh, inside edge. He'll get to 50, and this ball is running away down the hill for 4. Watch the umpire here. It is runs, and so that is 50 for Ryan Ahmed. Well batted for him. He's done a whole lot of work in a very short period of time. So 147 on the board and 53 runs to his name. But my goodness, it does mean that his side is still struggling. And it may be that he needs to be a one-man show the rest of the way. Can he grab the bull by the horns and do it himself the rest of the way? By the way, we've gone back to the strike bowler here. This is going to be Arya Garg switching around, coming from the northern end of the ground. Next ball going by and passing the outside edge. So those dot balls are that much more important. And you know that you've realized the importance of getting this wicket, because that's why they've brought back the strike bowler, Arya Garg. Slower delivery, big wave and a miss. So a couple of dots after the most unconvincing of shots to get to his half century. Inside edge going down the hill, running away down to deep fine leg. And then a couple of dot balls. Good bowling so far here in this over, in the second spell by Arya Garg. So you would, in theory, have another 2 overs after this one. Looks to run this off the face. Not able to get any bats on that. So after that first 4, you've absorbed 3 straight dots. Down to the last 6 to 8 balls in this innings. And Arya Garg doing his part to make sure that this remains a steep hill to climb for the Midwest. Once again, you get the sense that just one person stands between victory, and this is running to short third. They'll take a quick single. Just one person standing between victory for the red team and victory for the Midwest, and that one person would be the man who is now at the non-strikers end, Ryan Ahmed. Tirth Patel excuse me, will now be on strike. This will be the first time that he's faced. Saw him bowl earlier, left arm orthodox. But he's now going to be asked to get something off the bat. Or maybe what you need from him is just to remain at this end here. It's down the leg side. And that's a wide ball. What I said, or the reason I said what I just said, is because if the one man who can get you victory is going to be the man who is at the non-strikers end, maybe you want for him to remain at the non-strikers end, in which case he would be better served with a dot ball here, or better yet, either a 2, a 4, or a 6. The idea would be to have him remain at the other end. Straight down the ground, they may get, no, they will not get 2. And I don't know whether or not it was in their best interest to have taken that single, because it means that that will also be the Tirth Patel to be on strike to start the next over. And that single brings up the 150, by the way. So 150 for 8, 34 overs up. Last 11, in theory, will be coming up. We'll be right back. Rishi Ramesh. His job is now to keep Tirth Patel on strike. There's a slip fielder in position now. Tossed up. Oh, goes past the outside edge. Slip fielder in position. Short extra cover. Cover. Backward square. Short mid wicket. So they want for Tirth Patel to remain on strike, and he's obliged with the first 2 balls of this over. So that's why I was suggesting that they may not have wanted to take a single from that last ball. Plays the scoop shot. Run away down the hill. Did they look for 2? No. Number 1, I think that they would not have made it if they had gone for the second run. Number 2, it's absolutely to their advantage to have the man with 54 runs against his name be the one taking the majority of the strike the rest of the way. So now Ryan Ahmed, and no slip in position now, much more defensive field, and bearing in mind he's still in the second power play, so only 4 allowed outside the circle. Flatter played down to long off. This is Remandar. They take a single. So this is a really good over underway here for Rishi Ramesh. Couple of singles, 2 balls remaining here. And it is going to be Tirth Patel back on strike. Slip fielder back in position. In the air, just over the head of bowler. It's running away down the hill, but they'll just stop at 1. So this now brings a potential big hitter Ryan Ahmed back on strike. And if I'm Ryan Ahmed, I'm absolutely doing what I need to do here to pick up a single. So I'm looking for an odd number of runs from this very ball. Tries a reverse sweep, does not pull it off. And that is a dot, an important dot that keeps Ryan Ahmed at the non-striker's end to start the next over. End of over number 35, the score is 153 for 8. Arya Garg back into the attack. Bowled over number 34. He's now going to be, he's now in the middle of bowling over number 36. This is his penultimate over. And it is Tirth Patel who is on strike, who can only defend the first ball. So you've eaten up a lot of dot balls here. Next delivery. Looks to swipe this one away on the leg side. Misses, so yet another dot ball. And boy, it is now going to be very tricky and very difficult to get the type of momentum that you need at the back end of this innings. Just from manufacturing the type of shot that you'd like to get, that becomes difficult with a batter who is not fully set and is not as settled as the man at the other end. So now, going around the wicket to Tirth Patel. Yorker length, and it is not quite gotten away, and you can't get any runs for it too. So that's a single. So a dot ball preciously. Another question, reverse sweep. Who in this championship makes good use of it? Have not seen very many reverse sweeps yet. In fact, I haven't seen any today. I saw well, the person who historically makes very good use of it is Unmuk Chand. In the air, though, a couple of bounces down to deep third, and you'll get a single here. So Unmuk Chand is one of the best exponents of both the reverse sweep and the scoop. Has not had the chance to play that today. He was dismissed without scoring. And he reminded me that I needed to stop saying good things about him, because every time I say something good about him, he's dismissed. And I don't know that that's inaccurate. So anyway, 2 balls remaining here, and they're looking to see how they can keep Ryan Ahmed quiet. 55 from 43, 8 fours and 2 sixes. Slower delivery. Looking for a single here. They'll take the single. I don't mind that. If you are Ryan Ahmed, because what you want is to be able to remain, or to be the striker to start the next over. And you'd have to think that he'd want to throw the kitchen sink at anything into this next over. So last ball coming up here. You don't mind whether or not this delivery is a dot ball, because it's going to have to be the case that you're on strike to start the next over. Plays it back to the bowler. They do get the dot that they were looking for. 2 runs coming from the over, though. Brilliant over here from Aregarg at the end of over number 36. It is 155 for 8. Rishi Ramesh is about to start his last over. 3 for 38 from 8 overs bowled. And he's bowling to the man with all the motivation in the world to hit big here. Ryan Ahmed, 56 from 44, 8 fours and 2 sixes. Starts out with a dot. And what happens with these next 5? Because the required rate is now up to 9.6, so you know that he wants to hit big. Tossed up, goes big down the ground, and what a stop. Excellent work in the deep by the fielder running around from long off, or long on rather. That is Abhinav Sudashanam. Oh, what happened here? They went for the second run and he's run out. Oh, I missed that live, but they were trying to sneak a second run. It was a good piece of work in the deep by Abhinav Sudashanam. And they tried to get the man back on strike who's done the most damage so far, Ryan Ahmed. You don't mind the mindset, but it can't be suicidal. And you don't get the sense that that ball was far enough away for them to try to get that second run. So I want to see what this replay looks like, because I thought for all money after that great stop in the deep. Look at this. This is a good piece of work in the deep. It does well to run around to his left, Abhinav Sudashanam, and stop it there. But then pick up and underhanded throw. Oh, they started coming back belatedly. Okay, see what happened there. They started coming back, and had they been committed to that second run all along, they may well have gotten it. But not a piece of good running, not the smartest piece of work by these two batters. And unfortunately, it results in the dismissal of the man who had 57 runs against his name. And ladies and gentlemen, that is effectively, you would think, the end of the game, because the last man in, Fanny Samadri, was a brilliant bowler but not necessarily known for his exploits at the bat. And unfortunately for the Midwest, just one wicket remaining here, and it does mean that you are about to get to the point where you're going to have to score off of every ball the rest of the way at minimum. And at this point, you need 10 and over to get to within victory, and it's just not going to be very easy. Tossed up, played back to the bowler himself. No run. Rishi Ramesh with 3 balls remaining here in his belt. And I think that you'll see that the captain will be very satisfied with what they've gotten done so far. That is 4 balls bowled, 1 run from over so far. So excellent last over being bowled by Rishi Ramesh. And here is the penultimate ball of his spell. Played into the offside, no run. 1 ball remaining in the day for Rishi Ramesh. What an absolutely brilliant fight back in this game for the red team, and it does seem that they're on the verge of victory here. Ooh, Fanny Samadri has other thoughts. This is going to run away for 4. Gets it in the gap, deep mid wicket, and he gets 4 off of the last ball. So maybe all is not quite yet lost. 80 runs needed from the next 48 balls. Need to score at exactly the rate of 10 and over. Tossed up, and Fanny Samadri opening himself up and helping himself to 4 runs. So, decent looking strike under the circumstances. Bounced about 4 times and then got to the boundary. But 10 and over is not easy under normal circumstances. 10 and over with only 1 wicket in hand is that much more difficult. We'll see how close they can come to get to that target. The score is 160 for 9. So Arya Garg is the man with the ball in hand. 8 overs bowled, 1 for 29. Rishi Ramesh's 3 overs, or 9 overs, fetched him 3 wickets, and 3 wickets and 43 runs conceded. Short delivery to start here for Arya Garg. His last over, he does have the pace. He's done that a couple of times already to be able to trouble batters who are not top order batters. I don't know that any top order batter would be intimidated by that type of delivery, but it appears as though Tirth Patel would have been flinching from that one. Here's the next delivery. Oh, hammered away into the deep, but catchable, just landing short and then going close to the boundary. Did he pull it back in time? Yes, I think he did. That'll get 2 runs. Tell you what, that's a clean strike. That was very well hit, but I thought it would almost have carried to that man on the boundary at square leg. That almost carried all the way down there to Nikit Kumar, but he did well enough to not let it get by him to go to the boundary. So 2 more runs. You get 2 runs closer to the total here. Here is Arya Garg again. Slower delivery, well bowled and well played. So let's see what you can do here to make things sort of a lot more even. You've gotten yourself in the position now where 7 to 8 runs needed from 45 balls. Again, under normal circumstances, very difficult. But with only 1 wicket in hand, near impossible. But how close can you get? Oh, play it back to the bowler himself. No run. Good athletic stuff here from Arya Garg. Well fielded 2-zone bowling, and now it's getting to the point where you're at the back end of this match. And do you close out with your head held high? Do you at least make a good effort to challenge this total and drag the game as deep as you can take it? That answer, or the question, will be answered here within the next few minutes. Defended for no run. And this now will be the last ball coming up for Arya Garg, was bowled again. A really good over. 1 for 31. 8.5 overs, so just one ball remaining here in his day. And so now, how exactly do you manage the rest of the way? Last ball, played to short mid-wicket, no run. And that is the end of the over for Ariagarg, end of the day with the ball for Ariagarg. He's bowled very well, as I said. 9 overs, 1 for 31. And that does mean that you have a maximum of 7 overs remaining, 42 balls, and you need all of 7 to 8 runs. This is going to be the other opening bowler, the other left arm opening bowler, Varun Manta. And he, in theory, has as many as 4 overs remaining, including this one. So in theory, he could bowl overs 39, 41, 43, and 45. And you get the sense that he would be bowling unchanged from this end the rest of the way. Couple of deliveries and no runs scored yet from this over. And your sense, in theory, is that you could do this without much fuss, but it does put you in the position of not knowing exactly how to go about the rest of this chase. What I mean by that is, do you just try to survive, or do you try to genuinely make an effort to go after this target? Not easy by any stretch of the imagination, and to the extent that any slip up, any wicket of any kind ends this game, then you might think about how you go about approaching it the rest of the way. Here's this next delivery. 3 dot balls on the trot here. And you get the sense that essentially, I said 3, it's actually 4 dot balls on the trot. And it's actually about one way that this game is going to go. Required rate now up over 12, so you can almost start forgetting about getting to the target. 5 dot balls on the trot. We're about to have a maiden over in over number 39 with just 6 remaining after this. And boy, what threatened to be a really close game there for a while has now petered out into what is likely a very predictable end. That spoils the maiden. Sweeper coming off the ropes at deep cover. So dot ball to close out over number 39. Last 36 balls coming up. Another 78 runs needed. Score is 162 for 9. Shreyan Satish off the outside edge, running away down the hill. It's a single, and it feels as though the rest of this match is being treated less as a serious attempt to go after the target and more as batting practice. So we talked earlier about the fact that these matches are going to be closely contested the rest of the way. Let's look at the two matches that we talked about earlier, the Southwest and the South. That match is over with. The South won by the margin of 160 runs. So the Southwest will be in the finals representing Group 1. And then the last match, amazingly, in Group 2, Midwest or West versus Mid-Atlantic. Mid-Atlantic won by 4 wickets, defeating the West. So the West, effectively the home team, missing out on a chance to be in the finals. So that means that the finals tomorrow will be between the Mid-Atlantic and the Southwest. So those are your two teams who will be in the finals tomorrow. And congratulations in advance for those two teams that have made it to that stage. And we will definitely see them in action tomorrow. In the meantime, this match effectively has already been finished. Just waiting to see which happens first. 1 wicket or 45 overs bowled. So not quite sure which is going to happen first at this stage. As I said, it almost appears as though this is being treated like a net session. Shortish delivery, slower, shorter ball. Big grunt from Shreyan Satish. 1 ball here remaining in over number 40. Shreyan Satish, you get the sense, will be bowling the rest of the way along with Varun Manta. Field almost completely covered in shadows now. And that's trickled into the square leg area. They'll get a single. No urgency to try to get anything else. And that single brings you to 165 for 9. Last 5 overs coming up, or the next wicket, whichever happens first. 165 for 9 after 40. So Varun Manta, 6 overs, 2 for 15 with a maiden, and he's now bowling to Tirth Patel. No single taken there. Tirth Patel has been there for 21 deliveries, make that 22 after that ball. 7 runs to his name. Vanis Simadre, 6 from 11 with 1-4. And again, it appears as though this pair will just be content to, as they say, let the air out of the balloon. To a very anticlimactic end to what had been an exciting match. But again, as of this stage, only one team is going to win it. If it matters, the required rate is now 16.07. 16.07 is less than attainable under these circumstances, so this probably needs to be the last time that we mention the required rate. 75 runs away from victory here for one team, 28 balls away from victory from the other team. That stayed in the air for a while. Thought for a split second that Remardar was going to go for the catch, but ended up choosing not to. So 3 straight dots. And your opportunity to see an exciting match will probably have to wait until tomorrow morning for the final. In the air, will this be catchable? No, it won't be. It will fall short of deep mid wicket. They'll just jog through for a single. And doing it as easy as you like at this stage, knowing that the match essentially is finished. And not only is it finished, but it's just a matter of knowing what the final margin of victory is for the red team. Midwest is essentially going through the motions at the back end of this game. And now you're at the point where essentially you're just trying to see what the final figures are. In the meantime, we'll probably have the opportunity after this ball and after this over to go through the full scorecard, because I thought that it was a really good effort by the red team, and again they did really well to come back in this game. Looking to work this away. He does work it away actually. Gets inside the line, gets it down to fine leg for 4. So, good boundary to close things out here in over number 41. Looking at this replay, chose to go around the wicket, but from that line, going down the leg side, it's always easier to get inside the line from that angle. And he ups himself to 4 runs. Fantasy Madrid, 10 from 13. 70 from 24 balls. So let's talk about the full scorecard, because when you batted first this morning, the East, or the red team rather, in fact let's look at the, Remandar, 10 from 30. Nikit Kumar, 9 from 27. Unmuk Chand failed to trouble the scorers. Rishi Ramesh, 16 from 29. Shreyan Satish, 10 from 30. But then that big partnership between Abhinav Sudashanam and Shoaib Syed of 90 runs, and then the 9th wicket partnership between Shoaib Syed and Arya Garg of another 65 runs put them in a brilliant position, 239 for 8. And then when they came to bat, the Midwest side didn't quite get what they needed out of this game, because when you see what they did with the bat, they initially lost their captain Fahad Babar, 1 from 11. Mitansh Nityanandam did not score. Kevin Phillip, 10. Bhavya Mehta, 22. Parth Patel, 22. Pranav Madhu Sudana, 7 from 20. Krish Desai, 28 from 35. Ryan Ahmed, run out. I think he was the one who represented the greatest chance of being able to challenge in this game. He was run out farcically, 57 from 46. And now at the back end, we're essentially just going through the motions. Tirth Patel and Fani Samadri, as the margin of victory gets further and further in the distance. So 70 runs needed for victory. And this is played into the offside, no run. And as of right now, this really does feel like a net session. And this is very much, again, anticlimactic. Nothing to criticize the players about, because yes, you've been here for a while and there are selectors still walking around, so you want to make sure that you give a good account for yourself. But it does put you in the position where this match essentially has been finished for a while. Shreyan Satish, short ball again. Seen do that a couple of times, showing the ability to bend the back, test out the middle of the pitch. Don't know that you've seen a whole lot of that, but my goodness. 2 balls remaining now in over number 42. Shreyan Satish, slower delivery, equal to the task is Tirth Patel. And 170 is your score with only 1 run remaining, or 1 ball remaining in over number 42. Here is that 1 ball. Yorker length goes past the outside. Oh no, it does go past the outside edge. It's defended right in front of the stumps. Tirth Patel picks it up and a wry smile back at the bowler himself. That is the end of the over. It is a maiden over bowl by Shreyan Satish. And it seems that the Midwest are determined to bat out the remaining overs regardless of what the score is, or how many balls are left, or how many overs are left. And that is the end of over number 42. The score is 169. Make that 170 for 9. Partnership worth 14. And this is Varun Mantha continuing. Ball bounces twice before it gets to wicketkeeper Unmuk Chand. And so again, without belaboring the point, this has now dragged into, let's call it tedium. Fani Samaji 10 from 14. I don't know that Fani Samaji has had a longer innings with the bat in the entire time that I've known him. And it's just a matter of the next delivery that is on the stumps. You get the sense that that's all that will be needed to have this be the end of the game. So as a reminder, tomorrow's game will be contested between the Midwest, not the Midwest. See, I can't concentrate now because out of nowhere somebody just started giving me a shoulder massage. The production team is giving me a massage, played down the ground. That's actually a very good shot. And they get a single. That's all the single that they'll get. That's all the single they'll need. That's all they'll take. Because you've now gotten to the stage where, in fact, let's go over to see what the game tomorrow is going to be like. As I mentioned, the game today, Southwest, 349 for 6, tremendous score, and they beat the South handily by 160 runs. And that is a Group A matchup, and then in Group B, the West and the Mid-Atlantic played. The Mid-Atlantic beat the West by the margin of 4 wickets. In fact, maybe it will be good to look at each of those scorecards to see what they look like. Southwest, tremendous. Sushant Madani, 138 from 115. Shayan Jahangir, 104 from 73. And then a few helpful knocks at the back end from Smith Patel, 25 from 37. Zia Shazad, 24 from 20. And Ali Sheikh, 23 from 15. So huge score there, 349 for 6. And then in reply, the South couldn't really muster anything of note. Aaron Chentru, 46. Rohan Fadke, 49. Utkarsh Shrivastava did not score. The man who'd done much of the damage so far in this tournament, Aaron Jones, only dismissed for 9. And then Aditya Padala, 18 from 21. Those are the ones who put together scores of note, but a pretty straightforward victory in the end for the Southwest side. Again, most of that team from this Houston area, so they would have made Texas proud today. And then in the other game that we're talking about, West and Mid-Atlantic. West batting first. Zaid Zakil, 63. Skandar Rich Sharma, 39. Abhishek Paradkar, 18. Umang Parikh, 13. Those are your top scorers. And then when the Mid-Atlantic came to bat, Pranav Chattopadhyay, 23. Ritvik Behera, 32 from 45. Kunwarjit Singh, 53 from 86. And Danish Patel, not out, 37 from 36. Those are who carry the team over the finish line by the margin of 4 wickets. So, the matchup again tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Pacific time will be the Mid-Atlantic versus the Southwest, and that will be for the national championship. Very full defended here, going back to the game that we're covering. Tirth Patel and Fani Samadri taking this game into the 44th over, and they're determined to bat all the way through to the end because for whatever reason they do not feel the need to try to accelerate past where they are right now. And hopefully that does not sound like a criticism. Enjoy as much time in the middle as you want to, fellas. Next delivery worked into the leg side, should just be single. Runs no longer matter. 172 runs on the board, 173 after that single. And with 2 balls remaining here in, make that 4 balls remaining here in over number 44. Your opportunity to win this match is essentially over with, but your opportunity to impress the selectors, whether the bowlers or the batters, I don't know that either of these batters will impress the selectors who are still around with the bat. But the bowlers certainly can show something to the selectors, and I think that's what you're seeing here. So in the meantime, last 9 balls in this match coming up. Yorker length, played to mid-off, no run. Fani Samadri taking the time to enjoy the opportunity to score or to spend some time in the middle. And you're now in the last 8 balls of this match. Here's Shreyan Satish, short delivery. Fani Samadri looking to pull that one away, and that ricocheted, I believe that came off of his body. Not quite sure, made an awkward sound. That might have just come off the shoulder end of the bat actually. But very dark conditions. You can see that as of right now on your screen. And maybe it's a really good thing that they decided to convert these matches into 45 over matches, because certainly would not have had time to squeeze in 10 extra overs. Short delivery again, another pull and a miss by Fani Samadri. And that is the end of over number 44. So the last 6 coming up. It will be victory here for the red team. We've already gone through the scorecards, so no reason to do that again. But for what it's worth, there are 6 to 7 runs adrift. And the last over about to be bowled by Varun Manta. So this stopped, at the risk of repeating myself, this stopped being a competitive game a few overs ago. Oh, look at this. Tattoos this one well over mid-wicket for 6. That is a sweet strike. Tirth Patel has been there for long enough, and he just got tired of that slower ball from around the wicket, and he absolutely lays into it, baseball style if you will. And that is 6 runs over mid-wicket to liven up the proceedings just a little bit. Last 5 balls coming up. Partnership here now worth some 23 runs. Pace on. And he solidly defends this as though he's playing in a test match, Tirth Patel. So as a reminder, we will be here for the national championship tomorrow morning, where the Mid-Atlantic will take on the Southwest in a Group 1 versus, or top of Group A versus top of Group B clash. And that will be tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock Central Time. I'm sorry, where are we? We're in LA. So this is Pacific Standard Time. So around noon if you're on the East Coast, 11 a.m. if you're in the middle of the country, including Texas. But especially if you are in Houston and you want to see Shayan Jahangir and Sushant Madani, or if you're in Dallas and want to see Ali Sheikh and some more of those luminaries do what they did today, you'll want to see, or you want to stick around for much of that. In the meantime, last 2 balls coming up here, and this ball game is petering out into a pretty predictable finish. Margin of victory is going to be some 58 or so runs. See what we can come up with here. Penultimate ball of the match. Solidly in defense, does not take a run here. And say, looking to see what we are looking at here. As of right now, the red team will have won by 59 runs if this is a dot ball. Depending on what happens on this last delivery, we'll tell you the margin of victory. But the reality is, the red team will have completed a wonderful victory. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of the match. The red team, coming from nowhere to have won this game by a significant margin of 59 runs, make that 58 runs, and a really handy victory. But again, this is the appetizer. The main course is tomorrow morning. Here you see the quick match summary. Shoaib Syed 67 from 64, Sudha Shanam 52 from 51, and Arya Garg 33 from 29. The bowlers for the Midwest, Tirth Patel 2 for 27, Farz Ali 2 for 41, and Krish Desai 1 for 14. And then the Midwest, when they batted, Ahmed 57 from 46, Krish Desai 28 from 35, and Mehta 22 from 29. But the bowlers came to the party for the red team. Richard Ramesh, captain, 3 for 43. Manta 2 for 30, and Shoaib Syed again 2 for 33. For me, the player of the match is Shoaib Syed, 67 from 64 and 2 for 33 with the ball. So that concludes the coverage here of this match from the right field of the USA Men's Cricket 2024 National Championship. Do join us tomorrow morning when we will be right here with the 2 teams that I mentioned earlier to see whether it will be the Southwest or the Mid-Atlantic who take victory in this 2024 US Men's National Championship. For now, we bid you good night, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. So long.